Okay, morning. Welcome to another edition of Preaching to the... Oh, wait, no, that's not my channel. That's somebody else's channel. That's actually Gman's channel, which I was just watching for the last hour of my life that I can't get back. That debate between General Han Solo and Gman was one of the shittiest debates I think I've ever seen, next to the ones that I've had with Ronnie, of course. There was no productivity in that debate whatsoever. Gman did not allow people to even talk in the live feed. Everybody who was criticizing Gman or said, and they not disrespectfully, just saying, "Hey, Gman, you're wrong," or "Hey, General makes a good point," they were being hammered out. By the way, I have a hangover this morning, so forgive me. Yeah, that's six wine cooler things last night got to me. But Antonius is blocking people left and right, and then he said this. I have a Christian, I have an atheist in here, so tell me if this is fair, guys. He said, "Well, we'll take a vote of how people think they whoever won, right?" But he said atheists can't vote. You're not. So what do you think about that? Atheists can't vote, and what's funny is atheists are probably a lot more objective than any Christian on that side of the community. If we think G-Man did well, we say it. When Gman did some Hebrew Israelite stuff, I was the first one to go, damn, he's really doing a good job. When Veckel had a debate with Floyd, I was like, damn, Veckel's doing a really good job. Right? So we're objective, and I'm not an atheist, but for the most part, whatever. I'm going to be one today because I'm so sick of the other side and their no true Christian thing. For today, just call me an atheist for all practical purposes. So I'm going to step in that worldview of yours for today. Okay, Octai? But
there's plenty of room.
There's plenty of room. Come on over to our side. We got cookies. But when you say that a group of people can't vote on a debate just so you can make yourself feel like you actually won, which, by the way, G-Man didn't. The way it worked was this, Hogtie. Hey, General, give me evidence why I'm not a Christian. And again, I don't like the whole no true Christian thing, but let's go with it. But General laid out a whole case from the Bible, from Scripture. Hey, you know what? Out of all these things that you're not supposed to do, you do all these things. G-Man's response: "Hey, I asked you for evidence why I'm not a Christian. You're talking about something completely different. Blah blah blah. You're Satan." That's what it was. He actually pretty much said General was of the devil, wasn't a Christian, and was here just to cause an obstructionism and to mess with people in the great debate community. General, one of the most respectful Christians in the community, that's the treatment he gets from G-Man.
Well, did the vote actually take place?
You know what? I stopped watching. I couldn't watch anymore. Just couldn't do it. I'm done.
Well, I've seen none of it, as I was explaining to Zulu and Steve before him. I'm actually moving from one place to another. So, and actually, I'd even agreed to had some hangouts yesterday that when I ended up having to leave. So I've not been either watching, because most of my time I'm on mobile, right? So I don't either watch hangouts or participate in hangouts until we get this straightened out, like, where I can get good Wi-Fi signal. But I'm here now, but unfortunately with no headphones, so I apologize for any echo.
You're
but
fine.
No, I didn't watch it at all. Apparently it's still live. So
it is so not worth watching. I wouldn't even waste your time with it. I mean, maybe flip through it like we usually do, kind of thing. But it was just G-Man putting on an act rather than actually debating the topic, which he always does. And this is why I keep saying, if you're going to debate somebody, don't do it in their room, right? Because he was putting on a show and not actually addressing any of General's criticisms, which were legit.
How was the moderation? Were there problems with over-talking or muting?
No, actually, I'm going to say this. I think Spoken did a pretty good job moderating.
Spoken was the moderator. This wasn't one of the
moderator. Yeah, it was. Okay. The moderation wasn't bad from what I saw.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, that's good.
I was voting for Zulu, though. Zulu wanted it, and I was like, go Zulu. Yeah, go ahead and give it a shot. But I guess Drag had been talking to G-Man, and they picked Spoken. But yeah, Spoken, I think, did a decent job. I think he sided a little bit more on G-Man's thing, but it wasn't that bad.
Well, at least he had somebody else do it, because G-Man has a bit of a history of calling someone out. He'll set up a hangout. I'm calling out, and then when the person shows up, G-Man then declares it's a debate, and he's the moderator. And the format of the debate is he asks you questions and then tells you you got the answers wrong.
Yeah. You gotta love that, right?
He did it to me once, and I just didn't have the patience for it. Like he
did it to you twice.
What's that?
Did you twice? Wasn't there
well,
twice he did that?
Well, there's one time that he insisted that I had to get in some sort of debate with true empiricism, and Gman hosted it. He just shut down his Hangout and started a new Hangout, and then later he referred to it as a debate, and it wasn't. It was a conversation about sequential specified information. So can I get Wayne to mute, because I don't have headphones, so we're gonna end up getting like a triple echo here if you're not. And then the other time had to do with Bible knowledge, and he was incensed about that. You don't ever suggest that G-Man doesn't have Bible knowledge that rises up to whatever level. He just thinks he's such an expert. But in that one, it's funny because he asked 2 questions, and I wasn't allowed to ask him any questions. And what's funny is that, I mean, I think it would be pretty easy if that was your format to challenge somebody. Was okay. I'm going to prove I know more about the Bible than you do. I'm going to come in and I'm going to call you in, and then I'm going to ask you questions.
Guys, I'm going to join Gman's Hangout. I've got the link.
Why?
I just want to see what they're talking. I'll be back. I just want to see what they're talking about.
All right.
I'll be back.
But he asked 2 questions, and it's funny because he got them both wrong. Right? And it's like,
did he delete that though?
No, it's still up there. We should find the link for it. And it's interesting because, I mean, it's sort of a lot of these questions, it's kind of, especially when you start doing questions on Bible knowledge, people don't really do, like, trivia, like that, sort of like particular details. Mm-hmm. But they'll ask, they'll ask sort of a general, there's a lot of room for opinion. But in this case, it was like, one of the questions was, how many doctrines are in the Bible? And I was like, I don't know, there's lots, like dozens. I mean, it sort of depends how you want to cut that up. And he goes, well, there's 2. There's exactly 2. And I was like, oh, okay. So we discussed that for a second. I said, well, no, I thought you meant when you asked about how many doctrines there are. Like I said, for example, how about the doctrine of salvation? Is that in the Bible? And he's, well, of course it is. Okay, well, so now there's 3, right?
Yeah, well, you can't remember, these guys really can't do basic math very well, so.
Well, because, yeah, I mean, he referring to one particular passage, right, that, talks about these doctrines, and you can't, I mean, to say that these other doctrines that people talk about are not biblical, I mean, why would a person even say that? And of course, when I brought it up, but I think it was the doctrine of salvation I used, and he goes, he says, of course that's in the Bible, and he was all upset about, okay, well, there's 3. And Veckel had come in partway through, and he's like, wait, what are you guys arguing about? And G-Man was on about, well, Hogtie doesn't know how many doctrines there are. And then Veckel goes, oh, well, I mean, obviously there's lots. I mean, it's kind of hard. How would you count? Like, like, so Veckel gave the same answer I gave. And yet G-Man still declares himself the winner. And I can't remember what the other question.
Don't you love that?
Yeah. But I can't remember what the other question was, but it was like that too, where he asked this question, and then he himself had the wrong answer to it. And you think it would be easy to beat somebody in a debate that way. Just ask some, what's the 5th letter of the 3rd word of, Titus chapter 2, verse 1, like, you know what I mean? Like, you could just come up with any ridiculous thing. You look it up yourself and you know what the other person doesn't. But the fact that he asked these general questions, but then blew the answer himself, even according to Veckel's scorekeeping, I still laugh about it today.
That's just hilarious. See, but okay, this is what I've been saying all along. G-Man is an entertainer. He cannot be taken seriously. I mean, did you watch that 45-minute rant that you did, actually? The 45-minute rant, which, by the way, I thought was brilliantly stupid. I mean, he's just going off on me and Dragnot, and I'm just rolling my eyes back going, okay, he is literally in character right now, because you cannot take G-Man seriously when he's in character.
No, I don't know why. I don't know why people say that or why you say that. I mean, he's certainly not to be taken seriously. Like, I mean, it depends what you mean, though, right? Like, he's serious for the way he's serious. I mean, if you actually want to understand something about some of the scientific issues, or you want to understand something about philosophy, or you want to even understand something like evangelical Christianity, you're not going to learn any of those things from G-Man. He's not here to preach the gospel message. He's not here to educate about the Bible.
Right.
He's here, like so many of the evangelical apologists, he's here to be an apologist for G-Man. And I mean, in terms of whether he's acting, I don't think he's a character.
No, I didn't.
Like, this is what
I didn't say he was acting, but it's not so. It's an act, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's acting. It's an extension of what he actually is, but it's an exaggeration. He's a caricature. How about that?
Yeah,
he's on a show.
Yeah, you definitely put it on.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah, I'm not saying he doesn't actually believe what he believes, but I mean, come on, his arguments are so damn bad. I mean, I love the fact with the whole Steve says is the owner of the Great Debate Community, which Helena picked up easily, and she has the top comment. By the way, I can't comment on the video because I'm blocked across the board. But I made it very clear when I said I'm the owner of the Great Debate community. I'm literally referring to just that community on G+. That thing of 530 some odd people. That's what I'm referring to. And I made it very clear. I'm not talking about the Great Debate community as a whole across YouTube.
Just a forum on Google Plus.
Just a forum on Google Plus, right? And I've even kind of shied away from that. I just say the host anymore because I want to be known as the host of the Great Debate community. But I don't know why that was so damn difficult for Gman to understand. You know, it's not wrong, but he just couldn't figure that out.
Yeah, I mean, it's so funny. Like, it just shows how out of touch he is. I haven't seen the whole 45-minute thing. It was kind of unwatchable. I did happen to, when I was near a router, manage to download it, and then I had it on my phone. I thought, well, I'll listen to it while I'm driving, and it was just like, what? Like, he's just insane. Like, he's just in that. I mean, it's one thing. Everyone enjoys a good Gman meltdown, and generally it happens when he comes into a hangout and he's calm for the first couple of minutes, and then something happens and he just loses his mind. But I find it weird when he has a meltdown and it's just him. It's just him. He's somewhere, like he's at work. There's phone calls. There's customers, and he just is like, I don't care. I don't care what's going on. I need my meltdown now. And he's going to use his own phone to record his own meltdown while he's by himself. Doesn't think ahead about a time what he wants to say. He's just got to explode. He's just got to complain about what a jerk Drag is. Oh, but he's going to get along with Drag when they meet up on Thursday or Friday or whatever this week. They're gonna get along just fine. But I'm going to go when I'm
pals. Yeah, they're pals. Except for the fact that he's like, well, I'll let Drag, talk about the Great Debate for like a few minutes, and I'll put him in his place. And I'm like, no. Here's the thing. If these guys were so concerned about all this stuff, and I'm so intellectually incapable of having an articulate conversation or a debate with them, why do they block me across the board when I don't block them? Let's think about this.
Let me say something about that, because that is something that has been coming up an awful lot lately, is this idea, and I'll tell you, I got into a conversation with Brojo a few days ago, and he was making this point that there are a lot of people in our little corner of the internet that are afraid of, we're genuinely frightened by Didi, that he scares us. And I was asking, what does it even mean? Like, what does it mean? There are things in the world I'm scared of, right? But a conversation on the internet, like, I'm scared, I'm afraid, I'm frightened.
Spiders.
Spiders will come over the line.
Yeah, spiders, I say just kill it with fire.
But if there's anything, I want to use the word phobic. Not that's probably the bad word for it, because people think phobic means fear. It just means repelling or resisting, not wanting to be near. So like you have hydrophobic compounds. If there's anything phobic or where I just don't want to be near, when it comes to Didi, it's if I'm in a hangout and he joins, I just go, oh God, right? Because whatever you were talking about, you're finished talking about it. You're done.
Oh yeah.
How do you justify the laws of logic?
Yeah, the nausea starts up, right? Well, I said this the other day. I said, I was flipping over to Antonio's channel every so often, and I kid you not, Hog, I kid you not. I would just do random sampling, and every single time I popped over there, all I heard,
I know,
right off the bat, was everyone's voice going, laws of logic, uniform in nature, laws of logic, uniform in nature, accounting, how do you count? That's all. I'm not even exaggerating here. I swear to God, take a random sample of it. That's what you.
No, I've done the same thing. I put up a comment. Actually, I think in response, Antonio had posted.
Oh, I'm an atheist now today. I can't say swear to God, can I? Damn it.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, but I'd seen Antonio had posted a thing, and I said I posted a reply that was, well, let's see. I'll click the link and let's see how many seconds or how long it'll be before Didi just like destroys, just hijacks the hangout with his nonsense, off-topic nonsense. And then my next post was about 34 seconds later, and it said, "Oh, it turns out it's 0 seconds." And it was because I clicked the link, and the next thing I heard was, "If the Christian God were true," just oh my God, like, and he's just non-contradiction, blah 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 blah.
I can justify that with Genesis 1:1.
Oh, whatever the hell that means.
God, it's sad. It's just
there's a place for it.
Not in every hangout, not in every time he comes to the room. And you haven't been caught up, but I got to tell you, the other day was funny as hell, because Adam for Teacher, right?
Oh, you know what? I didn't see that hangout, but I saw the comments about it.
I heard about it.
I caught it within 2 hours, so I managed to PVR my way back to it, and it was
awesome. It was that was. I give props to admin, dude. Like I said, admin's been on my channel many times. We've never really had words or anything. I know he's a younger creationist, but I have kind of a soft spot for him in some ways, right? Because we go way back. And
but yeah, he is a jerk though. But go ahead.
Yeah. He put Darwin's in his place.
Well, he tried.
He tried. Yeah.
I'm gonna say, can I clarify my comment? I think I was gonna say, but he's a jerk. You know, I think he, you know, I mean, there's a scale, right? I mean, we have to use a totally different standardization for when it talks about somebody being a jerk or being a nice guy. He's amongst that group. He's sort of a reasonably nice guy, but he has in his personality quirks. He is a control freak in a room. Every room he goes into, if it's a Christian room, and you speak up, and then he'll be like, "You do realize this is a Christian room. You do realize that this is a moderated hangout," and like, he won't even know the moderator. He just knows that it's a Christian, and the person he's talking to is an atheist, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. I've seen him do that. Yep.
Yeah, he appoints himself junior moderator, and it's funny. I used to think, like, I wonder what he'd be like. Because there are a few people who do that. I wonder if it'd be like to have him go up against somebody else that has that same personality quirk, and it never even occurred to me, like, oh my God, him and Dee. Yeah, because they were both like whipping out and being like, "Oh, you realize, you know, this is a Christian room, and you know, this is moderated, and I'm going to move. Oh, you're going to boot me? Well, I'm going to boot you." Like, really?
It was the perfect storm. Ah, shit, dude. We got Kim Jong-un in the live feed. Dude, I'm sorry. Please don't start a nuclear war with us, Kim. I know you have insecurities and you have like short man syndrome or something, but you know, I really don't want to get nuked. So kind of like point them in other directions, like go for Japan or something like that. You know, we still got China to get like electronics from and shit. So just thank you, Kim Jong-un. In the live feed, Kim Jong-un is, "Yo, Steve, I've heard you've been chatting shit about me. So I want to make sure that, you know, we don't start a nuclear war with North Korea and then I get blamed for it."
So what's this whole thing with General and Gman? Because I literally, because I'm on my lunch break.
In a nutshell, the too long didn't read version, Gman and Han Solo, we're going to have a debate, I guess we're debate on whether Gman really is Christian or not. And passes is what he made a very good case of why he thinks Gman doesn't really exude Christianity and is not a really good representation of Christianity. And it's hard to say what's in somebody's heart, right? That's the whole no true Christian thing. But he made very, very valid points, and they just sailed above G-Man's head like he was just drowning underwater, and he wasn't even paying attention. And he wasn't. He literally wasn't paying attention to anything that General was saying. It was basically, you know what? Hey, General, I asked you to show me why I'm not a Christian. You started talking about Fiona and giving reasons about hog tie and all this other stuff. And I'm like, yeah, the reasons he's giving you dealt with these specific instances. G-Man. Like you know, her going to hog tie for her crisis of faith, and the parable of the Good Samaritan, and all that stuff that you guys talked before. It's a legit argument. Nope, not the G-Man. Just went over his head. He wins, you know, by fiat.
That was a strange event, and it was a week ago, I guess, that had come out, and I did listen. I mean, he had a hangout, and he called out Fiona. I thought she did really well going in to talk to him, but it just showed. I'm not sure where I'm going with this. I guess this has to do with people, with all the fruit inspectors, like, you're trying to decide, oh, well, I can decide who's a real Christian and who isn't. And even when, I mean, they make this bullshit claim when they go, oh, well, it's not really up to me to decide who's a real Christian. You know, it's up to the Lord, you know. Well, you know what? Whenever they meet a new person who's a believer, they always say, like, so what's your worldview? Like, you an atheist, and go, oh, you're a Christian. Oh, good. They will always, as soon as they meet somebody, they give them that presumption. If you tell them that you're a believer in Jesus Christ, they will, for the rest of that hangout, refer to you as a Christian.
But,
my
brother, yeah.
Yeah, but if it turns out, do you ever notice when they talk about General Han Solo or Fiona or Jade or Christian anarchist, they always say things like, well, you say you're a Christian, right? I mean, in conversation, they'll say, like, G-Man might say to Beckel, well, you're a Christian, so you know that something. But they'll always say to these other people, well, you say you're a Christian. Really? Like, it's just so transparent. But sorry, just on the point about there's no greater illustration of how they don't grasp Christ's teachings as the fact that when they heard that Fiona and I had a conversation, and people understand this was one conversation among many that she had with with people, with herself, with the Bible, prayer. I mean, she went through a process that everybody goes through. I mean, if any of them ever deny that they ever had moments of doubt or whatever, then they're full of shit. But so she had a conversation with me, and right there, that means in their view, she's not Christian, which shows that they literally don't understand the basics of Christian theology, and they're weird. Oh well, we acknowledge that God can use anybody for His purposes. Oh, but it would be inappropriate for an atheist to be involved in that process. Inappropriate.
That makes no sense. Well, I mean, if you remember, yeah, I remember how that whole thing went down, and I mean, it's out of the open now, but myself included, was involved in this process, right? I had talked to Fiona as well about her, things that she was going through, and one thing we all had in common, we were all supporting her. That's the thing that was consistent about across the board. Nobody was trying to convert her to atheism. Nobody.
Yeah, I know, and that's they have so many misunderstandings about the real world. Like their idea, they're out here to proselytize, to preach, and they think, well, we're here. It's a battle for souls, and we're here to win souls. And no, we're not. I mean, they literally. I don't know that I could sort of package up for them to understand the reasons why we engage in these conversations, why we form interpersonal relationships. I think they literally don't understand the very, very basics about it. And but they assume, and they cannot be shaken off this notion that we're here to convert people. I mean, I think I made the point at one point. I said that one thing that Fiona didn't do was ask me, "Hey, Hogtie, is God real or not? I need you to tell me so I can just take your word for it and then know." Like, obviously, she's not going to ask me that question because she knows what my answer is going to be. And just one more quick point about this is that what I find interesting about it is that once it had come out that we had this conversation, and I think now it's coming up when she's spoken with you, and I know that she's talking a little more about some of the other things that happened on that leg of the journey, let's call it. I mean, they're really shining a spotlight in the fact that she talked to me. But once this had come out, very few people have expressed curiosity in what actually happened in those conversations, right? Like I noticed that Gman and his elk, not one of them ever said, "What did Hogtie say?"
Nope.
Right?
And they didn't ask. And they didn't ask why she was having a crisis of faith.
Oh, that's another good point.
And that was a good. That reason is important. Now, I don't know if we were able to go into that. I mean, is that out in the open? I don't know. I don't want to discuss it.
No, I'm going with.
I didn't think so.
You make your own.
I'm playing it safe, and I don't think it is either. But I can say that the reason she had was very good, and I don't blame her.
Yeah. Let's talk about it in this circumspect way. Yeah, but the other reason why I'm saying I would really want to double check and triple check that she'd be okay with revealing it, because it would cause sparks, and I'm not
right.
creating problems.
I agree, and I don't want to go into details on it. And you know that I am pretty good at keeping secrets because I know a lot of shit about you people. Trust me.
I know.
You don't know me, Steve.
You don't know me.
You don't know me like the Lord of above knows me.
It's so funny. Okay, I mean, you guys got to realize that I get a lot of messages a day, and I'm not exaggerating. I probably get about 100 messages a day, right? Between my instant messages, my email, my Facebook, my Twitter, I get a lot of messages, and people just talk about all kinds of different things to me. I get people messaging me on Facebook, and what's funny is they use like their real name, and I don't recognize their real name from like their name they use on YouTube or something, right? And I have to go scrolling back, going, okay, what did I talk about this person with last time?
Well, it's going back to the one about curiosity. None of them expressed even the slightest little bit of curiosity as to what happened. Yeah. And actually, I'm going to give people a clue here, because if anybody ever wondered, well, what did Hogtie say? Like, you know what? Everybody's going to know what I said. Anybody who's ever come to me to talk to me one-on-one, and it's something about you and something you've been concerned about, you're going to know exactly what I said, and it's pretty much nothing, right? I'm not a big
you're a sounding board. No, you're a sounding board. Yeah.
Yeah, so bring whatever you want. I mean, if there's something that I know the problem to, like if you tell me that you're having a problem with your HVAC control module in your sport utility vehicle, I might be able to help you find one. I know how to get on eBay and find stuff like that. But I mean, if it's something that you're wrestling with, then yeah, you know what? You're not going to get a lot of advice out of me. I don't, and anybody who's talking about it knows that. So it should be obvious to people, this thing, well, what did Hogtie say? Well, if you think about it, it's pretty obvious what I would have said. You can guess. But here's the funny thing about it. In the whole thing, I only saw 2 comments where there were two separate comments where somebody said, I'm kind of curious what that conversation was like, but I don't want to be nosy and ask. And then nobody responded to that, right? But that was people kind of on our side of it who went, yeah, I'm kind of curious. I'd love to be a fly on the wall for that sort of a conversation. But those other guys, they immediately just went, I don't care. That's
I don't think I would be. I don't think I really care what you guys said, to be honest with you. I think I mean, I don't mean that to be disrespectful. It's just it's between you and her.
Well, you also have the advantage because I think now that the fact that you asked me if you thought it was worth discussing what her stated reason was, cues me enough to know that I now know what conversation you had with her. So I'm now as equally curious because I think I already know what happened.
I had conversations with her, so yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the same kind of thing. So, hey, by the way, Isaiah, my friend, are you back with us in the living?
Yes, I am.
Oh my God, you got a mic. Oh my God. Really? Dude, you sound awesome. Say that again.
I said, yes, I am.
Wow. What did you do? Did you get an internet connection? Did you get a mic? Did you get a PC? What happened?
I just got internet connection.
Wow, dude, it's like night and day. I'm so happy. I missed you. By the way, I'm atheist for the day, just FYI. I might be a theist like tomorrow, just to do an experiment, but I'm actually starting a new series tomorrow called Recovery from Irrationalism. So I have somebody coming on. I think I got it pretty well planned. Some of you guys don't know, to come on and talk about their experiences of getting out of young earth creationism. And I've got a few people lined up for that. So I'm going to start a series called Recovering from Irrationalism that I think is going to be pretty good.
I can relate, man. That's
Well, see, I mean,
I'm at it.
Yeah, see, here's the thing, Wayne. One sec. You and Kevin and a few other people, Isaiah, you guys are all ex-young earth creationists, but we know you guys. I would love to have a discussion with you guys one day, but I wanted to get people in the community that nobody knew before, right? So I actually have reached out to other places where I do know some different people that I do know are young earth creationists, and I've kind of, convinced them to come on air. Yeah, Mike J's in live feed. He was a young earth creationist. But I want people to hear kind of a different point of view, because we all know how you got out of young earth creationism. That was me in general, but it was also yourself too, because you decided to actually educate yourself. But I think that's going to be an interesting thing. But I'll be a theist tomorrow or something, or the day after. But today, I am going to be an atheist because I am just really sick of their shit over there, to be honest with you. You blame me? Did you guys watch that shit show? Do you blame me?
It's such a put off.
I watched part of it.
Which
it's horrible. It was so bad.
Is that when Arcane came in?
No, Arcane came in there. I'm talking about the debate right now with Gman and Han Solo.
Oh no, I didn't see that one.
It's still unbearably not watchable. And like I said, they're just booting everybody in the live feed that is, saying anything about G-Man's performance, right? Because Antonio has like hard on when he gets a spanner wrench and just puts that band hammer down, because he is a coward. I know MP told him the other day, well, nobody really thinks you're a coward, Antonio. Bullshit. I think you are a coward, and I know Hogtie doesn't like that, but Hogtie, I don't care. Antonio is a coward. There's no other way to say it.
I was just about to agree. As soon as you were done talking, I was going to say, yeah, he's
really. Oh God,
let me make the point about bravery and people being afraid and stuff when you're done.
I bet Antonio's 7 foot tall if he ever puts his spine back in against DD.
You know what? He did not stand up to DD the other day. He tried. It was like a mouse against an elephant. Oh, DD, please don't eject people. Yeah, I invited him in. Oh, DD, why'd you do that? Oh.
Yeah, and it's funny because there's no way he can claim.
And that voice too.
There's no way he can claim it was a miscommunication, because he said so many times, "Don't do it, don't kick him out." And this has happened so many times before, where DD ejects somebody, and then Antonio goes, "Oh, I really wish you hadn't done that." Well, in this one with between admin and DD, Antonio was like, "Don't do it, don't do it." He was like really insistent, "Don't do it." Oh, you did it. Oh.
Yeah, he likes admin. They get along pretty well.
Well, the thing is, at some point, Antonio has to decide whose hangout it is, and if he can't. Actually, sorry, I want to say a thing about being afraid and the cowardice thing, but I'll make this point first. Is that Antonio the other day in a hangout, I heard a bit of it, where he was on about how he's getting mixed messages from people. That sometimes they say he's a good moderator, and then they'll turn around and the same people will say he's not a good moderator. Well, which is it? And he thinks he's a good moderator. He's been told he's a good moderator, and but then people tell him, well, he's not a good moderator. So you know what? I'll answer it for him. If he ever happens to see this part of the clip, or if you guys are trying to answer this question for him, feel free to share this opinion. And that is, Antonio, you are a pretty good moderator amongst your group, but that bar is set pretty low. So when people say, well, yeah, he's a good moderator, what they mean is you're the only one in that group of people who actually respects the basic courtesy of let somebody finish a point. And let's not straw man their position. And let's not just kick out somebody for disagreeing, right? That is absolute minimum level of courtesy in a hangout. And you do that, which makes you an excellent moderator by the standards of the evangelical apologists who host hangouts on YouTube. Absolutely A+ within that group. Okay, second, Antonio.
So he's the smartest kid on the short bus. That's okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
The second, Antonio really seems to confound when people are commenting about Antonio's skill as a moderator and his attitude as a moderator with the quality of his hangouts. So let me say this, because I know I talked too long, and those guys glaze over. So let me say this.
Go ahead. We're listening.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to do this one, the sort of bullet point thing here. Is Antonio a good moderator? Yeah, he's pretty good. Does Antonio have good hangouts? No, they suck. They really suck. And is it because Antonio is not a good moderator? No, Antonio is a pretty good moderator, but he doesn't control his hangouts at all. He gives out the keys to every vandal who comes into his room, notably Gman, and even more so lately DD. And his hangouts are terrible. And that's the reason. So for some reason he's confused when people are telling him that his hangouts are now not worth going into. He thinks, oh, but you guys were saying I'm a good moderator. Yes, again, pretty good moderator. Hangouts good. No, they suck.
I'm going to say he's a lukewarm moderator, like the Christianity embraced by members of the CCP.
Yeah, and I like what I like what Hogtie had to say. However, I'm going to throw a little caveat in here. I agree with you on a gradient scale, right? That he's a better moderator than any of the other ones on that side. But it's like you said, such a low bar that you're basically saying, hey, on a third grade level, you done good. You finger painted excellently, but you're not a fucking Picasso. Okay? So yeah, he thinks he's doing exceptionally well, but if you put him in any other situation for moderating, he would fall flat on his face. If you put him in an actual debate, he would fall flat on his face. So I don't think he's a good moderator. I think it's just relative to what like you said, to the group that he has. He's okay. But the thing I 100% agree with you with, his hangouts suck. There's no other way to say it. They suck.
Yeah, and then let me make the point about the whole coward thing and having some sort of courage or whatever. And then I got to go because I got some things to do. And plus, I'm wrecking your hangout by showing up here with no headphones. I feel bad.
No. You know what? You don't have any feedback, by the way. You're good.
Oh, that's so weird.
Yeah, it's fine. Actually, sounds good.
Okay. Well, so yeah, I was talking to Brojo the other day, and I don't know why I'm going to pick on that one individual conversation, because this happens all the time. How many times have we heard, oh, well, everyone's afraid of DD, and oh, JD Kane is afraid to debate anybody, right? They always say that there's people on their side that everybody is afraid to debate, and there's people on our side that is just afraid of coming out and doing a debate. And again, I don't know what that means to say that you're afraid of something. Like I can admit to being annoyed when DD comes into a hangout, because he's going to kill it. Like DD just drowns a hangout like what did I say the other like a sack full of kittens and rocks thrown into a river. Like as soon as DD shows up, whatever you're talking about is done. But nobody's afraid to talk to DD. I don't know why they keep saying that. And then okay, well. So I want to ask them, and I've done so. Like, what do you mean they're afraid? Oh, well, because they kick people out, or they mute them, and they block them, or they delete their comments. And okay, having not done those things, and seeing you do it as a matter of routine, like you can't watch an Antonio hangout without seeing message deleted go up in the live chat.
Boy, that's the truth.
And, yeah, and like okay, the title, any of these Bring It X hangouts has now gotten to be an in-community inside joke, because what does it even mean to say, okay, well, bring it, and then oh this person brought it, eject, right?
Yeah,
oh no, someone's bringing it in the live chat, delete,
eject, delete.
Yeah. And again, the caveat's got to be there. Yes, I support the I deleted some comments the other day. Somebody was using the N-word a whole bunch. I was actually moderating one of yours, Steve. Somebody left the Gman's first and last name in the external thing, the live chat. So yeah, I just sat there with my finger poised and like kept timing out the person and erasing the messages as soon as his name was said. You know, so it's not that I never do it, but it's for those reasons. It's for not merely vulgar, but expressly racist, offensive things. And then for doc dropping, like, yeah, then I'll do it. But I've never done like what Antonio does and Didi does and Gman. You know, somebody puts a, what was the comment the other day that somebody had pointed to where the person just said, oh no, Xbox. Yeah, I'll wrap up on this example. Did you see Xbox get kicked out of Antonio's, or out of True Imperialism?
I did.
Yeah, and
he literally even asked. He barely said anything, right?
He literally said, "I thought he did." That was all he said. He said 4 words, and all it was. So what did he get kicked? He said 4 words, and none of them were swear words. It was simple, polite disagreement with True Empiricism. You cannot have a different opinion from Ronnie and expect to spend any time in his hangout. Just ejected him for that.
Well, I mean, I can tell you right now, we have 55 people watching, which is kind of weird because 55 people are watching G-Man's. Wow. So I think everybody that's watching ours is watching theirs at the same time. Okay. So I bet you money that out of that 55 people, I bet you 50 of them are blocked in some way or another from these guys' channels. From their channels. Either in the live feed or on the commenting or just, you know, outright blocked on G+. I mean, they have limited their scope to a base of about a dozen. Literally.
It's similar to like when you play like Xbox or PlayStation, right? You start losing in Madden, and so you restart the game. You know, your opponent, or you beat the computer, but like you just suck.
Well, I mean, it's more like they want to like put in cheat codes and then they say they're badass about how playing the game, right?
That's what it is.
That's much
He
more.
won't have a hangout unless he's in God mode.
Yeah,
God
exactly.
mode.
He's in God mode. Right, exactly what I'm thinking of. He's in God mode. He put in a cheat code. Oh, look at that! I have unlimited ammunition, and I can't die. And you know what? I'm so good at this game. Pew 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 pew.
That ought to be a slogan. The CCP. We won't play unless we have God mode.
Well, there you go, Drake. That's a good meme for you. I put my name on it because I gave you the idea. You know.
Did you guys see the one where they hang out? I think it was partway through Bringing Evolutionists. Someone should find the timestamp for it. But somebody had made this argument about it had to do with, and it was a structured argument, and it had to do with maximally great being. Do you know which part I'm talking about?
Yeah, was even Skylar one? They're talking about the no God. Were they talking about the no God object argument?
No, it was Seth. That's his name, Seth.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Seth. Yeah, I'm not Skylar. Seth. Yeah, he was explaining to them the no God object argument, a maximal greatness of a deity, and why a deity that's maximally great cannot produce anything that's not maximally great, because there's a contradiction that he was trying to explain.
Yeah, and the argument he gave is in fact a sound argument, not merely valid, but is sound. Mm-hmm. And it's funny because the responses to it, it's worth listening to, and unfortunately it takes about a half hour to listen to that part of the hangout. But it's worth listening to because Seth presents the argument, and of course he attaches to it a particular definition of what is meant by maximally great. And at one point, like when he's talking about this maximally great being, Antonio says, well, that's an assumption. You're starting with an assumption, which I had to laugh out loud.
He's like, yes, I am.
Yeah. He's laying out a deductive argument, and it includes assumptions. Like,
oh my God,
so far removed from what arguments are. Yes,
it's fucking hilarious.
Okay, but here's the funny part about it. Seth then asks him, like, restates what the premise of the argument was, and asked Antonio if he agreed with it. And Antonio said yes. Like,
okay.
So yes, you're right. I'm constructing an argument here, and it starts with assumptions. And I'm going to check with you and see if you agree with those assumptions, and you agree that those assumptions are true. Next, the argument is valid, therefore it's sound.
Wow. Like, you know, well, how can these people that love presuppositional argumentation not understand the basic concept of what an assumption is?
Exactly.
It doesn't make any sense to me. These people. I mean, when I say they live in bizarre world, I don't think I'm speaking hyperbolically any longer. I literally think these people live in bizarre world, because it just makes no sense.
Exactly.
Because they think it's a great argument too. They're like, oh, hey, you know what, Steve, you just have assumptions. And I told them from the beginning, yeah, I got assumptions, and I'm a foundationalist. I have assumptions. So what?
Exactly.
Okay. I don't know what to do with them. What?
Are you brushed up on the basics of foundationism?
You know, I'm looking into it. It's Susan Hake. I think that's how you pronounce her last name. Came up with about 1993. So it hasn't been around very long, and it's a way to kind of intermingle coherentism and foundationalism. And I haven't really gotten a great source for it yet. I've only done some tangential reading on it. If it pans out, I could see why it'd be appealing to people, because in the coherentist point of view, you're able to basically throw away things that no longer you need, right?
Exactly.
You're not tied to anything. But as a foundationist, I just can't throw away my assumption that the universe exists, right?
Right.
Exactly.
So, yeah. Well, you're in an agreeable mood today, Hogtie. That's nice. I like that.
I'm just doing my Antonio Fletcher impression.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. When you listen to that part where Seth is in the room, and again, Antonio's big contribution was at the beginning to point out, oh, well, that's an assumption, which he then agreed to that it was a correct assumption, not understanding what's meant by a premise for an argument. And then, the responses to Seth's, and by the way, I'm going to start here. The argument.
Agree with me, right?
What's that?
You agree with me on what I've just said, though, right?
Exactly.
Very good. Thank you. You're so good. You're so trained. Go ahead.
So yeah, he's presenting. Seth presents this argument, which hinges on a particular notion of what is meant by maximally great, and it's a sound argument. And what the conclusion from it would be is not that there exists no gods. The conclusion from it would be that the Christian God could not, or sorry, not just the Christian God. No, nothing that really exists could bear this property of being maximally great as defined in this argument. That's really how toothless this particular argument is, and it's something that Seth would concede himself. But so it really turns on this idea of what is meant by maximally great within that argument. But the fact that the argument goes forward and it says, well, then therefore this maximally great God doesn't exist. The evangelicals just go, and their brains just like vibrate and melt, and they simply can't process the argument, and they can't say, oh, okay, well, yes, the argument works, but it's not really an argument that speaks against the Christian God, because you're using a not quite right description of maximally great when it comes to this God. Instead, the rebuttals went like this. They went, well, that's not a very good argument. Wow. Oh, that's a bad argument.
Actually, it's a very good argument. It's a popular argument right now too, and I don't think they've ever been exposed to it before.
No, they hadn't. But I mean, the thing is, if you come at me with an argument that challenges my position, and we go through the premises and reason our way to a conclusion, but the conclusion is not something that's consistent with my beliefs, then yeah, I'm going to be on the search to figure out what's wrong with the argument. Is there a premise that's unsupported, or is there some sort of fallacious reasoning in its structure? But those guys, they weren't doing that. And you listen to, that's why I say it's worth listening to the part where Seth is in there before he gets kicked out for presenting an argument they couldn't defeat. But if you listen to it, you'll notice their response is just repeating, like, well, that's not a good argument. Well, that's a bad argument. And as Seth would point out, he says, all I'm getting from you is incredulous stares. Like he said, I don't know how to respond to incredulous stares. It's great. And I'll say every time somebody says, oh, well, that argument's not very good because you haven't read the Bible. And then Antonio would unmute to go, exactly. Like it happens about 50 times.
It's like when they throw out the fallacy, right? It's no different. Yeah. It's like they don't understand, and you can watch it. You can hear it coming too. Like you said, their eyes like glaze over. You can see it happening in real time, and you can just tell somebody's going to say, "Well, that's it," and you know what? Throw out some random fallacy that may or may not even exist, and say that you're wrong because of this. And the people that are actually listening to the argument all stop and go, "What? How? First of all, that's not a real fallacy. Or second of all, if it isn't a real fallacy, how the hell is somebody like this person committing it?" They do it all the time.
My first brush with Talking Shit Tuesdays involved J.D. Kane discussing how Ronnie thought that a fallacy of division was pointing out a fallacy of division.
Yeah, that's just an ad hom, Drake. You see what he's doing here? He's committing an ad hom fallacy. Oh, just kidding.
No, it's just a plain old insult. He's stupid.
Yeah, it's a plain old insult. You're dumb. He thought the fallacy of division was what?
A fallacy of division is when you point out a fallacy of division.
He thought the fallacy of division is when you point out a fallacy of division. That's kind of surreal. That's like Inception. Is that like the inner solipsism of solipsism? Now you know what they got me on that word the other day. Yeah, the inner solipsism of solipsism.
See,
I can say it right
because Genesis 1:1 isn't the foundation. See, I have an account for that word.
I'm officially an atheist for today. Remember, so I don't have any kind of position I could draw upon. So I
Ooh, I can go back to being a witness.
Can you?
Well,
you want to be a witness for the
name
day?
only, I guess.
Oh. Well, Isaiah said they got cookies, so I'm gonna join the dark side for today and see how it is.
Cookies,
yes. I think I could argue for the atheist position a lot easier than I can the theist, but that means that doesn't mean I can't argue for a theist position. I could probably, but I am going to go from the atheist perspective today just to see to try it out, right? Yes, Apologia. I'm just going to do an atheist for today. Don't get all excited. I'm going back to my Gnosticism because that's my real position. But I'm sick and tired of listening to the theologians on the other side, the theist, just putting out so much shit. And my thing right now is, if God exists, He's not using those people as mouthpieces. If He is, then that's not the kind of God that I believe in anyway. So I'm going to be an atheist for today.
When I switched to atheist, I found it much more easier to defend that position than it was to defend my former religious beliefs, because it was just a mental gymnastic routine of taking scripture from here, and trying to apply it to this one subject. It was just ridiculous.
Yeah, I know. I can see your point on that. Somebody's asking me for the link to the debate for Gman's channel. I was going to include it in the live feed, and I usually do, but I got to be honest with you, I'm not comfortable putting that link in there because it's just so bad. I don't think I want to send anybody over there. It's really not watchable. It's basically Gman 1 by fiat. That's it. Why do people debate on their channels? That's just absurd. If you want to debate, but don't do it on their channels because that's just silly.
You're never going to get victory to debates he hasn't even shown up for.
Yeah. I mean, exactly. He'd be like, you know what? I already won that debate. What do I need to have it for you for? Hey, debate. You know what, Drake? I already won 2 debates against you today.
Yeah, well, you're
2 I won.
Retarded.
Yeah, and ad hom. See what the atheist does. Oh wait, no.
I'm going to make a meme called shit. Boy, you think you know science? That's going to be your Steve McRae. Boy, you think you know science?
Did you listen to Gman go off on me in that video? That was awesome. I was really enjoying that, to be honest with you. He must have said my name like 12 times. I was like, Gman, I think you're on your brain. But he's just like, yeah, Steve's way down here on the intelligence level, and he thinks he's the owner of the great debate community, and he doesn't even debate, and he's never debated before except for Ronnie, which, by the way, I did debate. I debated Wayne. I just don't really care to actually debate, and you don't have to actually debate to be part of the great debate community. I don't think Isaiah's ever debated. I don't think Hogtie. Have you ever had a formal debate?
Like moderator thing?
Yeah.
I'm going to say no. I might be wrong on that, but no, I haven't.
Yeah,
not
so
in this sort of like online thing, no.
Yeah, so you're not part of the great debate. I mean, no, so it's funny. He's like arbitrarily saying, well, Steve's not part of the great debate community. Oh, really, G-Man? Okay.
How can he not? He owns it.
Yeah, I own it, bitch. He doesn't understand what I mean by that, right? I'm not talking about the entire fucking community on YouTube. I'm just talking about the forums, because when I send people to get the link, when I send them to the forums, that's where they know to get it, right? So when I say I'm the owner of that, that's what I'm referring to, and I have moderators. And I forgot totally what I was going to say. Oh yeah, hey, this is not a big secret, so I'll just tell you here. Hey, Hogtie, guess who I'm going to be talking to later on today, and that probably will be on Friday as a guest for a while.
No,
I'll give you a hint. The initials are, well, it's okay. Sort of the initials are CC.
Oh, that guy. Oh, good.
That guy. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah,
we were sitting we were like talking for quite a while yesterday, back and forth, and I kind of gave him a proposition that he was really interested in, and he's like, yeah, dude, I would love to do that. It's just he's like, I've been real busy, but hey, you know what? How about maybe like 8 o'clock on Friday? And I said, yeah, that'd be fucking awesome, dude. It's just let's maybe kind of get together later on tomorrow or something on an off air to kind of work it out. But yeah, he's really down for that. So I know he's really busy, but the fact that he wants to, I'm awesome with that. So hopefully that come to fruition. But I know he really is busy, so I'm going to play it by ear before I make the official announcement. But do you think that'd be really cool? Because what he'll do is he said he would be happy to like kind of talk about me on his channel a little bit, and then we would have like a Patreon event for him on mine, and kind of go over this whole AdSense bullshit that's been going on, because it did affect him. So that's a fair thing.
Good, yeah.
Because a lot of people may not have really been exposed to him in the Great Debate community. I mean, they kind of know his channel, obviously, but not all. So we'll see. Can I just say it?
Oh, I would, yeah.
Yeah. It's Vadim Newquest. He's the worthless slave owner, or worthless slave of Creationist Cat, which I don't know why Creationist Cat wants to fire him. Because I mean, what's that? Vadim. What did I say? It's Vadim. What I say was.
That's what he said.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I got me worried there. Because Creation Cat said he was wanting to fire Vadim, and I'm like, well, come on. If you fire him, you got to find another slave human, and that's going to be a problem. Because I don't think a cat can really type very well to do like the amount of videos that he puts out. So you better think twice about that. I'm just saying.
That'll be good. But I just finished the stuff I had to do over here where I have a good internet connection. So I do have to kind of go on to the next step. Kevin G. I've been told I need to talk to Kevin G. I got to meet this guy. Kevin G's pretty wild.
He popped in and popped out. Kevin G is like I hate to say this, especially because he's not here right now. But he's kind of like Ronnie 2.0.
Oh, that can't be a compliment.
Yeah, he's a nice guy, but he talks a lot of jargon, but doesn't really make a lot of sense. And it's been called out a few times that he's just a little bit all over the place on a lot of his science. So
well, I wouldn't have had a chance to talk with him today anyway. I got to get back onto the next mission. So
C. Brown.
What's that?
So it's not as bad as C. Brown. Which, by the way, I have a plasma. Hang on, I have a plasma physicist, an astrophysicist, PhD, that used to teach at Harvard, coming on my program on the 25th to discuss the Z-pinch of why C. Brown is an idiot, and he's more than happy to do it. So there you go. Yeah. That should be fun.
Yeah, I gotta do a plug.
Go ahead.
Everybody, check out GTV for the upcoming science vid on DNA and water. I
cannot wait for that. He's supposed to have that Saturday.
That's going to be delicious.
That is going to be okay. You can't leave yet, dude. You got me all excited. I want to make a prediction.
Yeah.
Can I make one? Okay. He's going to have the most ridiculous straw man video that has nothing to do with the argument. I still think he thinks the argument is whether DNA dissolves in water or not.
Yep.
And he's going to butcher the science. He's not going to even mention anything about like the deprotonization of the OH group on the sugar phosphate backbone. He's not going to mention any of that of the phosphate group. It's basically, it is going to be so bad that we're going to be like, G-Man, you have just literally demonstrated that you have no concept of this topic in any way. Okay, go ahead. What's your?
Well, I think he'll get it. I don't expect he's going to make a lot of wrong statements. Now he did announce that he's not going to say anything. It's not going to be about, well, true empiricism says this, and then Steve McRae says that, and Fiona says this. I don't think he's going to mention any names. I think he's just going to do a video that says,
I agree.
This is what happens. But he's going to really focus on, yes, DNA does dissolve in water. You're right. Yes. He's not going to mention anything about proton release or hydronium or any of that other stuff.
Full of ions. He thinks the argument is whether DNA dissolves in water, and it's like, gee, man, nobody's arguing whether it dissolves in water or not. Not even Ronnie. Even Ronnie would agree it dissolves in water.
Oh, yeah. One quick thought on the hydroxide hydronium thing. So I did put up a post about this yesterday. I don't know how many people would sort of get the joke there, but if you've been following, yeah, Ronnie's now saying, so the Sean fellow said that pure water, I mean, he can't really have pure water because it's going to have hydroxide or hydronium in it. And he kind of talks about it like they're contaminants, but I don't think he's that dumb. I think he recognizes that is what water is.
I know why he does it, though, Octai. I honestly do know why he does it. Okay.
Why is that?
Because first of all, he doesn't understand that pure water is always an equilibrium of the hydroxide to the hydronium. He doesn't get that. He really doesn't. But it's more important than that, because in nuke school, when you learn about ionizing radiation and you study for your radiological controls, we learn about the process by which an ionizing radiation can go through the cytosol of the cell and cause dissociation of the water molecules, right? And that dissociation can produce these these more, either hydronium or hydroxyl, but more importantly, can create hydroxyl radicals, and those can cause damage to DNA.
Yeah, the radicals are different. Yeah, that's an issue.
Yeah, right. So that's what he's thinking of, but he's completely butchering it and is inarticulate of it because he's not understanding that in a normal cell, in a normal water thing at a pH level of 7, a neutral balance, you're always going to have this dissociation going on. You're always going to have some hydronium and some hydroxyl ions or hydroxide, what do you want to call them? I call them hydroxide items, which is not wrong, by the way. It's just they technically are hydroxide. And it's always have that balance, right? That's what it means to be in equilibrium. But he literally thinks that because it forms these hydroxide ions, that's going to cause degradation to the DNA. Does that make sense now? How he's he's butchering it? Okay.
He's a little bit jumbled with the and whether or not it's Sean, I mean certainly Ronnie is very jumbled on this. Ions, isotopes, and radicals. Each of those things being different in a very non-trivial way and different in terms of how they function when they interact with other molecules like biopolymers. But no, Ronnie's statement about how, oh, well, Steve's just missing Sean's point. He's ignoring Sean's point. Ronnie follows that up with by saying, well, these ions, now he's referring to hydroxide and hydronium, or the OH minus and the H3O plus. He's saying, well, those things are their ions and they're highly reactive.
No.
And I'm just like, oh my God, I don't even know where to start with something
how do you attribute reactivity to that?
Well, the thing is, they're not. I mean, where he's confused. I don't even want to address this. Is the what's meant by equilibrium species? So when if at least theoretically, but no, in the real world they know this too. In a glass of water, it's water. It's one chemical, but it has 3 equilibrium species: H2O, OH minus, and H3O plus. And you can't pick out one of those molecules and say, well, this is the one that's always the OH minus, because it's an equilibrium. So something that's an OH minus in one moment might be an H2O in the next moment. That's the whole nature of equilibrium species. So in terms of them being reactive, if there's a reaction that comes along, like let's say there's you put in some sulfuric acid into something, and the sulfuric acid looses a bunch of free protons. It's going to seek to then bind with an OH minus. Well, if it bumps into an H2O, well, that H2O might lose a proton, and then it'll bond with that proton. Like this is the very concept of equilibrium in solution is something that takes a little bit of understanding that's just far beyond, like Ronnie just doesn't get the basics of it. So it's not the case that the OH minuses or the H3O pluses or the H2Os are sort of more or less inclined to enter into reactions, right? It's not like, see, and he's sort of treating it like the OH minus is the crazy person that's got a gun amongst the crowd of people. And that is going to be that crazy person that goes and does something, does something destructive. And it doesn't work that way. Those 3 species exist at all times in equilibrium. So none of them are more destructive or less destructive to DNA than the others.
I 1000% agree with that. Again, this is why I think that Sean was originally getting it confused with hydroxyl radicals, and hydroxyl radicals can cause damage, but that's not what's in play here. So he's kind of conflating. I mean, he did, like I said, he did go to nuke school. I mean, this is legit. I don't think he graduated at this point. I just can't imagine him having these amount of fundamental errors, and claiming that you graduated from nuke school and taught at nuke school. Because not only did he teach physics, he also taught water chem. No. You don't just the instructors there are first of all, they're officers for the most part. They have some enlisted, but most of them are officers, and they all have degrees, right? They all are experts in their field, and most of them went to schools like fucking MIT and shit, because the program is from MIT. So these are not uneducated people coming in to teach you nuclear physics and shit. There's no freaking way that he could have taught physics and taught water chemistry. You teach one subject because that's your area of expertise. Well,
there might be, like, I don't know if you guys do, if in your element, if you do like class presentations, right? Where, well, once
not a nuke school. In the fleet, yes.
I don't know. Who knows what he's thinking? I mean, we do know this in terms of, there's always these funny phrases, like, how Kent Hovind insists that he taught high school science for 15 years.
Yes.
Well, right now you and I are teaching high school science. As soon as we start talking about water in equilibrium. We could talk a little bit about pH and how it's calculated. Well, we're teaching high school, but that's not what that phrase means. We can say, if anybody is learning as they're listening to us, that we're teaching high school science. But come on, when you tell somebody I taught high school science for 15 years, that means you were a teacher and you had a classroom and a chalkboard, and every day you went to work at your job as a teacher and you taught high school science. And when people said, hey, who's that guy? I said, oh, he's the teacher from the high school. Oh, yeah. I see him in the hardware store all the time. That's what a high school teacher, that's somebody who teaches high school. And then when it comes to this conversation, it is a matter of fact that Fiona has a PhD, and it's just something that isn't up for debate. And yet they still question it to this day. And yet, without question, Ronnie has within the last week repeated that Sean used to teach this stuff. There's evidence to the contrary. There's not a chance. And then Sean himself will put up these comments. Oh, well, I used to be a scientist. Come on. Like, I mean, I just find Ronnie's, all these guys in Gman, their inability to recognize BS claims from somebody. And like, it doesn't matter to them what's true and what's not true. All it is our team, their team. And while Fiona says this and she's not on our team, so therefore she's lying. And Sean says he was a scientist and he used to teach this and he wrote peer-reviewed papers. So now you're running, he's very, very educated. He's a highly, highly, highly educated guy. Why? Because he graduated high school and then went in to specialize in something in the military? Like,
well, here's the thing, Hot Tie. I agree with you. Say people they need to have some kind of ability to discern. Now, people being objective, I don't care whether you're our side, their side. And again, I'm being an atheist for the day, and I'm going to explain that to General here in a minute. But but people listen to the conversation. They can listen to what I said about nuke school because I went through it, and they can listen to what Sean says about it. The objective person is going to go, which one to me sounds more plausible? Because I can make an argument explaining exactly why Sean's wrong, and I can explain exactly why he's full of shit. And I can show you where to go find out why this is the case, like I did in my video, right? ELTs, which is an engineering laboratory technician, which is a subset of machinist mate, is what teaches these classes because they're the water chemistry experts for the command. Which I was not. I was on ELT. I wanted to be, but I didn't get that. There's only one per class, and I didn't get it, so whatever. But I was a machinist mate, so I did have to cross train, right? In the military, you got to know everybody else's job, right? You may not understand that watch, but you got to know everybody else's job. So we have to learn a lot about water chemistry, and I forgot a lot about it, but I don't forget certain things like the basics, like hydronium and hydroxide. That's not that fucking complicated. I knew that before I even went into the military, right? That's high school chemistry. So
I do notice other people starting to pipe in. I bet you that means that other hangout wrapped up. And you're saying it's really not worth like even downloading and having on my phone?
Okay, you know what, General? With all due respect, General, that was the biggest shit show I've ever seen in my life. Do you think it's worth for somebody to go in and watch that, honestly? And I'm not saying you did.
I'm going to go. I'll listen while I'm on my next driver, but I'm not going to hang out. So anyway, thanks for the.
Hey guys. You guys. Impromptu, actually.
But do you think it's worth watching for Hog Tie?
I think so. I hope I was clear. Was I cutting in and out?
You were fine. No, you were fine. No. It wasn't you. It was the fact that Gman basically did not listen to a word you said. He basically said you're wrong by fiat.
Yeah, but I'm not. It's not about winning. All I want it'll be in the back of his mind. I want if he checks it out, if he re-listens to it again, and especially did he hear like after the conclusion, like we went like still an hour on top, like Kevin.
No, I couldn't take it anymore, dude. I couldn't take it. And you got Antonio in the live feed blocking everybody. He blocked everybody from the live feed. There's 5 people left.
I will say this: the icing on the cake is actually in the last hour after the debate. So I recommend everyone to watch that because some real nuggets came out during that hour.
Well, I thought the actual debate was a shit show. And like I said, you had Antonio banning everybody in the live feed, and then G-Man saying, "Oh well, atheists can't vote."
Yeah,
really?
That pissed me off.
Here's the thing. I'm going to go on a limb here, and I'm actually going to agree with Mark Anoia. By the way, it's Anoia. By the way, Anoia. Mark Anoia. Who was it that was fucking calling it? Oh, G-Man was calling him Mark Erroneous or something. I don't know. It was weird. Yeah, Mark Aroa. Yeah, but anyways. I'm going to go with BP on this one because I think the argument is shit to begin with. I don't like this no Christian thing. I think G-Man is a Christian, but he's a shit one. That would have been the better debate. How much of a shit Christian is G-Man? And I think you made a good argument that he doesn't follow anything that I would even remotely consider to be scripture. Yeah. That's what I said. Chris, Mark,
And then,
do.
and then all the people in the room that were in the comments that were, there was like, he had his little posse with him. You know, you put down something good in the comments, and they're oh, you're just for general. I'm like, hey.
Yeah, and then you get blocked. You get blocked out of the live feed if you said that.
It's ridiculous.
Well, that's what I was saying. By when I mean these guys are cowards, I mean that very sincerely. And I know MP went over there and said, "Oh, Antonio, yeah, I don't agree with Steve calling you a coward. You're not really a coward." Well, MP, I love you, but fuck you on this one. Antonio is a coward, demonstrated by he calling me out and not even giving the link, and he sure the hell won't come into this room. That's pretty cowardice.
And he won't stand up to Didi.
Oh, that's another good point. I mean, he's a coward to Didi.
Just quickly.
Yes.
I like how the goal was shifted towards, shifting away from Gman and focusing on people like Holy Spackle, Fiona.
Yeah.
And so I was telling them, look, Fiona would, and even me, I said, look, I'm a sinner. But to show that, like what Paul says in Philippians 3, to constantly strain forward. That's what Christianity is all about, is remembering the undeserved grace that's been given to us through Jesus. And that's the whole meaning as to why we are such good people. G-Man, are you reflecting that? No, I've never seen that. Mm-hmm. He tries to defend himself by saying, oh, look at me do the work of the Black Hebrew Israelites, which again, commendable as far as his life is concerned. His attitude should be consistent then. If he's quote unquote if he's doing that with the Black Hebrew Israelites, then why can't you do the same consistent, gospel type preaching, obviously in a loving way? Why can't you do that to people like you, like Steve or any of the atheists here? Even if the atheists ridicule them, they should bless rather than insult and retaliate. That's what Christians are ought to do.
Well, you would think so, right?
Well, the standard was set in 1 Peter chapter 2, verses 21 through 23 about what Jesus expects of people. And I see none of that in G-Man as much as I'd like to go back to Christianity. It's just...
And I think a lot of it is that, they do recognize that General and Fiona and Jade and the Christians that come over here are respected. And I think that kind of gets stuck in G-Man's craw a little bit, that he is not a very, very respected Christian. You got basically True Imperialism of Eckel and a handful of other people, but he doesn't have thousands of people that think he's the shit. In fact, he doesn't even have hundreds of people. I don't think he even has a dozen people, maybe.
If that.
But Steve, did you hear me say that my heart goes out to them, that I want them to be respected?
Yeah. No, I get that, and that's your Christian duty to do that. I get that, right? I'm
glad that came up because I'm.
Yeah, no, you're consistent. I respect you for that, dude. I respect.
No. I meant my internet for some reason lately is really shoddy, so I hope that came up there.
Yeah, it did. I heard it, but I didn't hear him say it back. Or did I miss that? No.
But I think the problem is you should never ever debate or discuss these things on their channel. You've already hobbled yourself, because on his channel he's there to put on a show. He's not there to listen to you. He's really not, and he didn't listen to you. You have to keep that in mind, General. That you cannot have a conversation with G-Man on his channel.
But that just adds to his consciousness, like it adds to.
Maybe
it strengthens your side. You're right. What you were saying, he was displaying what you were saying you're not supposed to do. He was displaying it right there for everyone to see.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I think exactly he did that. Did you watch that 45-minute rant that he had against me and Drag, which by the way was beautiful? I loved it. I'm not even lying. I was laughing my entire time. I was like, this guy is so fucking way over the top, and he doesn't even understand simple concepts like what it means to own a community on G+. And actually, it was Rant with Jeff who made a video. It was like a 30-second video explaining very well why I'm the owner of the Great Debate Community. Did you guys see that with Rant with Jeff?
I don't think I saw that one.
You haven't seen it? Oh, shit. It's really freaking good.
Link it.
Link it, baby.
Link it.
All right, let me go to his webpage. Yeah, so we'll send people over to his channel real quick. Let me find this video.
But yeah, General, you did a good job, man. I was just like, I couldn't believe where he was. I mean, you would ask the question and you go, well, I don't want to answer that question. That question isn't that isn't what I'm gonna answer. But the whole diatribe he made before
let's
about
go to the Queen of Heaven or something. I'm thinking, what? That's
yeah,
and that's only connected to Mary as well.
yeah, he wasn't seeing the connection. You know, I mean, he wanted video. He wanted video of him doing what you said he wasn't doing, which I'm sure is in every video he does. But
okay, I just posted in the outside chat. I'm posting in the in chat, and I'm posting it in the live feed. 1 second here. So go watch this video quick. It's quite good. It's only got like 27 seconds long, so we can hold off for 27 seconds where you go watch it. But I think it really explains what it means when I say I'm the owner of the Great Debate community. It's only referring to the G+ community on G+, and anybody who hasn't figured that out, you're stupid.
Yes, you don't own me.
I do own you, but that's for totally different reasons.
Because slavery, well, slavery isn't wrong in itself.
Slavery, yeah, slavery is perfectly acceptable, but I'm not a theist anymore. I'm an atheist today, so I have no morality to begin with. So you're all my slaves.
You can't justify that. So,
but I'm an atheist, so it doesn't matter because I have no morality and I don't need to justify anything.
Okay. While you're plugging stuff, Zulu's been trying because he's kind of upset about being the Seventh-day Adventist and how fucking Darwin got on his ass.
Yeah, Veckel and Didi tag teamed him.
Yeah. So
I told him it was going to happen.
Yeah. So Zulu's been trying to. You guys should go to his channel, maybe subscribe, and then get on his Hangouts. He's going to have a Hangout in a little bit. He tried to have one yesterday, and he wants to go through the different denominations, right? To try and figure out what, I don't know if he just compare them to see if he's actually has the right denomination, because he's confused, right? Which one is the correct one? Maybe he just wants to reaffirm his is the correct one. Who knows? But he's trying to.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, he wants Mormons today. He wants to talk about Mormonism today. And I know you and Lyrical Horizon, the only Mormons I know.
Orion.
Yeah.
Lyrical Orion.
Yeah, that's not what I said.
Oh, they said Horizons. I mean, I just heard
I might have, but yeah.
I
might have said Horizons.
Yeah, I respect Zulu for doing something like that. I think that's kind of good that he can do kind of a self reflection, right, and an introspection of himself. And I'd be happy to talk about that with him. I don't know much about the LDS Church that as much as I used to years ago because I read the Book of Mormon like 3 times. I find a lot of problems in the Book of Mormon. But I find more problems with the church itself. What my biggest issue with the church is, more than anything, is the fact that they actually gave money to fund anti-gay marriage protest and anti-gay marriage legislation. And there's a separation of church and state because I'm a separatist when it comes to that, or a secularist, I should say, not a separatist. Sorry, Isaiah, I love you, brother. I'm a secularist, and so I do believe in a separation of church and state, and they just shat all over that, right? And they also had a program way back when called Evergreen. Ever heard of that?
Nope.
Evergreen was never officially part of the church, but it was a program for gay reparative therapy, where gays would go. It was basically electrical shock and all this other treatment to try to de-gay them, and this was condoned by the church, and I can't get past that. So.
So, I mean, but he wants atheists on there. He wants Christians, but he wants to try and do like a weekly show or something where he talks about each denomination, at different hangouts.
You know what? Give the kid a shot, man. Give the shot. If he wants to have a channel and he wants to be able to moderate, I'm okay with that, promoting his channel and giving him a shot on that. I mean, he's come a long way just since he got in the community. He came in the community really strong. He apologized to me. He was a man about it. I accepted it. We've had no ill words since then. Every day is a new day, and I'm like, you know what? Give the kid a break, man. Let him give it a go.
Yeah, so. I've been like he tried having one yesterday, but it didn't last long. Couldn't get nobody in there, but he didn't wait very long either. And then Antonio said he was going to start hanging out, so they went over to that one. But
The main problem I see, though, by the way, Helena's in the live feed. The link is actually out there, guys, if you want to come in. But Helena was spot on that. Her comment on Gman's video was that, Steve's referring to the great debate community, and Grant Jeff made that very clear. So Helena got that right off the bat. And I've always made that very clear. Always made that very clear. So either Gman's just completely off the mark, or he's just trying to stir drama. I don't know.
yeah, I don't care. Gee, that's all G-Man wants is drama. Because he wanted to be a wrestling star. He wanted to be on stage, being his wrestling star. Realized he couldn't. He didn't have the physical capability to do that. So now he's on YouTube being, he's still wrestling, right?
Yeah, it's an act. It's a show.
Yeah, it's still a wrestling show. He's the Christian wrestling all the atheists, So
I think it's more like Don Quixote tilting windmills.
yeah. and it's
Much
like
more.
And I wanted to catch Hogtie before he left, because Hogtie says it's wrong to mention G-Man's name, and I don't think so, because G-Man always threatens other people, and then he's got his he posted his own name. He's had his name up. I keep making comments on his one video where he's got his name and his city on his Patreon, and he won't take it down. I told Veckel, I told everyone, he doesn't take it down. If he's that worried about people knowing his name,
Bob, my personal viewpoint on that is he's using that for attention, and I don't give a shit if you use his name or not. That's not doxing him. You cannot dox. By definition, you cannot dox somebody when the information is already out there, when you give the information of yourself out. You cannot be doxed. So he's completely off the mark with that, right? Yeah. And when he first got to this community, guess what he said? Call me Gary.
Nice.
So, I understand he may not want to be called Gary, and I get that, right? I'll call people what they want to be called. If Drake says, hey, you know what? Don't call me Drake. Call me Schmegma. I'll call him Schmegma if it makes him happy. Right? Whatever. Hey, Schmegma.
I like the visual that paints. Thanks.
You're welcome. You make a meme about it. But, if G-Man doesn't want to be called Gary, fine. But if I'm talking to Drake about him and say, hey, you know what? Yeah, G-Man, Gary, that's his fucking name. That's what he actually said to use. That's not doxing him.
Yeah, he'd be doxing you then, even though your name's on there.
Yeah.
Well, actually, they had threatened to dox me with my real name, which I use. Go figure that one out.
Exactly. That's why.
Well, I wouldn't worry about it. I'd be pissed if other people use his name and people call his name. If he didn't actually put it out there himself, like you said, and if he wouldn't raise such hell about getting other people's names, if you keep quiet and you just let it go. You say, hey, please don't use my name no more, and you take down all evidence of your name everywhere, then yeah, I'll agree with you.
Sure.
But once you leave your name, you leave the evidence up, you leave the videos up, you leave your name out there, and then you start threatening other people. That's where I'm going to take a stand and say, oh, fuck that, you little bitch.
I agree with you. He just uses it for kind of contention, Bob. That's why you can call him Gary. I don't care. I'm not going to stop you.
Yeah.
Yes, the hypocrisy is strong.
Or a Christian loses its faith.
Yeah,
an angel loses his wings.
Yeah.
It's funny. He actually said that if you got a hold of my address, because when I did the DMCA, you had to put your real address, and I did. But the owner to get that, it has to be requested. And Ronnie never requested it because you have to request it with formal. It's really complicated, but you can do it. And I heard through back channel that G-Man was going to release that information if you got a hold of it, which I thought was like, pretty hypocritical. And at the same time, I don't care. If you want my address, I'll give it to you. I'll fucking put it to my house on Google Map. We have guns here, people. The owner of the house is a fucking hunter. Come on over. Okay? He would love to meet you, G-Man. So, yeah, I don't care. I'm not a person who hides behind my anonymity. I just not. People have always known where I've lived. My house was almost like a party house back when. If you guys look at pictures on my Facebook, I had parties with like dozens of people. People knew where I lived, so I don't care if people know where I live.
I believe they call that a sausage fest.
No, there was hot chicks there. Come on.
Okay, sorry.
Shit.
That's how I was.
Just jokes, Steve. Just jokes.
That's how I was in school, man. Everyone would come to my house to party.
They still do.
Yeah. Well, I moved, so.
But this is a huge difference now. Listening to G-Man's Hangout, when you look at the live feed, all you saw was message deleted, message deleted, message deleted. How many messages have been deleted since we've started this Hangout with 70 people watching? Oh wait,
There was
none.
one. No, wait, there's one. I think, isn't there?
There was one.
I think, yeah, someone
it?
was cussing or something. Someone was saying something bad.
No, well, maybe okay, maybe there was one.
Yeah,
But statistically, that's still kind of
yeah,
whatever.
it never happens.
Yeah, it never. Yeah.
Well, if it's like hate crime shit, yeah, you delete that.
I guess Tim Watts was being the troll.
Yeah,
Or
that's what.
No,
it was.
Level said that's going to be turned into a death threat. Be careful, Steve. Yeah, you know what? It's not. I would never ever threaten anybody. But if you come into my house in the middle of the night unannounced and you want to start some shit, we'll start some shit.
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't back down. You guys realize that I do not back down. I was in the military, and you learn you don't run away from a fight. I have gotten my ass handed to me, but I've also put out a few beatdowns myself. I actually have a broken knuckle because I didn't actually break it in a fight. I actually broke it on an oak desk, but a couple months later I did re-break it in a fight. So I guess that counts.
Yeah, that does count. Trust me.
And it hurt worse the second time.
Of course.
Yeah, the first time, like I said, I was about 15 or 16, and I was so pissed off at my girlfriend or ex-girlfriend at the time, who I still talk to this day. But I just really, I mean, a full swing right into a solid oak disc, and I knew something was wrong. And my hand just swelled up, and I was like, but I was so pissed off that it didn't really hurt as much as it should have, right? And then when I got into this fight with this guy, you know, I was a wild swing and it was a glancing blow, but I just popped that freaking boxer's knuckle thing, and damn, it was excruciating.
Yeah, the re-breaks are always the worst, I think.
So yeah,
because usually the first time you don't know what's going to happen,
still...
you know, so it's a shock.
Oh, I didn't. You know what? I didn't even realize it wasn't broken until probably well afterwards. I mean, if you look at my hand now, my knuckle is literally about an inch back where it is from the other hand.
Oh yeah, you can see.
I'm not even lying. I'm looking right now. It's about 3/4 of an inch lower than where it should be.
Oh.
So yeah.
That's what I was looking at. True with that video where he just had his knuckles. His actual knuckles weren't messed up like a boxer's knuckles, so they were actually.
And the lack of cauliflower ears.
Yeah. Oh, I was in wrestling. I didn't have cauliflower. I always wore headgear. I have too big of ears. If they cauliflowered, I'd be in trouble. I got big old Italian ears.
Boyle Piss says it was worse than the message deleted. All those people were permabanned from live chat by Vecco and Arcane. Oh yeah, they just it's just a big ban hammer. They don't want any kind of open dialogue. They certainly don't want any criticism. And what's worse is when they say, "Oh, these guys are scared to come to our rooms and they won't talk to us." And when it's like, really?
Yeah,
really?
it's I mean, the hypocrisy is deep.
Well, when Ronnie was having a hangout about the debate, you know, he had Veckel and Tommy Holland there, and the last thing they were discussing was when he defaulted on the Q&A and left after that.
What about that?
Oh, they were discussing everything you did wrong, but they weren't bringing up anything that Ronnie did, like not having a presentation, because he needed apparently input from your presentation to have his presentation.
That's
how he ran away from the Q&A.
No, I had heard that in an 8-hour hangout toward the end, he actually said he did really bad and I did better, but I didn't listen to that, nor do I care to. It doesn't really matter. I mean, I know that I kicked his ass. He knows I kicked his ass. Anyone with a brain knows I kicked his ass. And that wasn't even my best presentation. I think my first one with Wayne, I think I was doing a little better actually. So whatever. But you know, when you're beating a crippled stepchild, right? Like a redheaded stepchild, you know, how much effort does it take? I mean, I can't be too proud of beating Ronnie in a debate. I can't, because it wasn't that challenging, obviously, right? People want the link. I don't want to put the link in the live feed. Good grief. Where can I put the link where you guys can come get it without being it out there? I know. Well, I know Zulu's setting up a. Does he have to have it right now? Come on, Zulu. I'm having a hangout right now. I mean, you really want to like cramp my hangout here, buddy? Because I would be happy to send people to you when I'm done, right? But do you guys want to come in? So what do you guys want to do? I got like 68 people watching, and I got nobody wants to come in. I just basically got Drake and Isaiah, and they're not very entertaining. So
excuse me.
I'm kidding. I mean, I wouldn't mind listening to Zulu's thing, but I really don't really care too much to. I don't know.
Yeah, Silver Fox is in town.
The silver foxes in town.
Bear, silver bear.
Oh, so yeah, he's a bear.
You know, I don't understand all that lingo.
Yeah. Yeah, the silver fox was what was his name? Oh my God, who was known as the silver fox? No, he was a crooner, a singer.
Yeah, well, yeah, I knew it's something about singing. Yeah.
Was he country western? Oh, Charlie Rich. That's who it was. Charlie Rich. Yeah, country western. Okay, he was more country than western, I guess. But yeah, he was known as the silver fox. So welcome, Heavy. What did you watch? Did you watch the debate? That shit show?
No, we was out shopping and getting groceries and stuff. I hadn't seen anything this morning, really.
Hey, Odeon, I've been sending you links all the time too. You never come in.
Oh, I hadn't seen Odeon in a while. I think maybe we talked to him one time.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, Heavy. Heavy, what do you think of the debate?
I haven't seen it yet. I was out shopping and stuff when it was on.
It was just, I'm sorry, General. That was just worthless waste of my time, and I'm sorry that I even watched it.
Sorry for that, Steve.
Not your fault. No, you did fine, General. I'm not complaining to you about you. You did fine, but it just
you were
was
fine.
Yeah, what you guys, you don't understand, General. As much as I love you to death, you do have one blind spot. You don't understand that these people do not listen when you're having a communication with them. They're just not listening. They're already 2 steps ahead trying to formulate some other bullshit and not paying attention to what you're actually telling them.
Yeah, you have humility. They don't. They are.
Well, General is hopeful that sooner or later something will sink in.
I get that, but I have to just politely disagree with them because I don't see that happening. It's been too long with these guys.
Yeah, me either.
It's like the hopeful monster kind of thing or whatever. It's you wishful thinking, but it's just I don't see it happening. But I guess he's got to try as a Christian, right?
There's Odin. Hey there.
Well, the drunken peasants made him who he is. You know. Now
I agree. Yeah, and it's so funny because it's like, oh well, Steve wouldn't have a channel if it wasn't for true. Well, you know what?
Well, if Jesus on the cross in his last second says, "Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they're doing," even I find it very hard to imitate that. But I do try.
Yeah.
Honestly, I will say this since it is live. I've been saying this, in private messages. People are like, "Hey, saw your chat, debate," and I've been telling all of them as well that my heart actually does go out for Gman and all those guys. Like, I do want them to be salt and light, and to share in that liberty of talking to you guys in a more respectful manner, and so that the communities can join. Rather than this decisive, and disconnect. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I definitely get your position on that. I do. I understand it.
Yeah, you're
but Odeon,
nice.
hey, he is. Well, General is a respectful guy, right? I mean, when you think about a Christian, wouldn't you rather have somebody respectful like General, or would you rather have a loudmouth, narcissistic, egotistical, deceptive person like Gman or Ronnie? I mean. What would you?
When you think about it, yeah, you think about it.
Not much of a choice there, is there?
That's my first debate. I never used a PowerPoint.
You know what? I'm glad you didn't. I don't think you needed one. You didn't need one. But yeah, I was just really not impressed.
I'm curious. I didn't watch that debate. What was that debate about?
General being Satan, I think. Wasn't that the
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, by fiat, General is no longer considered a Christian to those people over there, and yet everything the entire argument was ported towards Gman not being a Christian, and I don't like that argument. I'd rather say it as Gman's not acting Christian, right? Because I don't want to use the argument who's a Christian and who's not, but I do think you can make an argument if this person is acting more what I think is more in line to what a Christian should act like.
Really?
Yeah, what's wrong with that, Odeon?
So hold on. General, not a Christian?
Oh yeah. He's worse. It's worse than not just being a Christian. General has been accused of actively trying to sabotage
Harris.
Sabotage communication in the Great Debate community, being an obstructionist, being a contrarian, being the devil's work to get people into atheism. I mean, you name it.
Even though I was in my, did you hear my closing, Steve? Like I actually gave a prayer and a doxology.
Yeah. I couldn't take it, General. I just couldn't. I'm sorry.
Because I gave like a prayer, a doxology, like any Christian would have picked up on that. But on account of Gman was accusing me of I'm Satan in disguise. I mean, that's the title of the video, Satan in disguise. So.
Wow. Listen, man, kudos to you, because I have no tolerance for idiots or bullshit. If someone is going to look at General, who's the guy's brain is literally made out of Bible pages, and who I haven't seen even like said anything not Christian like ever, to be accused of not being a Christian is just ludicrous to me.
Yeah, even when General tries to come across as hard, he comes across as just a nice guy, right? It's so funny.
There's like a teddy bear with the cross on it. Like,
to give a context, Odian, I'm the one. So the debate was about me declaring Gman not a Christian, and I was showcasing it through. Like, you just have to watch it just to see why I was saying that.
Is the whole thing the debate, or do you come in at a certain point?
The first 10 minutes, I think, is just Gman talking, and then it's like it was literally impromptu. So again, the video Drag, the one that Steve saw, the owner of the Great Debate, that video. In that video, Gman says, I'm giving you 24 hours to me. He says, I'm giving you 24 hours until the debate starts or something like that. So I'm like, okay, let's hold him up to that. So literally 24 hours later, I'm online and I'm in the outside chat, and he happens to be live, and I'm like, hey, Gman, 24 hours is up. And he was reluctant. And you'll actually see his body language a little bit. And then finally, everyone in the chat was going, yeah, now, let's do it now. Like, everyone was saying now. So then that prompted him to go, okay, let's get things done. Then we, set it up for like 5 minutes, and then we started. So that's the context.
Yeah, and it just basically was General basically telling Gman why he's just a horrible person for the most part. I mean, it really was. Yeah, I mean, let's call it what it was. But I think you made your point, which was right on target, which was the whole Good Samaritan parable, right? And why she only went to hogtie. And I understand what you're saying. You do believe that God basically used hogtie, and it affected him on a conscious level, but not enough for hogtie to go, okay, I'm not an atheist anymore longer. I recognize God was using me, and I'm a theist. Right, and they did not understand that, right?
I mean, maybe I'm using too old-fashioned terms here, because I do come from a European family, and English is spoken in a different way, I guess, to the way Americans use it. But yeah, it's just what I meant was, it'll be on hogtie's conscience when you remind them through your glorification of Fiona's faith that you give glory to God, and then in a way, if you think about it, technically then it's the ball is in hogtie's court for him to go, wow, that me, an atheist, made her faith stronger. Like, that's playing on his conscience now. I wasn't meaning that hogtie has suddenly become a theist.
I understood you on that. You made sense.
Yeah. It's yeah.
Oh, by the way, does anybody know if there's a Talking Shit Tuesday today?
It's Thursday.
He moved it to Thursday?
Yeah.
Okay. Just curious.
Yeah, I don't know what Hogtie and Fiona talked about, but Hogtie, he's very honest and he thinks real deep on things. So, and she knew she could trust him, with what she had to tell him. And he was probably, asking her questions so that she could think about her faith. Like if she was having a doubt or a struggle with a certain aspect, he could probably maybe bring up things in the past or get her to think about if she could see why she's having this problem, and a way to fix it. Because if anything, Hogtie would not be trying to talk her out of being a Christian. He would be trying to help her where she's at and the problem she's having, if any. I really don't know any details. I'm just kind of shooting from the hip here.
Yeah, G-Man would have made a video about how Fiona's losing her religion. You know,
Because if somebody came to me we knew each other pretty good, and they were Christian and they were having doubts, there's no way that I would go, well, did you ever think about being an atheist? No, I would not approach them like that. I would approach them about their faith, and not try to take away from their faith, because they're having a struggle, and it really is important. And it's a very deep thing. When you start, if you think there's a chance you're starting to lose your faith, you're going to go through a really rough time. And so you need someone to kind of look at it where you're at and encourage you in your faith. Because I know what it's like to
Yeah, you went through it, right?
Yeah, and I don't wish that on people.
I'm glad you mentioned that. I wish Hogtie would have been here when you said that. Maybe he's still listening. Because part of what G-Man was saying is some part of I don't remember what video it was. Either it was the beginning of this particular video, or maybe it was on yesterday's. I don't remember. They all kind of blend together after some point. But he was making statements that that eventually they're going to come after your Christianity. There's going to be a movement that's going to come after you as a Christian, drag you out of your house, and just stomp on you to try to convert you to atheism. And I thought it was the most fear-mongering bullshit that I've ever heard in my entire life from that side. To actually just say to people, you know what, they're going to come after you because you're Christian. Really? Hasn't it always been the other way around historically, that the Christians have come to your door to take them out? Oh, you're not a Christian? Okay, let me flog you. Let me execute you. Let me flail you. Let me put you on the rack. I mean, come on. I mean, this is a...
I was just going to say that. You're right.
Yeah. And I don't know if he actually believes it or not. He's just doing it for the show. But either way, I find it, again, morally reprehensible. So,
well, it's like when they passed the gay marriage. Oh, gosh, there was so much hate and fear-mongering out there. It was you could feel it. It was incredible. It's like it's going to be the fall of civilization.
And by the way, I'm just giving my opinion that I don't think the whole debate is really worth watching. But if you have to, just skip the beginning. Just watch when General and them started at it, and then maybe the afterwards for an hour, I guess he said. But
it was 3 minutes
up to
apiece.
you.
It was 3 minutes apiece. Very good moderating by Spoken.
But Spoken did a decent job. I just said that earlier. I was actually impressed. I think he did a decent job moderating. Right?
I was expecting it to be a lot worse than that.
Yeah, I mean, generally, did you hear me say that I before you came in? Yeah. Spoken was quite surprising. So you know what? I give props. I'm not against saying when people do a good job, even if the other side, but you never hear it from them, right? Never. Steve didn't do good in his debate. Oh no. Steve didn't win the debate with Wayne Fillmore. Okay, Wayne's no longer a young creationist. Why do we do this to ourselves?
Yeah, there's a reason why General is welcomed in our group. I mean,
yeah, because we like General.
Respected. He talks to us respectfully. He goes about life in a respectful manner.
General knows his shit. I can tell you right now. I've seen his coursework. I've had similar coursework. He's legit. Okay, he's not just talking out of his ass when it comes to science.
And then to have G-Man turn around and say he knows
only in physics.
He wants the numbers.
Physics. He teaches. I had to take thermodynamics too, so I know your coursework, and I mean it's legit shit.
But I honestly, Steve, I am thinking of taking a bachelor's course in something to do with like biology or
I wish I could too.
Genetics.
Honestly, I would love to take a just the whole. A course on the central dogma of biology, right? Something really simple but fun. I could kick ass in it. Speaking of which,
I guess I'm still young enough to do that. So I mean, I'm only 28. So
you could. Yeah, go do that, man. Shit, I think you'd ace it, right?
Yeah.
Odian, I mean, you're still taking some classes, right?
Oh yeah. It was for real estate though.
Oh, I thought you were taking some biology courses.
Mm-mm.
The biology of real estate.
Oh, okay, my bad. Well, I that G-Man is actually going to have a video coming out soon. He said he's going to have it out by Saturday. He said one time. I don't know if that's true or not, but he's actually making a video about DNA dissolving in water, and we're like, oh God, how bad is this going to be?
I hope he does it.
I still think he thinks the argument is, does DNA dissolve in water? We're like, yes, it That's not the argument, G-Man. So I'm telling you right now, man, listen, he's going to have a fucking video. It's going to be like, look at these evil atheists over there. They don't believe that DNA dissolves in water. Let me show you that DNA dissolves in water. It's like, fuck, no shit. Really? I swear to God, you can't make this shit up. What? You can't make it up, dude. You cannot make this shit up. This type of dumb fuckery is golden. That's why it's something that just comes organically to our community. We don't even have to work at it. It's just they say a lot of stupid shit.
Yeah, you don't have to grow it or nothing. Just cultivate it at the end of the season. When it's grown, just pick it and let the lulls.
Exactly. Oh, did you guys hear that G-Man was going to do his own award ceremony at the end of the year? It's like, really, who cares?
Yeah, I would want to be in that. I'd want to be one of those. You're definitely going to be in there, Steve. So
I hope to. I would be proud as shit. Nominate me for anything you fucking want, man. I don't care. Because I'll never be dumb fuck of the year. That's all that matters. It's not even possible. It's not even the realm of reality. No possible world would Steve become a dumb fuck of the year.
I'd vote for you.
Well, you're just an asshole anyways. No, I'm just kidding. You know what? You're just an ape, so whatever. RSC asked if the debate posted somewhere. Yeah, it's on Gman's channel, RSC. Yeah, we have a lot of people in the live feed right now and watching.
How many?
Yeah.
How many are there?
We were up to 70. We're at 66 now. It's not bad for a morning thing, though. Yeah. Thalo Blue actually makes a good point. She said he has 9,000 subscribers, and most of his videos lately only get about 500 views, and he only maxes out about 50 plus viewers at most. I mean, he had 57 a day, but usually gets about 20 to 30. Now, I have 1,200, and I always have between 50 and 70. So what does that tell you?
And it's usually the other side on their side, I mean, it's whoever they're debating or whatever brings their people, and then when they leave, they leave.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you think about it. Like I said, most of his subscribers are hate scribers. Let's be realistic here. He doesn't want to acknowledge that, or he doesn't care. But Mike Duffy says, listening while I'm driving. Don't text and drive, though. Yeah, I don't want to be the cause of your accident, but no, I find that most people watch and listen to this channel when they're on the road or they're just doing housework or just having some downtime at work, and I like that. I think that's cool.
Yeah, I'm driving right now.
You have a hands-free, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Well, we're gonna see what happens. Like I said, if I can get some of these other bigger channels to have kind of a collaboration with them, like I said, if Vadim wants to come in on Friday, that would be awesome. That'd be a very popular video on my channel, I think, because Vadim doesn't get around too much, right? I mean, I don't know, you guys don't know this, but I think Creationist Cat abuses him. I think he's actually human abuse. I have no evidence for that, but I mean, come on, look at Creationist Cat. He looks like he'd be an abuser, so I don't know.
I love his videos. Those videos are great. I think I've seen every one so far.
I love his channel. I really do. I think Creationist Cat's just amazing.
It's a great idea. It's a good concept.
John Smith said, Stevie should do a collab with Ken Hovind. Oh, God. First of all, Ken Hovind wouldn't even remember me. He never got back to me after I disproved his two claims. But Ken Hovind is one of the most slimiest people I've ever engaged with in my entire life. He is just slimy as fuck. You could actually predict what he's going to do before he even does it. What he does, he'll acknowledge a little bit what you're saying, and Eric does the same thing. And then they'll try to change it to something completely different, to try to change the topic, to force you to try to recognize some fault that they think exists.
And the thing is, he knows he's lying.
Oh,
I don't think
yes.
he believes in it. Yeah, he doesn't believe in it. He's like straight con man.
I don't think him or Eric remotely believe in young creationism anymore. They may have one time, but I think they fully know that there's so much bullshit with it. So I don't know.
There's money on that side. There's good money in gullibility.
I mean, Isaiah, we both engaged with Eric a couple times, actually. Did you get the idea that he's completely a slime ball?
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh, is that Isaiah?
See, this is why I keep Isaiah around. I just ask him a question, he just go agree with me, then mute again. That's the perfect panelist.
Right.
I mean, how do you get better than that, right? Isaiah is my Antonio. So
there you go.
I did not just
watch a video with
Antonio.
Isaiah. He's great.
That's draw the line.
I'm sorry. It's because you're black, really.
Okay. That'll work. That'll work.
Yeah, that'll work. No, dude, you have a much prettier face than Antonio. Seriously, really, dude. Come on. Have you seen Isaiah? The guy's gonna, I swear to God, he's gonna be like 50, looking like he's like 18. He's just got this eternal baby face. It's disgusting. Girls are like,
You
"Oh,
saw
look
me
how
before,
cute
right,
you
Steve?
are." What's that?
You saw me before, right?
Yeah, I know what you look
Oh,
like.
okay.
You're a good-looking guy.
Yeah, you're all right. No, it's joking.
You're all right, man. I mean, I'm straight, so I wouldn't do you or anything. But yeah, you're passable. You're definitely no Antonio, dude.
Highlight of your day being told by another man, you're passable.
You're passable. You know what? I've never
Heavy.
claimed
I
to
don't
be
know
PC.
about you.
I've never claimed to be PC. Now have I?
No.
I know I'm possible to Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah. Passable. Apologia says I've got a whole channel dedicated to Eric being shit. So yeah, yes, Apologia, you're so right. And by the way, if you guys have not subscribed to Apologia, go fucking subscribe to him for Pete's sake. What is stopping people? His channel
his
is
videos are really good.
fucking awesome.
Amazing.
Yeah, they're very good.
Very good. Well made too. The cartoon is his cartoon.
What software do you
avatar is
use,
great.
Paul? By the way, I never asked it before. I need to know what software you use. I'm just curious. If you don't want to like put it out there because people will rip off your shit, let me know. But maybe message me because I'm just kind of curious what software you use. But I got to figure out a way to do a collab with Paul. And I had one idea, but I don't know how it's feasible it is. But I got to do something with Paul because I'll use the After Effects. Yeah, okay, that explains it. I don't have After Effects, and I think that's only for Mac, isn't it?
Well, it's for PC as well.
Is it? Yeah, but that's expensive. I don't have After Effects. I wish I did. I've just now gotten a version of Adobe I might be able to use, but and a program called Fusion. Do you know anything about Fusion, Paul? I mean, can I do certain things in Fusion that After Effects you can do for animations? Do you know? Oh yeah, After Effects is ridiculously expensive.
I'm sure you can borrow Von Helton's. I'm sure he has some left over from his.
But is that before his Mendelian quantum leap or before? After?
Exactly. His quantum leap.
Apology says you can in Fusion. Well, awesome, because Fusion's free.
No. Free's good.
Yeah, so yeah. Yeah, I know you got he's like, I got a full suite for work. Well, no shit. You worked for fucking George Lucas. He's got top of the line shit.
Oh.
You guys do know that Apologia was like one of the head honchos in the Star Wars franchise, right?
No, really?
Yeah. He actually ran Lucas Online. He was the webmaster.
Oh, that's okay. That explains.
Yeah, he is like really high up there. Too bad the first three theories were such shit, and I blame Paul for it. You know.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Get rid of the Paul was the one that suggested midichlorians.
Oh God.
Yeah, blame him. I'm just kidding on that part.
Each one of our cells has its own soul, huh? Isn't that
God,
it?
what the hell were they thinking?
Something like that.
Yeah, Paul came up with Jar Jar Binks. There you go. Blame him for that.
That makes more sense.
Blame him for Jar Jar Binks.
Yeah, you know what Jar Jar Binks.
Oh my God, that's funny.
I've been watching lots of Boba Fett pimps videos for some reason. It's a guilty pleasure. I don't know.
Oh my God!
I love the way he attacks Von Helton. I love it.
Do you know that Paula G is going to hit 1,000 subs here coming up here soon? Holy shit! I remember he had like 10. I'm not even lying. He had freaking 10, I think.
How long's he been out here?
Not that long. It took me damn near 2 years to get fucking 1,000 subs.
Well, you get your videos the way they're going lately. I think you're going to jump up really quick.
They're getting better. I know they're getting better, but they're so time consuming.
Yep.
But I am focused on them. But I've got so many balls in the air that it's just I got to pick one thing. And I am making another video for Orphan Red. I think I've kind of let most of it done. But I got to do one on C. Brown. I got to do one on Tommy Hall. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to get in talk to Orphan Red, but I don't know. She went silent on me for a second, so I don't know.
She blocks my comments. I can't even comment on her webpage now.
Who?
But she'll go back and forth comment with me, so
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm trying to talk her into it. So
Oh, you know, I didn't know this. Says that midichlorian is actually a portmanteau of mitochondria and chloroplast. A portmanteau is basically when you shove two words together and you make a new word out of it. It's called a portmanteau. If you guys aren't familiar with that, yes, I know what the word meant. Ayo. I did not know that midichlorian was a portmanteau of mitochondria and chloroplast, but that makes sense, right?
Yeah, that does make sense. Science and fiction together.
Yeah, rumor has it Paul and Gia voiced Jar Jar Binks.
I know why he's not on here now. Okay.
This is why he doesn't come into my channel often.
Right.
Oh, that's funny.
Good stuff.
Yeah, I got to figure out a way to do a collab with Paul now, because when Paul's channel is bigger, you know, I can't have him forget about me. Because this is what happened. See, Paul was relatively new to the community. But back about 3 to 5 years ago, there was not as many YouTube videos as there are now, and so some of the channels were basically boosted up really, really quickly, and that rising tide was with Logic. It was with Armor Skeptic. It was with Pothole 54. It was with Don Exodus, Bits and Bytes, any of those guys, right? And now there's so much content going on YouTube that literally it is nearly impossible to build a channel from scratch now. It is nearly impossible. If you have 1,000 subscribers, do you know that you're in the top 20% of YouTube?
Yeah,
that seems weird, but you got to remember that 30%, I've looked at the numbers, 30% of YouTube have videos that have less than 100 views. So it makes sense that if you have a video that has a couple thousand views, matter of fact, for entertainment, which is mine listed under, the average is 9,000 views. Okay, that's the average for entertainment, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're looking at an average, you got to remember you have videos that have 1 billion hits, some of them, right? A few, they're the top 0.001%. Then you also have videos that have like 2. And so when you average all this shit together for entertainment, which is the highest, is 9,000. The other categories, is like 12 major categories, are only like 2,000 hits or 3,000 views. So when you have a video that has 2 or 3, 4,000 views, you are right there dead center in the average for YouTube video, which is amazing when you think how many fucking videos there are on YouTube.
Yeah, there's a lot. Like every day, how many get downloaded? Is it? It's some crazy number of videos, new videos every day. But it's kind of like society, though. It's just like society, same thing. You got your upper class, you got your upper 1% that's got all the money and the views, and then everyone's scraping, trying to get claw their way up at the bottom.
Yep.
Anyway, I'm on, Steve, and you can have 15 minutes for Star Wars questions if you want.
Yeah. Go. Well, you know what? I don't really have any. But I'm not a fan. But
oh well, there you go.
I mean, I obviously the first one, but you didn't have anything to do with the first one. You weren't even born, I don't think.
Well, for you mean A New Hope, like episode 4 back in 77?
1978.
Yeah, no, I obviously had nothing to do with that. No.
Yeah. What was that? Was it 77 or 78?
77. Yeah.
Okay. You know what? I saw it the day it came out, though.
I doubt it because it was.
No, I did.
Well,
it was out. It was out in a. It was out in oh my god, it was a millimeter. 75 millimeter or 88
where were you
millimeter?
living?
I was living in a place called Northridge, California, and it was playing at a theater with this big old screen, huge screen with like 2 stories. I was 7 years old.
All right. Well, I wrote a big article about this at one point. There's it only came out in 39 theaters on the first weekend. So
yeah,
it was.
I'm pretty sure it was the day it came out.
Okay.
My uncle took me. In fact, I remember the movie quite well for 7 years old. I mean, in fact, I remember the garbage scene when they're in the compactor.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, holy shit, this is kind of frightening, but it was like really cool, right? So I do remember watching the whole damn movie quite vividly. And I'm pretty sure it was either the day it came out or the week it came out or relatively quickly. But I did see it when I was 7. So
yeah, I believe it was relatively quickly, but it was one of those things where the first weekend, movies back then didn't come out the way they come out now. They opened it in just a few screens, and then if something does well, then they expand it.
I think it was.
Like it didn't even come out in Canada. Like I didn't. Like no, 6 months later was when it came out in Canada.
I want to say it was San Diego or San Francisco, and I don't remember though.
Yeah, those areas definitely had theaters playing it because obviously George is based in San Francisco.
Yeah, I'm really. I think it was either, and I can't remember, but it was either San Diego or San Francisco. He lived up in San Francisco. And we actually visited him a few times. So I'm kind of getting.
You've been to the ranch?
No.
Oh,
My
okay.
uncle. Well, he wasn't one of my real uncles, but he was like my dad's best friend.
All right.
And he took us to go see Star Wars. But yeah, I was alive, so you weren't alive though, right?
I was alive.
Oh, you were? Oh, you're an old fart.
I am.
Yeah. So which movies did you work on?
So I joined the team shortly after episode 1 hit theaters. So I was there between when it was in the theaters and when the DVDs came out. So they had me there for the DVD junket, but not for the opening. And partially because I was running, this was a million years ago, but there was a site called theforce.net, which I started. And was at the time getting more traffic than StarWars.com, so they were all concerned about it. And that was one of the reasons I got the job, was because I went to the ranch and told them all the things that they were doing stupid with episode 1. And then they actually hired me that day. It's like, well, okay, you take it over. Anyway, and so I was on set for episode 2 and 3, and that kind of thing. Yeah, it sucks that, I was there for the bad movies, but.
If I remember correctly, one of your primary responsibilities, correct me if I'm wrong, was make sure there was a continuity for the lightsabers.
Yeah. No. So Lucasfilm deliberately doesn't like to hire fans. It's a little bit different in the Disney era now, but if they all want to hire like an accountant or a lawyer, which is most of the people who work there, they like try and suss out. They don't want people who are gonna geek out on stuff. But there's a couple positions, including mine, where they deliberately wanted it. So yeah, there was a handful of us that were script consultants for episode 2 and 3, and yeah, we had to line up. We had to tell George, okay, R2 has to be here and 3PO has to be here for it all to line up.
Did you get any credits on the film?
No, we didn't. I was very stingy. But I'm in the making of stuff on the DVDs. If you watch that, but
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, your main claim to fame on that is that basically you were the channel operator for them, or at least was it a subsidiary there, or was it like you was their own webpage?
Lucas Online was technically a business division of Lucasfilm, and they literally had a tiny website when I got there, and they hated the internet. They didn't want to use it. They didn't know how to use it. This is pre-YouTube days, obviously, so. I had to build their business. They didn't have an e-commerce business. I had to build that. They didn't have any marketing. And I worked on like Willow and Indiana Jones and those kind of films too when I was there.
You still never got any name recognition on the credit wise?
No, just on DVDs. But my colleagues now get their names in the credits, which kind of pisses me off because, but no, they were very stingy on that stuff. But if you search, I'm on StarWars.com all over the place. If you search for me there. Except not under apology, obviously. Paul Enns is my actual real name. I dox myself all the time. Anyway,
I have a question.
Sure.
Was it? Here it comes. Was it Luke? I am your father, or Luke?
I know this one.
I am your father. I know it's.
Can I answer before he does? Because he knows for sure.
Well, go ahead. But it's neither.
Yeah, it's no. I am your father.
You're making stuff up now.
Am I correct?
Steve is correct.
Thank you very much.
Nice. Wow.
Thank you. You know what? I'll take the win.
I can't believe that anyone uses that as evidence of anything. I laugh so hard when that comes.
The
up.
Mandela effect, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's good stuff.
I am your father.
Yeah.
So Steve, this Creation Cat thing though, like you need to be on his channel. Like him being on yours is not going to do.
No, we're working out. It's a work in progress right now, and for what I'm going for, he has to be on mine, and that's kind of the way he does Creation Cat is very special. I don't want to be on his channel anyways, at least not like this, not yet. But for him to come on my channel, that's what I'm going for. It's an incremental thing. Let's put it that way. Okay. Yeah.
But he'll plug you with his Twitter and that kind of thing.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll plug. Like I said, we have a mutual thing that we're working out. He's a nice guy. So we'll see.
Great. Like as much of a bump as you gave me, which was, I am grateful to this day. You got me my first. You took me from 10 to 100 my first couple of days.
You did have 10 when I first saw it.
Did. Yeah, you did.
People think that's like hyperbole. It's like no, he had.
No, I literally had 10. My biggest bump was when I contributed some content to Godless Engineer. I don't know if you guys know who he is, but he has about 9,000.
I do. I have him on
He has about
Twitter,
9,000 subs.
Yeah.
And being on his was obviously that's a bigger bump than someone being on mine. But you know all this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but no, Vadim's cool.
I'm on his Twitter feed.
What are you gonna talk to him about? Just
I think we're mostly going to be talking about the problem with AdSense and the revenue drop because of the advertisements, which didn't affect my channel that much, but it does affect channels like Creationist Cat that drew a lot of revenue from that.
Right.
And so he's doing what Logic had to do. Logic had a fundraiser. He actually went from his Patreon in real time, because I watched it.
I know.
Went from like $750 a month to $2,400, and he's probably much higher since then. Right? I watched this in real time overnight. Right? Go from 700 to 2,400.
Yeah, and that was the crazy part, because he launched it at like 10 at night or something. It wasn't like prime time either.
Yeah, 10 at night, 5 o'clock in the morning. He'd already surpassed his goal and was like thousands of dollars more. And I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it by any means. I think his videos are great. But I do think people are going to kind of back off that a little bit. But yeah, because he and I agree with him. The AdSense that you would probably make a few. Say made, I don't know, $50 a day off the AdSense. Probably they were making, some of them making higher, some of them made $150 a day. That adds up a lot for these guys, right? That's a lot of fucking money a day. And so it just went to shit. And so they had to find different means. Now, my videos have been monetized again. My ads are back. I don't know why it isn't for them. And one of the people have suggested that if you have the word atheist as a meta tag, you lose your advertisement.
But I'm not as convinced that all that is true, because I've definitely been watching channels that completely are not in our, like, channels for comic books and channels for all that other kind of stuff have all had the same kind of thing going on. I just think there's less ads to sell. Like, it's just they don't have inventory to give.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but the ads are targeted based, right? The way that YouTube does advertisement is targeted. So the ads that you're seeing, it might be different than the ads that somebody else seeing.
Of course,
right? Because and that's the way it has to be. People are against that, but it's like, why would you be against it? That's targeted advertisement is the reason why YouTube is even making any money. Let's be realistic, okay?
Right. There's no reason for Fiona to get men over 40 ads.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, why do I keep getting Playgirl ads? That's what I want to know. No,
right.
Somebody asked me in the live feed, and by the way, there is super chat if you want to like donate $1 or $2. I do read your chat, comments faster. That's saying, what's a buck? But I got to make money too. But YT7, who I don't know, or I've never seen him before, asked a great question. He said, "Would really like to hear your thoughts on Keane and others. Like, what are your thoughts on Brett Keane?" Because he said specifically, "I heard you mentioning YouTube channels earlier. Just wondering what your thoughts are concerning scumbags like Brett Keane." Let me tell you something about Brett Keane. Brett Keane blocked me a long time ago after we had a spat, and I never liked him to begin with. And I would always go into his room and basically explain why he's an idiot. And he had a video. This was about a year ago. And he made some really fucking stupid mistake. I mean, it was just not just a minor error. I mean, it was just like, what the fuck are you doing? And so I had commented on there, "Hey, Brett, you might want to fix this because this is just fundamentally wrong." And in return, I get blocked for it. And I haven't talked to him since. So that's Brett Keane. Brett Keane will do anything to make a buck. He has gone from atheist to theist to theist to atheist. He is just a dishonest person. He does this just for the money. I don't do it just for the money, because money is what I survive on, but I at least do get some entertainment value for it, and I don't change my principles because of it. He does, except for the day I am an atheist. Well, so.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, I'm trying it out for the day. Trying it on like a nice sweater. Mithridates is like, "Dude, oh my God, do you sleep?" You know what? I didn't sleep last night. I had that 6 fucking wine coolers. I couldn't sleep. I didn't sleep a wink. I had a massive headache. My stomach was killing me. I was like, never fucking again. I had a nice greasy burrito and like thing of water, and yeah, it was not a good night for me.
I was wondering, you were on like 3 times yesterday altogether. In the morning, night.
Well, 2 at night.
Yeah, I usually
Yeah,
only
you're
have 3
doing
hangouts a week, but I have been having a few more because people have been asked. People are like, hey, have a hangout. Like 50, 60 people want to watch. And I'm like, okay, so whatever.
Oh, I wanted to go back to the Brett King thing.
Yeah.
It's him and people like him. I think that this whole ad revenue thing happened. Right? I mean, because he made a video saying that he actually called up Sony or something and talked to one of the people saying, you might want to look and see where your advertisements are playing, and gave him videos of certain people. I mean, he said that. I don't know if he did that, but that's what he said. Like, he actually calls up the companies.
No, Brett King's he's a commensurate liar.
Yeah. Well, just the fact that he lied and say something like that, someone out there probably has done that. So, I don't know. I couldn't imagine being such a liar, just living your life as a lie. Because when you look in the mirror, you're going to see, you're like, whoa, wait a second.
He doesn't care. Brett Keane has no scruples and no morals. He just doesn't. He's ridiculed for a reason. And the only reason why he even has name recognition is the drunky peasants have put him on the map. That's the only reason.
Because he does have like a great speaking voice. Like his voice is perfect for speaking. Like he would be.
Yeah, and he's got a nice mic too. He's got a Blue Yeti, I believe.
I love all these people asking for money, and they have all the best equipment there is. Like Paul Kelly's setup is amazing. Like he's got it looks like a control room in NASA or something.
Yeah, mine's a little haphazard, but I do have a lot of donated stuff. The microphone Ruhif got for me, and the monitor was Nelson got, and the computer Ruhif, and Ahmed was the mouse. I'm very open though. Everything I've ever gotten, even monetarily wise, is public domain, right? So anybody's ever donated anything, unless they've asked to be anonymous, there have been a few people that have completely asked to be anonymous. So I got to respect that. But for the most part, I'm completely acknowledging and grateful for the donations, and I want to give something back. That's why I'm trying to make these videos get better, because I want to feel like I'm earning that, and they're being entertained by it. And if they get a laugh out of it for $1 or something a month, I'm happy with that, right? But I am getting better though. I mean, even Paul, my videos, not as bad as they used to be.
No, your one-off ones, like the obviously you've always been great at the hangouts, but no, your one-offs are great. They're very pointed. I still I'd love to see more of them, and I'd love to actually see more of the actual clips. I mean, who could possibly transcribe and find all the stuff out of the hangouts to yank the actual quotes? But
so long. It is so painstaking, dude.
Well, you should have it to where when people are watching it at home, they can send you clips. Like, here, do they do that? Like, this might be good in something.
Although what impresses me, Steve, is that so many you get the fan. You have a community of people like that one that Hogtie just posted, about Gman and his stupid claim about you owning it. I mean, you get fan films. I mean, what better compliment is that?
Yeah, that's
well. I do own that community, but that when I say I own the Great Debate community, I'm only referring to the Great Debate community on G+, right? And Gman
obviously, but you even had someone go and make the video for you, so
Oh yeah, Rant with Jeff, who I don't really know too well, so that was kind of unexpected.
Yeah, but
that was really nice.
If someone spends their time on your stuff, that's the best compliment. Like no one's.
I'm thrilled to death by that. I love that more than anything. And when I saw that video by Rant with Jeff, I was like, I love this. This is like, thank you very much. So yeah, if anybody wants to make videos, using my shit to explain things or whatever, yeah, go for it, man. That's, like you said, that's the highest form of honor, right?
It's kind of like being cited by other scientists in your field.
On YouTube, it is, yeah.
Yeah, peers, yeah.
Well, okay, let me ask you this. How many times do you see like Ronnie's videos or G-Man's videos used for anything other than lulz? Have you ever seen somebody make, I'm gonna make a great educational video. Let's quote Ronnie and use that as a source. It has never fucking happened. Come on.
See, 'cause I like you because I like to talk shit too. I mean, I love shit talking, and you kind of bring it there. Other people are more like, or like Hot Tie, I like him also, but he's more respectful and stuff. I like you. You're a little more dirty. You're more grimy in the, you're in the trenches. I like that.
I can go. Okay, this is gonna sound really bad. It's gonna be quote mine, but I can go both ways.
Yeah.
So
power top and bottom. Good job.
Yeah, power top and bottom, exactly.
It takes skill.
I don't like being the hard ass kind of thing, but occasionally you need to be. But I have such a diverse group that there's no one size fits all, and what works for one doesn't work for another. So it is what it is, right? I kind of take it as a collective.
Yeah, but I just like the diversity on the side. Like right now, you have Paul G on here. That's awesome. I mean, you always have something going on. That's everyone in the community is, you cater to everyone, so it's great.
And such smart people. I mean, like, look at Myth. I mean, we're not doxing, but I mean, the guy's a freaking doctor. Look at RSC. He's an MD. So many people that actually have PhDs in our community. We have a lot of fucking smart people. And the fact that the Clown Car Posse doesn't utilize, I mean, even Sam had a video on with CRISPR that he had like 50 some odd people watch. The Clown Car Posse started, and I think Sam should have more, obviously. It's not a slight against Sam, but it's more that the Clown Car Posse could have learned something. But of course, they didn't watch it, right?
Oh, that was fun last night.
And I did watch it. I tried to watch it. I think it was a little more in depth than it needed to be. But I mean, at least Sam tried to do something that was educational. But that's the kind of stuff that the Clown Car Posse avoids like the plague, right?
But the other thing they should do, I mean, they don't even follow you on, like, you always say you're an entertainment channel, which you are.
Mm-hmm.
You educate as well, which is awesome. But they should really be looking more at they don't even know how to entertain other than like to be laughed at. Like if they legitimately wanted to grow within the Christian community, like they're not growing within the Christian community. They are not even catering to who that audience is. They're basically just self-congratulating.
People like William Lane Craig and those higher end theologians would laugh at these guys.
Oh God, yeah. It's a big circle jerk over there. They're all waiting in line for Gman to jack them off or something. I don't know.
Well, yeah, because they blocked anybody else. There's no conversation going on over there, right? Odeon, I'm going to use Odeon as an example here. This is before your time, Paul, but Odeon used to be over in that crowd. He wasn't a full-fledged member of the CZP, but he was somebody who used to hang out with him quite often. And this whole DNA water bullshit started. Odeon tried to do a little research, and he went to go explain to Veckel and the rest of them what happens when DNA goes in the water, and it was bad. So I jumped in there and said, let me see if I can help you out with this. And I explained to Odeon what happened. He went to go do some research and went, God damn, that's actually what was right. Well, shit, I never learned jack shit from Ronnie. And I don't think he's been back into those hangouts since then. Have you, Odeon?
No.
Yeah, he's definitely pushed away more than he's gained. That's for sure.
Mithridate said, yeah, last night with Mr. ID, we had 3 doctorates in the room. 3 fucking people with doctorates. I mean, yes, we have smart people in this community, and I'm not making any bones about it. I use it to my advantage. Okay, I use you motherfuckers to my advantage. Smart people I collect. What do you want? Yes. I think that's the smartest thing I can do. I'm not at that level, right? So the next best thing I can do is collect people that are on that level. Okay, so I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
It's all who you hang out with or who you know.
Yeah, why would I want to hang out with people dumber than me? I mean, with the exception of Isaiah. I mean, because he's my friend, but let's make sure he's still here.
I saw Isaiah ripping into but who was he ripping into? Was it it was Dee Dee, right? I think so. It was back. It was a little ways away, a little time back.
Isaiah?
Yeah.
No, I've never talked to Dee.
Didn't you used to have an avatar that was like a cartoon face?
No, he's ripped into ripped into Gman.
Oh, it might have been Gman.
Gman quite a few times.
I remember I had a conversation with C. Brown. Is that what you're thinking of?
That might be it. I don't know. They're all like the same to me, just different.
Isaiah, were you in the G-Man hangout with me way the fuck back when Paul Zigo was in there? And Gus Bellinger?
Paul Zigo.
No, but I did watch that.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you were in there or not. And Paul was in there, Paul Zigo from Drunken Peasants, and he was ripping Scotsman Matt a new asshole. And it was one of the greatest things I've ever seen. And that was when I first got to this community. I'm like, this is my hero. I want to be able to do this shit.
I loved it when he was ripping into Keen on Drunken Peasants. I watched that one like a couple times actually because it was so good. He was tearing into Keen, and he couldn't say nothing, you know, because it's all true. He had video to back everything up.
Oh, he's visceral. Yeah, Paul's ego will go for the jugular. Let me tell you.
He's belligerent the way you need to be against them.
Oh yeah, well, that's why. I mean, I may lose my patience. I want to say temper. I honestly, guys, I don't usually ever really get mad. It's more of a righteous indignation. It's not a being mad, right? I mean, there's nothing really to get mad over in this community. But there's some righteous indignation going on. But you know, I'm trying to at least moderate that kind of rhetoric. There's a time and a place for it. Like that flat Earth theory we had in here the other day. That was just pissing me the fuck. And you know what's funny is that's my third highest rated video.
Really? Yeah. It seems like the crazier people you get on.
Third, and I'm like, really, that one is my most viewed, one of my most viewed videos. And I don't know if it's because people like me going off of this guy or that they were all flat earthers. I don't know. Whatever.
There's a lot of flat earthers. It's so scary. Oh.
More than you realize, probably, because whenever you have what happens, what they do is they'll actually be out there and they'll actually do a search for flat Earth and they'll filter it and they'll look for live hangouts that are talking about flat Earth. That's why they get somebody. That's why they come over to the live feed, dude.
See, I can't I'm on my phone, so I can't just look up hangouts. I wish I could, but I don't know how to. I guess I don't know.
No, I think you need to be on PC, or at least I don't even know how to do it on a PC.
Yeah. Dang it.
So, any other questions for Paul on his Star Wars shit? Come on, you got a Star Wars guru here, dude. Did you meet any of the actors?
Almost every one. I can't think of any of them I didn't meet. They're still alive. No, and that was the weird part about working on Skywalker Ranch was you get trained very quickly. You're basically no one wants to be, approached as a celebrity. So you just have to, if Clint Eastwood is in front of you in the cafeteria line, you just act like that's normal. He used to mix a lot of his sound stuff at Skywalker Sound, and so you just kind of got used to that. But my favorite day was someone came buzzing around in my office like, George is walking around with a homeless person, and they literally thought someone had brought a homeless person onto the ranch and that this was a big charity thing or whatever. And I go and I look, and it was Peter Jackson. That's the Lord of the Rings film. No, that's not a homeless guy. That's Peter Jackson.
Yeah.
But no, it was very. No, I mean, so for example, I lament very much when Carrie Fisher passed recently. I got to work with her a couple times and do some interviews, and Lucasfilm was it's a part of Disney now, but at the time, between films there was only about 150 of us that worked there. ILM had about 1,000 on its own, which was a separate thing. But Lucasfilm and LucasArts is a tiny company, so you anywhere you wanted to stick your nose, you were allowed to. And I wanted to basically going there, I wanted to learn everything I possibly could. So I worked with the trailer team, and I worked with ILM, and I worked with the visual effects. Anything they let me do, I tried to do. So no, I got to work with the actors, although that was not, it's oddly the behind the scenes people are much more amazing than the actor who only spends. As great as Ewan McGregor was, he was only there for 8 weeks of the.
What? Natalie Portman, I need to know. I loved her, and she's like one of my. I had a thing for her.
She's hot.
Well, Natalie Portman is my one. She's the only one I didn't like of all the people. She was. I will censor the word. She was mean to people who weren't important.
Oh, that sucks.
That ruined that. Yeah, I mean, she's still fuckable, but it's just kind of.
Yeah, no. She was nice to me, but not
to
but you turn around, but I could see she was mean, and actually, it's one of those weird. She was very mean to other females as well. It was just disheartening.
Really?
Yeah, but. That's
Isaiah's like, not to me. Isaiah's like, I don't give a shit with her person.
But actually, I should say she's changed. So she was with, after she kind of was off for a while and then has done Black Swan. Something happened during that time with her, I think, where she really is. And look, I get it. When episode 2 and 3 were turning to shit, and you saw those scenes that they made her film with, sand is so rough, and, the kind of stuff that they were making her film. She was she and some of the other actors were definitely getting that this was not going to enhance their career the way they wanted it to, and I think there was some of that crabbiness creeping in. But no, she was unfortunately the one person I couldn't say that it was great to work with.
She is hot though, right?
She's very hot.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
smoking hot.
All right. I loved her in Professional. That's why I was like, ever since then, I was like, oh, she's my age. She's hot.
Yeah, wouldn't you love to see a sequel to Professional with her right now?
Yes.
As a, as an assassin for 20 some years? That would be so great.
Yes, that is such a great idea. You know what? You know the people, make it happen.
Believe me, I pitched it, but I don't know if the people have the rights. Anyway.
Oh man,
they're leaving money on the table by not doing that. Like, forget all the crappy reboots. But
what was the bad guy's name in that movie? I forget. They would take the pill.
Gary,
and,
the Gary Oldman character.
Gary Oldman, yeah. See, but he'd have to be in it, but he's dead.
He's dead. No, you wouldn't need it. I mean, you put her.
He's just such a good Batman, though. He was so good at that role.
You just have to picture this. Natalie Portman stars as a lifelong assassin. You don't even have to have seen the original Professional for that to make sense.
Yeah.
Anyway, now we've changed the complete channel.
I just noticed.
Yeah, my bad. My bad.
You were 984, then you were 95. Now you're back to 94. Who unsubbed to Paul? I will find you, motherfucker. I will find you. I have one skill in life, right? And I will hunt you. I will find you.
My channel is now big enough now that I have the hate comments. It was fun because at first, at first you get all just people don't. If you're just tiny and people hate your channel, then they just leave you alone. So I kind of feel like it's a badge of honor now that I'm getting actual complaints.
Well, I gotta figure out how to get you like 100,000 subscribers. You got to be up there with like the big dogs.
I would love to be. Although my niche, as you know, I mean, I'm doing this specifically for my kids, and I have to kind of focus on. I'm not as much as I'd love 100,000. I don't. Debunking young Earth creationism is not where people are searching these days.
No, I know. I guess the bandwagon. So,
Steve, you're starting to break up, dude.
Am I?
Yeah, you're crackling on my end.
Yeah, I can hear the crackling too. It's a little bit.
Everyone's crackling on my end. Yeah.
I can reset my browser 1 sec.
Uh-oh, everyone's gone now.
Everyone's gone.
All right, I'm back.
You're back. You sound good. Right. So, Steve, I did want to, before I go, I want to talk to you about Super Chat and your plan for that.
Uh-huh.
So I've seen Super Chat work really well with some of the other places where they can use it, like obviously where they can entice the people outside of the chat to get involved. So you started doing that last night. That was pretty cool. If you can work it into the show, I don't know how, because you'll let everyone who wants to talk just come in. But
the Super Chat really I'm using for there's actually people that want to remain anonymous and they don't have either a Patreon. They don't want to do Patreon because it's recurring or whatever it is. They want to do it more of a on-demand type thing. They've messaged me many times and say, "Hey, Steve, I want to give you a couple bucks. I really like your stuff. How do I do it?" And I was actually talking to Annabelle, and Annabelle suggested, she's like, just do the Super Chat. She actually, what she said was, do the Super Chat, but where's your fan funding? And I was like, what do you mean? And I had to go look, and I realized that the blue button for fan funding was gone. And then I read that they eliminated fan funding.
Yeah, they killed it.
They killed it, and they all put it into Super Chat, which I think is kind of a smart move. I think I don't know why they got rid of the fan funding, but Super Chat is a great move for YouTube. Let's be realistic. That's income to them. And so it was never designed to be like a large sum of revenue for my channel, because I'm not like the drunken peasants where these people literally, one guy gives like Logic $500 a month. People come in there and they're just like, they leave in comments for like $200, right? That I think is a little bit odd, right? And this isn't Chatterbait. I'm not going to show you my nuts because you tip $100.
Yeah.
Off camera we'll talk. But
no bananas for you, huh? No bananas.
No bananas. Yeah, but yeah. Well. Again,
not for money. Not for money.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not for money.
It's like that old joke. You walk up to a girl and say, "Hey, you sleep with me for $1 million," and she's like, "Yeah." And you're like, "Well, how about 100,000?" Yeah, okay. well, how about $10? He's like, what kind of girl do you think I am? And you go, well, I know what kind of girl you are. I just kind of negotiating the price now.
Yeah. I like that.
The trouble with super chat though is you are like it's the opposite of anonymous. It lets everyone know, and then that's actually kind of the beauty of it. It's the opposite of anonymous. It's
well, it is anonymous because it doesn't give you real information. It goes by your name. It doesn't. When you do Patreon, or I should be PayPal, it sends people your actual real information.
I understand.
Yeah, so there's anonymity there, but yeah, I mean that's what I mean by anonymous.
They don't trust you.
Well, I don't think they trust anybody. I know one person in this community that nobody knows about this person. They don't know their real name. Don't know where I don't think they know where they live. But whatever. Everybody's got their own levels of security.
Is that Didi? No.
No.
God, I want to know more about him.
But I thought it would be more like when we have like a special event and a guest on. If people enjoyed it, they'd tip $1 or $2, right? Because it's like a cup of coffee. What's a couple bucks here and there for most people, and if you have 30 people doing that, that's an extra $50-$60 to me a month, and that adds up. Now, right now, what's that?
I was gonna say that's very true, and you could actually, you often do like, hey, why doesn't everyone like my video? And you usually jump from like 9 to 50 is just by mentioning it. So,
you got to ask.
I think you need to, I guess instead of asking for likes, you just need to be more PBS about it, I guess.
You guys know I was in the top sales force for like certain companies, like so I mentioned that before. That I was in the President's Club of Circuit City. I was in the top 5% of the entire fucking company. I could sell. I don't really like the hard approach, right? I just like people to donate because they like the content. That makes me feel good. It's all about my happiness to feel good. It's not so much about the money. Is that I like the recognition. I'm not going to lie about it. Call that narcissistic, which I don't think it is because I'm not. But I like the recognition. I shouldn't be ashamed of that. And I'm trying to put forth a product by just having the availability of the hangouts, the quality of the hangouts, the quality of the people that I've collected over the years, the friends that I've collected. Because you guys are all my friends, whether you guys believe it or not. Literally, you guys are my online friends. Whether I know you in real life or not, we have a connection. We have a friendship connection. I respect the vast majority of people that come in here, and at any one of you, I'd go have a beer with, right? So,
right. Now, keep in mind, super chats are new. Like I was in the outside chat last night while you were talking about it, and most of the people were like, "What is super chat?" They didn't know that the $sign was that. So you're probably going to have to help people along with that.
Maybe here's what I need to find out. They say the super chat gets paid with your AdSense.
Yeah, and it's only 70% of the super chat you get.
Yeah, I think it's 70%. Yeah, I found that out. It's not. It's actually 70%, and it's actually after the YouTube's 5% cut. So you get about 70% of the revenue, which isn't too bad, I guess. But well, no, is it 70? No, wait. I think I've read. Is it 70? Wait.
That's what I've heard. Is that it's the same cut as Apple with iTunes. That YouTube is taking 30, and that they give you 70.
Same as taxes. Yeah.
So
it's actually greater than Patreon. Because Patreon takes 10 because you have two cuts, 5% and then 5 for AdSense.
I don't. That would be less than Patreon then, right?
No,
Patreon
like
you get
10%. They take out.
Oh yeah, no. So yeah, Google takes 30. So it's
really
yeah. So
what? That makes sense because when it. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say if someone tips you $1, you're only getting 70 cents, really.
Yeah, you know what? I think you're right because when you go to analytics, here, you know what? Because I had $160 in super chat. Yet when you go to Google Analytics, it only shows 120.
Yep.
Right. I mean, not Google. YouTube Analytics. Google Analytics doesn't show a damn thing. I don't even know how to fucking find it on there. And I've left even help messages because everybody's asked the same questions. Go to Google Forums and they say everybody's asking, where do I see this? Now I'm thinking it's going to show up like a month or two later.
Yeah, that's what I hear. It goes on to your regular check. Like whenever, like you still have to cross your $100 thresholds with AdSense.
Right. But it's where does it show up on what report? And by the way, 30% of that is about right because I just did the math. Yeah. So, but where does it actually show up on what report and when does it show up? Like every day, my revenue shows up for the ads. That comes up literally every day.
Yeah, that's a good question. I haven't done a super chat yet. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, nobody seems to know anyways, but but anyways, Yeah, but people want to do the super chat. All you do is there's a little button at the bottom that says a little dollar sign, and I think you just basically put money into a PayPal account, if I'm not mistaken. That's what takes it out of.
I think you can connect it to anything you connect your Google Wallet to. It can take it from.
Oh, okay. So Google Wallet. Like I'm my Google Wallet connected to my credit, or my debit card, and I also have it connected to my PayPal. So that's through Google Wallet. Yeah, you're right. So if you click that little button and then you just want to like donate $1 or $2, that's how you do it.
Yeah, your tip
now,
jar. That's a good idea. I love it. Tip jar.
Yeah, it's a tip jar.
Yeah,
it's a tip jar.
It's cool. I did. You make a lot of money that way.
Oh, well, I remember
they're getting little wars, bidding wars. Yeah.
I used to mod. No big secret. I used to mod for a Chatterbait model back in the day. She was from Czech Republic, who I still talk to every so often. Gorgeous girl, just fucking stunning. And yeah, people would actually get into wars to vie for her affection. And actually at the time, we and her were just like chatting like on the side, and I actually have her Skype, and she's on my Facebook. So we talk all the time. We were actually communication. But we knew we got to know each other so well, so she wanted me to mod for her. So I got a show, and I got to watch how people.
Awesome.
Yeah, I didn't pay a dime. I never paid a dime for anything. I was actually really weird how I actually even knew about Chatterbait. A friend of mine wanted to get started in that. She's like, "Can you kind of check it out with me?" And I was like, "What the fuck is this shit?" I didn't even know it existed. I'm not even lying. I didn't know what Backpage was till Isaiah told me. I'm pretty naive on this shit.
Yeah, a friend told me about Backpage. I've never used it.
Am I lying, Isaiah? Did I have any idea what the hell you were talking about? I didn't.
Because you're an amateur.
I'm an amateur. Yeah, I don't do this deep web fucking whatever it is.
Right. No, I had a roommate. He was gay, and he kept on trying to talk me into doing one of the cam shows.
Cam show.
He's like, "I'll set it up for you. We'll make a lot of money, okay?" I can't do that. I can't do that. But he was always on me about it too. He was like, "Come on."
But long story short, I do like the Patreon because it is reoccurring. But they say there's more money to be made off of Super Chat, and that's what I'm kind of working with or talking to Vadim about. I actually suggested Super Chat to Vadim last night because he's having a rough time because of his ad revenue going down. So, but there's only so much of the pie to go around, right? I mean, we only have some people with the community.
Yeah.
We have a fundraiser for Gus. There's one for Site 10. I've now become a Patreon to JD Kane and to Dragnaut because thank you, Sarah. She donated like $100 to my channel, even though I get 70 out of it. I wanted to get something back. I mean, so the least I can do is be a Patreon to them. So
yeah, I was actually thinking of launching a Patreon last month, and I'm so glad I didn't because it would have been so buried right now with Logic and everyone else.
Yeah, everybody's vying for a piece of the pie right now, and Logic has dominated completely on this. I mean, he's basically, this is his full-time job now. He's able to quit his job, and the other ones would be the Drunken Peasants. You know how much the Patreon is a month?
No idea.
Oh, it's like 10,000 or something.
$12,000 last time I checked. 12,000. That's not even including the money they get for advertisement. That's not the money they get for the AdSense. That's not money they get for the Super Chat. By the way, they probably get 5,000 at Super Chat.
Jeez, I'd be on every day. I'd be on every day.
Yeah, that's your advantage over Logic, is that like he's never going to be doing the live chat thing. So if you focus on Super Chat, that's something that's niche too. Like I can't do Super Chat. Like I don't do live chats. So
you should though. You should.
I could, but why compete with Steve?
Yeah, you're right.
And Hog Tie and it just seems like that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well, first of all, you should be the one donating to my super chat. Paul.
I should be, absolutely. But and that's funny because if I set up Patreon,
you're well off. I'm poor. That's how it works.
If I set up Patreon, really what I would want to do with it would be divided among the channels that I like. So that felt a little weird.
See, I could, you know what? That's respectful. Actually, that's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
Anyway,
not a bad idea.
Yeah. But I'm gonna drop.
Or just give it to your first. Give it to you. Oh, okay.
Talk soon, Steve.
All right, thank you later, Paul. Talk to you later, Paul. I mean, really appreciate you coming in.
All right,
I am so tired. I can tell I'm slurring.
That's so cool. That was really cool that you got. I didn't know he was Star Wars like that. That's awesome.
Yeah, like I said, he was the actual web operator for Lucas's Online's webpage. Yeah,
that's pretty cool. That's a shame that Natalie Portman's a bitch. That sucks.
Well, he said she got nicer.
Yeah. Yeah.
But anyway, so everybody go out. What's that?
No, go for it. No, go for it.
I was gonna say, everybody go out, put like $20 in your Google Wallet, So when you find something you like, you can hit that dollar button and send $1 or $2. I don't think you can do it on iPad, Thalo. I think you have to be on a computer. I do not know, but there should be a little $sign at the bottom. But if not, you just have to do it on a computer. But yeah, I think just stick $20 in your wallet. That way, you can tip when you feel like there's something interesting going on. And I don't know if it's going to happen too much on a regular hangout, but every so often the topic gets pretty interesting where you'd be like, hey, what? I want to throw $1 down or $2 because, I got to earn something too, obviously. But
yeah,
I'm not going to get rich off this. I can tell you right now, it's not going to happen.
Well, you never know. I mean, you get people coming up. Your shows are going to be.
You know what? I don't want to. I'm not lying with this. It's not that I want to make a lot of money doing this. I want to make enough to pay my rent, and be self-sufficient, which I'm almost at right now. I'm not that far away from my next goal. But what I really want is just people to know my channel. And I don't know if that means subs or whatever, but I want people to say, "Oh yeah, I know Steve's channel. I listen every so often. I like that stuff." Or what? What am I doing tonight? I don't know. Let's go fucking head over to Steve's channel. That's the kind of shit that I want.
Yeah. Or when he can message you and say, "Hey, you should get a to start a hangout about this," and then you do it. It's cool.
I'm fine with that. And by the way, glad you brought that up. If somebody wants to message me and say, "You know what, I got this great topic I want to discuss. Can I come on your channel and do it?" And especially if you want to be a super chat person, I'm going to be like, yes. And Paul donated $2. Thank you, Paul Gia. Canadian even. That's like $5,000 American.
Something like that.
Yeah. Fuck, I'm retiring. See you all guys later. Fuck this. I don't know what the exchange rate is, but thank you, Paul. But you're supposed to leave a comment so I can read it out. Like, what was it? What's her name? Sarah said, "I'm a little teapot. Spank me."
Yeah, that's good.
I love that.
Sarah seems really cool. Like she's way cool.
Seriously, right?
Yeah, like I just commenting with her in the comments like before. She would she'd have good comments and she'd talk back with you, and it's fun.
She's been trying to get in here. Why does she come in?
Yeah,
Myth's been trying to get in. My bad, dude. Sorry, Myth. Let me get you in here. One sec. We need to get Natalie Portman in here.
For real. Natalie Portman.
Oh, God. All the hot chicks I know are kind of like busy. Like I was going to get one. It was crap because I had wished tomorrow was 420. And I happened to know the chief operation officer. Oh my God. The COO, the chief operations officer for a company called Alaskan Distillery. And her name is Bella Coley, and she's also a model, gorgeous chick. And she and some of the other people there, they developed what's called hemp vodka.
Oh,
so it's vodka that has marijuana flavor.
Oh, it doesn't have THC in it though, not like
it doesn't have any THC, no. But it's very, very popular up in Alaska. And I thought for 420 it would be a perfect day to have her on because I've been bugging her for like 3 years now. Or whatever it is, I've had my channel. I've been bugging her to come on, and she's always like, "Yeah, I definitely will, Steve. I definitely will." But just, I just got married. Now she just had a kid like last week, and of course, with a newborn, there's no fucking way she can come on. But it's a shame too because her name is Bella Coley, really sweet woman.
That's a beautiful name too.
Oh, go check. That's what it means. She's a pinup model.
Yeah. Well, Bella.
Do you like pinup models?
Who doesn't? You're talking about the old school ones, right?
Yeah, the old style.
Old style looking ones.
Yeah. Let me see if I can. Yeah, let me see if I can do an image search. One sec.
Yeah, I love that classic beauty look. With the red lipstick.
Let's see. It doesn't come up here. So let me see if I can find. I want your opinion on her.
Why does Tony sound like Hunter Bailey for some weird reason?
He does.
Who's Hunter Bailey?
A Christian. Who's in here?
Oh.
I said the same thing,
now I gotta
dude.
look him up.
You sound just like Hunter Bailey. Oh yes, you do.
I never look. I gotta look it up.
I don't like the same thing.
I don't like hearing myself. Like what? Like I don't ever listen back at any of the hangouts because hearing myself is weird.
Dude, if I wasn't paying attention, I wouldn't be able to tell you to apart. I don't think. It's that
Dude,
close.
the mannerisms are almost the same too as well.
Glide
I literally.
pauses.
Oh,
hmm
oh no. Is he crazy?
No,
Oh,
no, he's a
jeez.
nice guy. He's actually one of
No.
the admins. He's an admin for the Great Debate community.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Here we go. I found here. Here. What do you think? You got the internal? You see the group chat?
I think so.
Right.
First result I saw is like for Spheroid Earth Society.
Hey Isaiah, did you just donate? Oh, you're a sweet dude. I'm not going to talk shit about you for the day. By the way, what you guys think of my friend Bella? I just put it in the live feed. That's like that was a promo she did for Alaska Distilleries. I mean, she's one good-looking woman.
I can't see it. Where's it at? Jesus.
I put it in the internal. You want to put in the external?
Yeah, I can't see it. I gotta go.
Okay, I put in the external. Oh, fuck me. I gave Mithridates the long goddamn freaking link. I'm sorry, Myth. I'm telling you, I'm functioning on 4 cylinders today. Okay, I'm not firing on all of them.
Okay, yeah, she's pretty hot. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I've been trying to get her on. And then I'm trying to get this other girl on that I've known since grade school, who I had a crush on in high school. She's really hot. She told me last week, she's like, yes, Steve, absolutely. We're going to make this happen. And I'm like, okay, great. Nope, didn't happen. But I'm going to show you her real quick. Images. Oh, yeah. God, she's hot. Okay. I'm just going to give you the image search. All the top row is all her. What do you think of this chick? She used to be known as the good mood food guru. And like I said, I've known her since like elementary school. And had a huge crush on her in high school. Huge crush. Is that not a beautiful chick or what?
It certainly is a piece of work.
This is my favorite picture of her. Let me put in the outside chat there. Look at that particular picture. Is she good looking or what? You're all speechless, yeah.
Words can't describe.
She looks like Liv Tyler. Yeah, I can kind of see that. This is my favorite picture of her right there. It's funny. I have her yearbook picture, which kind of creeps me out because there's like I thought she was 17 in the picture. I found out she was 18, so I'm not too creeped out. But I was like, God, it just brought back high school. I was like, fuck, she was so cute back then. And she even got better with age. Oh, David did a super chat for $10, but no comment. I have nothing to read, but thank you, David. I feel like a man whore right now. What do you guys want to see? My left testicle now or something? Tyler says, what time tomorrow? I got a busy ass day in 420 Fest. The only thing I have planned tomorrow is, I'm supposed to have Kyle, who's a young earth creationist, come on and talk about his journey out of young earth creationism. But thank you, David, for that super chat of $10. You guys are great. And even Isaiah gave 5.
Hey, Steve, I also have a friend that's come out of young earth creationism that might be interested in joining.
Well, yeah, but you remember you said that you kind of have your is it a friend that knows like not to kind of bring you up kind of thing?
Oh, yeah, she would not do that probably.
Okay. Yeah, if that was the case, I would be thoroughly interested in. And again, my series, I'm hoping to start tomorrow, and I think it's going to be good. I think the recovery from irrationalism may take off because if I get enough people that want to tell their stories, I think it's something that people listen to because that's what I got to find. I got to find what's going to people are going to listen to, right?
Yeah, it would be neat to have a few and kind of attack them kind of systematically a little bit, and like a few minutes on each ones, and then get the themes and have people comment on it, and
Well, I think I'd give like each person their own like half hour, and just discuss their journey and how was their mindset. Okay, for example, like I will use Isaiah as an example because he's in younger creationism. I'd be like, Isaiah, when you were in younger creationism, did you ever find yourself willfully kind of knowing that you had to defend this, even though you kind of didn't want to, or you didn't think it was right to, because something in your brain was saying maybe this isn't right, but you just felt like you were forced to?
Yep. I don't think my friend has ever had to actually answer questions like that. I don't think she's been reflected on it that much yet.
Would she be willing to? Because I mean, I don't want this is not a negative thing. This is going to be positive hangouts. You know, people
exactly. And she's not a debater. She's not a internet personality. She's just a normal person. Too.
That's what I want though. For the Road to Recovery series, I want normal people and normal stories. They're not meant to be intellectuals. They're not meant to be experts on younger creationism. It is just basically their journey to leave irrational thinking.
Yeah, she would be interesting to hear for sure. She's the one that the kid said Satan's propaganda about the millions of years.
Cute.
And, she was homeschooling. I mean, she was hardcore.
Is she cute?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She would be. She's still in her church though. She would be anonymous.
That's fine. I mean, but is she? She's in a church, but not a Young Earth Creationist church.
Oh no, they're Young Earth Creationists.
See, it really wouldn't work for me because I'm looking for people that are no longer Young Earth Creationist.
No, she's not, but she's still she's so tied to the community and her.
Oh, I got you. Okay, fair enough. Right. Brock says someone used to yell beep 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 when Steve gets a donation. You know what? I'm gonna get the chatterbait sound wave, right? Ching, ching, what is it?
Which one? Because there's a variety of sounds.
You would know. I don't know. It's been so long. This was like 3 years ago. I did that for a friend. Her name is Petra. Oh God, she was gorgeous. Just fucking gorgeous.
Petra.
I saw more of her body than I did my own girlfriend.
Wow, that's a sad state of affairs.
Yeah. Well, that's no longer why I have that girlfriend, right?
I had to listen to Tyler Bailey. Yeah, okay, he does sound like me a little bit.
Yeah, seriously.
I had to. I was like, I had to go. I had to get off and listen to him.
Let me see if I get. Well, you know what? Let me see if Hunter's available.
We can talk to each other.
Oh, it's kind of like. Did you ever hear that hangout where it was Scotsman Matt, it was Godless Girl and Rose Patton, and Scotsman Matt, was it Scotsman Matt? Oh wait, let me think. I gotta make sure it was. I think it was.
She pulled that prank on.
Who was it? Okay, it wasn't Matt. Who was it that was accusing them of being the same person? Then I don't remember. It wasn't Matt then, was it?
It wasn't Matt. It was a flatty.
It was a flatty. Which flatty was it?
The flatty. That's good.
It wasn't Rand Campbell. Oh, it was Von Helton.
Oh God.
Yeah, it was Von Helton. And
it was a British guy because it was on
No, it was Von Helton, wasn't it?
No, it was I remember the accent. I remember.
Fuck me. You're killing me, bro.
What?
Just lie and say it is.
Matt Campbell?
No.
Isn't it Matt Campbell and Scotsman same person, right?
Oh. Was it A4? Adam?
I don't know the name. I remember the British accents. It was
all right. It was okay. Well, it doesn't really matter it's not germane to the story. So it was a flat earther, but he was accusing Rose Patton and Goddess Girl to be the same person. And every time Rose Patton was talking, Goddess Girl would be sure to mute. And when she was muted, she would start talking. And it just fed into his fucking paranoia like you wouldn't believe. It was epic.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, actually, I need somebody yelling, EMK. I missed that. Darwin's yelling EMK. EMK, please.
Yes, please, mods.
Oh, you know what? We got a lot of new people. I bet a lot of people have not heard the DD soundboard.
Oh, that you gotta put it up somewhere.
You've heard it, right, Tony?
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah. We'll have to play. I don't have it available right now. Plus, I can't play tunes. But yeah, the DD soundboard is the greatest thing ever invented. I mean, that's like greater than sliced bread.
Yeah, I love it when they're debating the guy from Godless channel or whatever. There's three of them that they talk. He was debating him, and then he puts up the well, they weren't debating; they were in a hangout. And then he puts it up right before DD starts talking and starts pressing the stuff, and he flips out. He flipped. You see, he's in here trolling me. And he's all like, "No, I'm just the funny guy in here. I'm just breaking the levity, you know." And he wouldn't go further. He wouldn't go any further until he left, you know. He's so thin-skinned.
Oh yeah, to say the least.
I wonder how he is in real life. Like, if you were to meet him, would you want to talk to him?
I think he would get his ass kicked.
I still think he's a troll. I think he's a professional troll.
No, dude, there's no fucking way he's a professional troll. He is just that goddamn arrogantly stupid.
That's crazy.
Yeah, no way he's a troll.
You're right. When he does snap, he is like a little girl. Yeah. If he was trolling, he'd be able to control that better. You're right.
RSC did put the soundboard, and I bookmarked it. I can't play it through my computer. I kind of could figure out how to do it, but wait, actually, my Flash. I don't have Flash on this. Fuck. Whatever. But if anybody wants the soundboard, I'll put it in the internal chat for you guys.
I think the only time I've heard Matt Campbell sound actually sane is when he talked to Darwin's.
Yes, when he was telling him all his faults, what he's doing wrong in the community.
Who was saying?
Matt Campbell?
You mean Rand Campbell?
No, Matt Campbell.
Yeah.
Who's Matt Campbell?
Isn't that I thought it was a Scotsman.
Oh, Matt Bell.
Well, Matt Bell.
Oh, that's his name. I was thinking of the wrong guy.
Yeah,
Bell. We call him Bell End.
Yeah, Bell End. Yeah, he was actually. He was making sense because that's the only time that I can say that about him. He was making good points. He's like, no one wants to talk to you. No one wants to interact with anyone that talks like you do.
They all hate him.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he raised
was like, God, I hate this guy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's the point that Darwin's isn't interested in having discussions. He's interested in spreading his version of Christianity theology.
Yeah.
By presuppositional apologetics.
Yeah, he's into finding someone that's weaker than him and then sucking them dry.
Yeah, he's literally a parasite. He's just
succubus.
He's a predator. He's seriously a predator.
I'd like to see his what he searches for. I want to see his history.
He's a bully.
Yeah.
And I got into it with him last night. Me and him had a little bit of a, disagreement on the laws of logic. I got my ass handed to me, but still, I'm not very used to laws of logic to begin with.
You said that before. I noticed you had said it to me. But where did he get you, by the way? Because I mean, his arguments are not that hard to diffuse. Matter of fact, they're pretty easy to diffuse.
He pretty much just boiled it down to everything we do is an assumption.
And so,
you can't base any claims because everything you're basing is an assumption.
Okay, has he ever worked with mathematics? We start with assumptions in mathematics, but we have deductive proofs that give us a conclusion that is a fact. So
yeah, there was a whole shit about reality might change. How do we know the scientific laws are not changing?
What he's doing is using what's called Cartesian certitude, which we cannot have, and try to apply that ubiquitously to say you can't have knowledge, and that's not true. That's an equivocation fallacy that he's committing.
Yeah, he's interesting to say the least.
Yeah, and his little.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, and he is beloved in that group now. His new little groupies, Antonio, all of them. They're
well, Antonio's getting a little sick of them.
Well, I haven't seen that yet. He's they've been swinging off his nuts a lot.
Well, they think this is how they think, guys. By the way, you're kind of having a little feedback there, Andreas.
Okay.
Just a little bit. If you turn down the volume, it should be able to be good. What they think is when somebody gets sick and tired of Darwin's and he runs them off or they run off, they're like, you know what, Darwin's, fuck you. You're an idiot. That's a victory to them, right?
Yeah.
They actually think Darwin's is doing a really good job because they're stupid. These guys are fucking stupid. Let's call it what it is. So they actually think that Darwin's is like a weapon or a cudgel to be used against the evil atheist or the people on our side. And the bigger picture is that well, I don't want to. You know what? I'm gonna stop there.
Well, see, I know what you mean. I know what you're saying, but just see who, when he gets in the room, they all stop and let him go. They love it. Or Gman will be like, "Oh, you wait till I get Didi in here. He'll teach you."
Oh yeah, that's right. Well, that's what I mean by a weapon, right? It's even funny. There was it was C. Brown, I think, one of those guys was got a hold of Darwin's, but it was actually Darwin's greatest hits they got a hold of. Going, hey, let's get Steve in this hangout so you can go after him and just totally demolish him. And he's like, I'm not Darwin's, you idiot.
Oh my god, what an idiot!
And I'm like, Darwin's can't demolish the fucking fly. it's just you can't have a conversation with him in those rooms. But Darwin could come over here. Come on, Darwin, come on in. You know you get your ass handed to you, but come on.
Yeah, if there's someone,
his points that he makes don't make really too much sense at all.
He just spits them out in a way that you're like, okay, I got to think about this for a second. You know, I want to make sure I don't step on myself or something.
Yeah, he's clever that way, but even so, it's still kind of falls victim to, you know.
Yeah, he bombs you with so much shit.
That's all it is. It's he was sticks against the fucking window when you throw a shit bomb, right?
Yeah. It's hard to get the shit off of you. You're like, oh my God, I don't even know where to start.
It's like, where do I begin digging? I don't know.
Yeah. But
yeah, and if you actually get him against the wall, the conversation starts over again from the uniformity of nature.
Yeah, uniformity of nature, yep.
That's his home place. That's a starting point.
Yeah, that's when you know you're doing good, if you can get him back to that.
What's that, Andreas?
I forget what his argument is for that.
His argument is stupid. His basically argument is, in a nutshell, without the Christian God, you cannot even have any way to reason or to have an assumption that the uniformity of nature won't change. And his reasoning is that God has said that things won't change because he's God and, you know, he has a foundation. We have to assume that what has been yesterday will be today, will be tomorrow. So there's a uniformity there. The sun's going to rise tomorrow, right? Because the odds are pretty likely the sun's going to rise. But hey, an asteroid could kick our ass in a minute, and you know what? The Earth's not going to be here. There's no sunrise. So that is possible. Or worse, technically speaking, the laws of physics could change, right?
Yes, that'd be worse.
Yeah. So the uniformity. What's that, interest?
And it could, but we have no reason to suspect that would be the case.
Right. So the defeater to that is just being pragmatic. I'm a pragmatist. Yeah. I'm just fine with saying, you know what? I could, well, actually more reliable in this case. I can rely on the fact that the sun has come up yesterday. I can use it in my daily life, that it's going to come up tomorrow, that the laws of physics hasn't changed. I'm fine with that. So if I accept pragmatism, I accept reliabilism. Oh my God, foundationalism. I have a coherent worldview. I don't need his Christian God to do that.
Yes,
but he thinks you do.
Yeah. Now, if you were talking to him in a hangout and you were in an insane asylum, then he might have a point, you know. But no, I'm in the real world. I'm interacting with people. I'm having conversations. I'm paying bills. I'm living. So everything seems to be on par with what I think. You know.
Well, you're just borrowing from the Christian viewpoint, though.
Yeah, but the Christian viewpoint's borrowing from the.
You
Hindu,
can't know anything about the Christian God.
Then. Yeah, and then I go, well, how about the Hindus? They were there way before, and they don't seem to know anything about you. So,
you know, Andreas, the two biggest defeaters to Darwin's arguments are simple. Is one, why does he have to have an accounting for the laws of logic? By the way, they're not the laws of logic. They're called the principles of logic. Why he calls them laws of logic, I don't know. But it seems to have stuck. People do call it that. But it's actually the principles of logic. They're not laws. They're observed things. But why do we have to have an accounting? He cannot answer that question. Or two, how can he demonstrate that something other than the Christian God can't account for them?
Exactly.
Well, exactly. He fails to recognize that point. And the other thing he hates is a priori knowledge.
The what knowledge? What was it?
A priori. It means that it's knowledge independent of an observer.
Yeah.
He has an aversion to a priori knowledge, and I don't understand why. A priori knowledge is completely acceptable. I don't know what his aversion to it is, nor do I understand. I don't think he knows what presupposition means. He just doesn't know what a presupposition. Ask him. Say, can you define for me what a presupposition is? He'll give you some weird fucking answer, but it won't be what a presupposition is.
And it's kind of like a point of contention that you have to accept, right?
No. Actually, a presup. For example, if I said, Odeon likes crackers, the presup is that Odeon exists. I don't have to even start at the position of demonstrating Odeon's existence. We're presupposing that Odeon exists, and then giving you a description that he likes crackers.
So
that's what a presup is.
So the precept for the laws of logic is that logic is something that exists.
Logic, that's something that exists because of the Christian God.
Yeah.
I don't agree with the second part of that statement, but I can agree with the first part.
But that's their argument, though.
Yep.
Right.
That's what's so crazy. It's just
not even an argument. That's the funniest part. It's not an argument.
It's an assertion.
Yeah, it's just an assertion. Literally.
Yeah. They're just like, I'm right because I was told I was right. Well, my boss said I'm right. Yeah.
I mean, it's the old accuracy versus precision kind of deal with the whole Apostas demon. It's infinite precision. Well, something can be infinitely precise but be completely inaccurate.
Sure. Yeah, accuracy and precision are totally two different things. Accuracy deals with your ability to be close to the target. Think of it as a dartboard, right? And I'm throwing darts.
Right.
The center, 100-point thing. If I can hit that every time, I'm accurate. Okay, and I'm precise actually too. I'm both. But if I'm just throwing it and I get a good grouping on the triple 20s, right? I'm being very precise, but my accuracy sucks.
Yeah.
Right. And so that's kind of the point there.
But you're being reliable.
Yeah, reliable. I was going to say that too. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the difference between accuracy and precision is your grouping. If I throw a bunch of darts and they go all over the dartboard, all over the place, I have no accuracy or precision. If I have a good grouping, I'm being precise, but I have no accuracy. Now, if I hit the bullseye and hit the target in the middle, I have accuracy. That's the difference between your grouping of your data points.
That's kind of the point. Is like a model can be accurate and or precise, or it can be both,
or neither.
You know,
but it's a bad model.
Well, precisely. But it's a matter of like, how do we determine what qualities this an argument has? How can we assess that?
Well, first you have to make sure an argument is actually an argument, and the precept is not an actual argument. As Tony said, it's an assertion.
Yeah.
They're not arguing anything.
Yeah, and when did this come to light anyways? It seems like a new thing. I mean, it hasn't been around forever.
Actually, precept has been around for a while, and precept originally was used just to critique, Andres, you're still having a thing on your sound. Van Til, right? Or there's Van Til, there was
Voltaire?
No, who's the guy that DD quotes all the time, like verbatim?
Yeah, I know. It starts with a B, doesn't it?
Yeah. I'm so tired right now.
Yes.
Bonson.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, there's actually, it's supposed to be a legitimate thing to try to critique people's worldviews, and I get that. But then Sci-Tech got a hold of it and bastardized it at no end, and people just like that type of art, that style, and they don't realize that it was shit.
Yeah.
So you still have people like Wyatt running around trying to do precept. You still have people like Arcane Logos who tried it out and was horrible at it. Then you got people like Jimmy Stevens, which is a little bit better at it. He actually is part of the best preceptor, but his whole house of cards comes crumbling down often, and he always goes back to square one again. So.
Seems like the last line of defense, It's like, okay, they've broken through our walls, and now we got to just assert that we're right.
Yeah.
And we have to stick to it. So everyone, let's precept together,
Yeah, and by the way, I will point something out. I'm sorry. I will point something out real quick because we have Matthew Ecclesiastes in the live feed, and it's something about we're all stupid or something. Gman was making this comment that atheists over here always say, "Oh, those Christians are just stupid." I want to say this for the record, and I am pretending I'm an atheist today, so I'm arguing from the atheist perspective because I'm so sick and tired of these idiots over there. Whenever an atheist talks about the stupidity of the Clown Car Posse, it has nothing to do with the fact they're Christian. Nothing. And the fact that they can't realize it only exacerbates the fact that they're idiots.
Yes, it's their arguments that we think are stupid.
Thank you. Nobody cares that they're Christian. We have a ton of Christians come over here that nobody says anything to, right? Nobody cares that, General and Fiona, Jay. Nobody cares on TST what your fucking religion is. TST is not anti-Christian. TST is anti-stupid.
TST, it's like a pressure relief valve. That's TST.
Yeah, and it just so happens that people like Ronnie, people like Gman say the dumbest things, and they just happen to be Christians. But if they were anti-theist, they still would be on TST for saying stupid shit.
Yeah, because there's some stuff I can tell you that I think that I'm sure you guys think I'm crazy about, which I haven't said yet, so I won't.
That's probably true.
Yeah.
Would you say a lot of atheists and agnostic are also atheists?
No. Well, let me tell you why. First of all, Patchwork Revolution and Tyler Durden's been wondering how the fuck we've been on all day. I don't know, dude. I am
for real.
I am literally running on fumes right now. When I end this hangout, I can't even watch TST today. I'm going to lay down, and I'm going to be out till probably midnight tonight. So whatever.
You're so tired. It's not even a Tuesday, so it's not even TST.
I'm wiped, dude. I am seriously wiped. But an atheist is somebody who doesn't even get involved in the conversation for God. If you say, "Hey, do you believe in God?" an atheist is going to go, "I don't know what you mean by God. What do you mean by this entity? I don't know if I believe it or not because I don't know what you mean by the word means nothing to me," kind of thing. So
Well,
you cannot really.
Well, an
Go ahead.
atheist holds a position that there's too many assumptions about the nature of the God that's being discussed.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. There usually are, but an atheist is somebody who just doesn't think the term means anything.
I might be one of those, maybe.
So an atheist is not even going to have a conversation with a God exists or not. He's going to walk away and go, "Yeah, this is a nonsensical argument. I don't want to even deal with it."
Yeah, I got a life to live. Yeah.
Well, it's like you mentioned, it's also due to the vagueness of the term. What do you mean by God? Do you mean natural? Do you mean supernatural? What qualities, Are we dealing with omni-qualities? Are we dealing with natural qualities?
Yeah, well, those words don't mean anything either, right? I mean, again, it's a little bit different between a theist and a theological and a cognitivist, but it kind of is like, what does that mean to be omnipotent or omniscient? It's hard to say because each Christian is going to give you a different thing, right? Because can God violate the things like making a square circle? Well, no, I don't think a God could. Does that make him not all powerful? Depends on how you look at it.
No. And in reality, there's 1 million starving children in Africa that could care less, really.
Not according to Gman.
I know, right?
As long as they're Christians.
Yeah. Well, the governments can beat the God. Governments can stop God from doing stuff. So.
By the way, I just watched Cunt Fighter again the other day. That video is so hilarious. If you haven't
What?
seen it,
What is
Cunt Fighter by Satan Atheist.
Oh, I thought I saw.
Gman's fighting the starving Christian at the end.
Oh, I got
no starving Christian.
I gotta watch it.
Thanks for the invite, Steve. There are a couple things that you said that I actually took issue with. I thought we should correct. So your description of a priori was it was not technically correct. So
I didn't give one. That was eulogy. Andreas gave the definition of a priori. I didn't give any definition of a priori that I thought.
Well, regardless, either the way that the group was talking about was incorrect. So a priori is basically defined as being contrasted with a posteriori. So it's things that you can know without sense perception, right? So something like mathematics, I don't need to perceive the truths via my senses, right? This is just something I can reach via reason.
Right.
And this is just a basic philosophical point. The other thing is just atheist. What that means is that you just find the whole notion of God to be incoherent, right? And so when you're talking about God, it's like talking about a square circle. You're not saying anything.
How I described it, though?
Not exactly.
Really?
Maybe the wording was a little bit different.
You said round circle, not a square circle. No, sorry.
Andreas, did his explanation differ from mine that much?
Not too much, but there was a little bit of discrepancy. Like I said, for instance, it's very a priori is based independent of experience, not independent of observation. Which, now that I remember that, a priori, you have the correct definition.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm using I should say I'm using the definition that's fairly widely accepted from Bertrand Russell's Problems of Philosophy, which is
I totally agree with that, but I wasn't the one that gave the definition. But the atheist, I don't think my definition was that different. You're right. An atheist is somebody who doesn't think the concept even makes sense to them.
Well, it's not that it makes sense, right? It's more that it's incoherent, right? So it's implicitly you're not talking about a concept that has any meaning. It's not,
right.
There are plenty of things that don't make sense to me that I presume have meanings. It's that the entire concept you can't talk sensibly about. Like there are plenty of mathematical techniques that don't make any sense to me, but they presumably they have meanings.
It's not even wrong.
It's not even wrong.
That would be the easiest way of describing it.
Well, that's what I said. An atheist is not going to be able to have a conversation about a God because to them it's just not a conversation that makes any sense to even talk about.
Well, I think that's also kind of a good question too. Is like, how do we determine whether or not something is coherent? Stuff like that.
Hilarious wants me to go.
That's not. I actually don't think that that's particularly interesting as a conversation. I'll have to disagree because we know what incoherent means. It means that there's an implicit contradiction in the attributes that we're talking about, right? Like that we can draw out by reasoning that these things that they conflict with each other.
Right,
like I don't actually think that that's an interest. No offense, I don't think that's an interesting thing to talk about, because I mean it's kind of a settled matter.
No, it's okay. I get your point.
But that's pretty much what I wanted to, most of what I wanted to say.
No worries.
It's I think that it's the thing is that we should be precise in thinking, and we should, if we want to complain about how imprecise some of these people are, I mean, it kind of behooves us to hold ourselves to a higher standard then. And that's something that lately I've been kind of annoyed with in sort of our side of the community, is that I don't think that we do that. I think that there's a lot of groupthink that goes on, unfortunately.
Okay.
Can you quickly tell us a couple others that have been on your mind and what the correction would be? You don't have to say who necessarily holds them. Just say what you've heard and what the correction is.
Well, there's a lot of them, right? So people, like, when people talk about the uniformity of nature, people don't point out the fact that, if you believe in God, then you believe in miracles, and miracles explicitly are a violation of the uniformity of nature.
Well, that's been pointed out. That's been pointed out to Darwin's deity before.
Yeah, by some of the Pal Talk guys.
Yeah.
The other thing is that, like, the precept argument begs the question that there's even an account for the laws of logic, or that or it doesn't actually outline an account. It just declares that God accounts for it.
Right. Exactly. That's exactly what we just said earlier, though. Well, first of all, we to Darwin's deity's argument, which again is not an argument, it's an assertion. Why do we have to have accounting for the principles of logic? And could there be something other than the Christian God that accounts for it? Darwin doesn't take either of those two options into account.
Well, no, I mean, he doesn't actually think, right? Like, it's a script that he has memorized.
Yeah, and then but you get him off that script, he's like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Well, it's how do you? Why would it matter if you know what you're talking about if you make a good point and say, look at Darwin's, why you're asserting that your Christian God can account for these things, but you're negating the fact that maybe something else can too? That's an option. But to his worldview, that's not an option, because he's.
Well, I don't think it's to his worldview. I think to his disposition as a person. Okay. Right? Like, you can fully think that God. I mean, you can fully think that God accounts for the laws of logic, but there could be some other account, right? I mean, and when it comes to the problem of hard solipsism, I fully accept that there are other ways to account for it. But I account for it under a specific set of things.
Why can't you just say the accounting is that there were descriptions that came up with by people to describe how the universe works? Why isn't that a sufficient accounting?
What do you mean?
I'm looking at it like they don't have some sort of ontological existence floating in the universe, right? That they're just descriptions by people, the laws of logic I'm talking about, that seem, from our perspective, seem to describe the universe. Like, they're numbered, they're written in English or whatever language you're speaking, etc. And so you say, how do you account for them? Well, people came up with them. Why isn't that a sufficient accounting?
I mean, well, first off, I don't necessarily think they're descriptions of reality. I think they're laws of thought. Reality is under no pretension to have to behave under those laws. So I don't necessarily think that there are description of reality, but there are also people called Platonists who believe that, there's a Platonic realm where these laws actually exist as abstract entities.
But that's kind of what they're saying, right? Darwin's and them are kind of being like Platonists, right?
Not necessarily.
No.
I don't think he's never advocated Platonist.
Regardless, why isn't that a sufficient accounting to say the descriptions that we came up with?
I don't think that they function as descriptions. I think they function as laws of thought, right? You can't have non-contradictory thought without the laws of logic, right? Like, without self-defeating thought. I mean, if there's a coherent system out there where A equals not A, I'm open to it, but I've never heard anything that isn't just blatantly self-defeating.
Why isn't it, let me rephrase then, why isn't it sufficient accounting just to say they're principles of thought that people came up with?
I mean, that's what I don't think that people came up with them, right? I think they're implicit to what thought is.
Well, people just formulated them based upon observation.
But that formulation is making them, putting the words together into an
I don't
expression.
necessarily know if it's based on observation.
Well, I mean, I don't say why not. I mean, they've noticed that a proposition.
That's not an argument, though, Steve. That I don't see why not. I mean, we can look at the history of the philosophical thought regarding these things. I mean,
but if we notice that there's no, if we notice it can only be true and false, we can say, hey, you know what? There's principle of excluded middle. They can only be true and false because we only see true and false with the proposition.
I mean, I think that's kind of ignoring how this was thought about by other people. Descartes, for instance, thought, first off, let's discard the external world and let's actually only focus on the things I can be certain of, right? Which is my own perception, cogito ergo sum, right? I think, therefore I am. And, in his sort of idea, and, Aristotle believed this as well, is that these were just things that, these were certitudes that you had just, by thinking, right? They're not things that you need to observe the outside world to know of. They're a priori.
Boy, that just sucked the life out of the room.
Well, I
agree. No, you're right. I do agree with you.
I mean, that's just sort of the way that, if we look at them, like, we don't have to say they're observations or descriptions. You might say they're descriptions, but I don't agree. Because I don't know how you could actually describe something without accepting them, first off.
I just think they've been over a period of time. Things that just develop because that's what we notice. We notice that in a system to be coherent, A cannot equal not A.
Well, how can we notice that without how can we notice that without presupposing the laws of logic?
You're talking about them like they have some sort of ontological existence as well.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about them as laws of thought.
It sure
right?
sounds like it.
Where have I?
They're ideas. They're ideas that have been formulated by people. Correct?
That's the way I look at it. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but that's
okay.
Again,
so,
like, how am I talking about them as ontological entities?
Well, let's not get stuck in that. So,
I want to know if that's being implied. I mean, I want to know where the mix-up's happening.
Because before we formulated them, they had no existence, correct?
I don't know what you mean by that. I think they're laws of thought, right? So, I mean, first off, I don't think they exist, period, right? I think they're abstractions.
Well, they exist as concepts. Concepts exist.
I don't think concepts exist. They're abstractions.
You don't think the number 3 exists?
No, I'm not a Platonist.
I'm not a Platonist either.
Well, then you should agree with me then that they don't exist.
They exist as concepts.
Concepts don't exist. That's
okay. In the term
that's nominalism, right?
In the way that you're using them, yes, I see. I know what you're saying, and yes, they don't.
No, not in the way that I'm using them.
They don't have
the way that it's talked about in the philosophical literature.
They don't have ontological existence, right? But why can't you answer my question? Is pretty simple. Did they have any kind of expression or formulation or existence in any manner whatsoever, or however you want to phrase it, okay, before people formulated them?
You just asked, did they have any formulation before people formulated them?
Basically, yes.
Do you realize that that's kind of that's a question where you've included the answer in it? Right? Something can't be formulated until someone formulates it.
Then it should be easy to agree to.
Well, I mean, do you have a non-vacuous question for me? Okay. I'm not saying vacuous as a point of insult, but you clearly can see, right? Like you just agreed with me that it's kind of a vacuous characterization.
Let me try again.
It's just self-evident.
Are they formulations that were invented by people?
Are the laws themselves formulations, or are the formulations formulations?
Are the laws themselves formulations that were invented by the minds of people?
No.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at. How so?
Well, because they're laws of thought, right? So, like, you have to implicitly assume them in order to have a worldview, right? Even if you haven't outlined them sufficiently. Cleveland, right? I'm actually saying more than just that sentence, right? I'm saying implicit statements about geography. I'm saying things about my brother's status in the world. I'm saying things about, I'm saying something that I believe about the geographic location of Cleveland, right?
So
I don't know what word you would use instead of existence, so we won't babble. Be too semantic about it. So I'm not quite sure what word you would use instead of existence. But even if you're implicitly assuming them, until you outline them, as you say, I would say they don't. That's the accounting of them. The outline, even if it is implicit, the outlining of them gives you the accounting of them.
No, it doesn't. I don't see how outlining them is an account.
Because they're not there. They don't exist until you do.
What do you mean? I mean,
however you want to say exist.
How can you say that they don't exist if they're like, okay, under my worldview, they're laws of thought, right? So you can't coherently think without them, right? Like I do want to restrict that this is based on my worldview, but you can't coherently think without them.
I just don't
right?
think laws of thought exist until you say them. Is what
I mean,
and that's what you disagree with. I want to hear, and I want to hear more about it.
I mean, I don't see how that's the case, right? So if there, I mean, would you agree with me that there are requirements for thought? Right? Like you can't have coherent thought without assuming the laws of logic.
Coherent thought seems to follow those principles. It doesn't mean those principles exist in any respect before you outline them.
I don't think that's an answer, right? So like what I'm asking is it possible to have coherent thought, absent of, like, is there some other logical system that actually works that's coherent?
I would say coherent thought that doesn't follow those principles is not.
Okay, so that would mean that you take on board as being properly basic the laws of logic, right? That's a natural corollary of what we just established.
But I still don't think they exist until you outline.
I mean, but you're saying, so like the first formulation of these beliefs, people had thoughts before the first formulation. So are you saying that those thoughts were just implicitly incoherent? Or did you think that those people were able to form worldviews, even if they were primitive, they needed to assume, in order to have thought, they needed to assume the laws of logic?
I'm saying even the idea of coherent thought is a concept that we came up with. And people do have incoherent thought. And you can have coherent thought without understanding that it's coherent thought. You're putting a label, coherent thought, and just defining what that means is what, you see what I'm saying? That's part of what we do. And that's formulating the rules and the principles, and that's where we get the laws of logic.
I don't see how that, again, I don't think this is related to what I'm saying. So I'll restate it again. If you agree with me that it's a precept that in order to have thought, you need to assume these things, right? There's no way of thinking about the world where A doesn't equal A, right? I think we both agree with that, right? It's just an implicit thing that we do when we think, right? To think is to embrace these properly basic precepts. Well, then it follows then that if people thought before they were outlined by Aristotle, which is the first known outline of them, then it follows that it's not that they came into existence once Aristotle wrote them down, or came into the lexicon or became a description, however you want to word that.
What word would you say instead?
I mean, is anything I'm saying there?
No,
is anything I'm saying there incoherent?
I agree with what you're saying. I just can't follow up. I don't want to be attacked when I follow up on it, because I want you to tell me what word I could use so I won't be attacked on it instead of exist.
It's an abstraction.
Okay.
It's an abstraction of something that people do in order to think, right?
Was that abstraction there before people thought? Before there was Homo sapiens, was that abstraction there?
I don't know, because you're making a statement about whether other creatures can think.
Do you not think other creatures can think?
I don't know whether they're capable of logical thought to the extent that would be a necessary precept of it.
Well, I can tell you that they can think. I think that's pretty evident with biology.
I mean, it's evident that they have thoughts, but not the type of abstract reasoning about the world that would require the laws of logic. I don't think, maybe other apes do, but I don't think we know enough yet.
So you're basically saying that people didn't invent the laws of logic?
I mean, that's been my statement all along.
Okay.
Maybe they've invented the formulations of them, right? But you've agreed with me that they're implicit in the activity of logical thought. So I don't know
I just don't think they had any existence in any form before we formulated them.
Okay, then how do they go from existing to? Okay, so does 2 + 2 = 4 before people invented basic mathematics?
No.
There
was no 2. There was. I do think there's a 2 as a concept now, but before the first person
then you
said,
believe,
you know what,
you're a Platonist.
we're going to call that. We're going to say this is 2. We're going to say this and this together is 2. And
that's
now
not
we can
how,
say
that's not
2 and 2 is 4.
how mathematics works, sir.
Has a little symbol that looks like a 2 always existed?
The symbol?
Yeah.
The symbolic representation? No.
Yeah. Has the word
But
2 always existed?
No, but that doesn't mean that in any, if I was to go to any time in history, past or present, and I have the axioms of mathematics, they still work, right? The axioms are still going to work 1,000 years ago, or like 10,000 years ago before mathematics was formalized.
But the expression 2 + 2 = 4 is a formulation, a phraseology of people, right? And the sufficient accounting for them is that people came up with it.
Notation really doesn't matter, though. We're talking about, like, you're confusing the map for the territory. The map doesn't mean anything. We're talking about the actual thing.
I think the laws of logic are the map, is what I'm trying to say.
I agree with you. Not the laws themselves, the actual outlining of them. You seem to be
once you say the word law,
equivocating.
Once you say the word law, I think it's the map.
Okay, again, you're conflating things, right? I'm saying the things themselves, not the abstractions. And you seem to constantly switch between the two. So are we talking about the abstractions, or are we talking about the things themselves?
I am talking about the abstraction. I've been talking about the abstraction the whole time. I'm not equivocating. I'm not going back and forth. I'm saying the formulation, the laws themselves, the abstraction.
Well, the abstraction is not the laws themselves.
I agree with you that it may. No,
we actually are
the laws
changing
themselves.
So
it is the laws themselves. That's my whole point.
No, it's not.
Prove to me there's an existence other than the.
You agreed earlier.
This is why people don't like philosophy, right here. This is why. Okay, the laws themselves is what I'm talking about. The formulations of it. Now, if there's an existence outside of that concept that we formulated and described, I would like you to lay it out for us.
I mean, you agreed with me earlier that they're a prerequisite for thought, and that logical thought preceded Aristotle.
Yes,
who was the first person to outline them. So
exactly,
I mean,
but
you've already agreed to my end point. So I don't know why you keep rephrasing the argument, right? Like, it's obvious that the symbols are different than the things itself, right? A symbol's just a representation.
You're misrepresenting what I said.
I'm not misrepresenting.
What I'm saying, well, let me restate it then. What I'm saying, before that was formulated, people could have had what we would refer to as logical thought, okay? But before people formulated that idea, that abstraction, I don't think they had existence. Once somebody said the laws of logic, now there's a such thing as the laws of logic.
Myth, let me ask a question.
No, I gotta disagree with you here, though, because you're contradicting yourself, right? You can't, like, you're an implicit part of your position. Okay, let me finish then.
Okay.
Your implicit assumption here is that if logical thought can happen, then the laws of logic are applicable, right? Even if they're not explicitly worded. That's a logical corollary, right? That's just logically necessitated by that statement. And you agree with it because we've run through this before. And then you're saying that the laws of logic don't exist until someone lays them out for the first time, which is Aristotle.
The only thing I've said. I'm not going back and forth. That's been my argument the whole time.
Okay, but that's an implicit contradiction, right? Because you agreed with me that logical thought was possible before Aristotle.
Exactly, but I did not agree with you that there was some sort of concept as laws of logic before that. What I'm trying to say
you're contradicting yourself. Like,
I am not fucking contradicting myself. You are being so arrogant, dude. Damn.
How am I being arrogant?
Welcome to Sam.
Let me ask you a question real quick.
Hang on.
Let me ask you.
arrogant a-hole. We're just trying to have a conversation here.
How am I being arrogant by expanding upon what you're talking about? Like, this is the thing.
Listen, let me phrase it one more time so you can see that I'm being consistent, okay? I'm saying and I'm not a philosopher, okay? So I tried to say, help me with my verbiage, okay? I'm a simple guy. I study things that exist in science and in medicine, not these kind of things, okay? But I see, this is my understanding, that the universe works a certain way with or without us. It has properties. We come along and we formulate our description of those properties. And one example of that is the laws of logic. The universe has some sort of existence. There's principles that it operates before we think about them. But once we formulate them and start talking about laws of logic, and then you turn around and say, how do you justify the laws of logic? I am only accounting for the formulation. And I think it's sufficient to say, oh, there are principles that we came up with. How is that inconsistent?
I mean, it's vacuous. So it's not even answering the question.
Vacuous? Oh
Well, here's the thing: is if you're talking, like, when people are talking about accounting for the laws of logic, they're not talking about accounting for the terminology, right? They're talking about the actual thing. That's what presuppositionalists are asking for. I mean, I disagree. I don't think the universe, I don't think it's fundamentally knowable whether the universe operates in a logical fashion. I just think that that's the only way that we can think about it.
I totally agree with what you just said. I totally agree with you. Don't you think it's valuable, though, to split them apart?
I'm in the middle of a sentence. I haven't
the map
interrupted
and the place.
you.
The map and the place, I'm saying.
That's what I've done. That's what you're not doing. You're trying to equate the map with the place.
No, I'm not.
Okay, you're saying that these things don't actually have any like, you're saying that these concepts, right, these abstractions are not implicit until you explicitly outline them. But you've agreed with me that people implicitly accepted them before Aristotle outlined them. So, I mean, do you see how that's a contradiction?
It's not a contradiction.
How? You're saying that before, I believe it was probably around 600 BC. Someone correct me on the date. I'm not on my computer. Before 600 BC, people had logical thought, and we're accepting, implicitly accepting the, as properly basic beliefs. They're implicitly accepting them. So obviously the laws of logic, if we want to label it existence or implicit acceptance, let's use those interchangeably. That is the case. And then you're saying that you can't, that those concepts don't even exist because there's not some lexical notation for it, even though people are already accepting those concepts. So on the one hand, you're saying before 600 BC, these existed. And then on the other hand, you're saying, no, they didn't exist until 600 BC.
I'm saying before there were minds, there were no concepts. But the universe still was what it was. It still is what it is. It still works the way it works.
That's not, I mean, again, that's a different subject, firstly. And secondly, I mean, I'm really trying to walk you through this contradiction, right? Because you seem to think that the formulation, and again, correct me where I'm not stating your position, but I am listening to you, but you seem to say that the existence of these concepts and the validity of these concepts depends on whether they're explicitly outlined. And
No.
I don't think that's the case.
I'm not.
Oh, they don't. So then you can accept something without explicitly outlining it.
Well, sure, but
okay. So
that doesn't mean they
accept. Let me finish. So then it would mean that concept exists if you're implicitly accepting it, even if you don't know the explicit outline of it.
In some form, but you're
okay. So then I rest my case because you've just agreed to it.
No.
Hey, Myth, let me ask you a qualifying question. Do you think mathematics is invented or discovered? What's your kind of take on that?
I think there are the universe works how it works, and we formulate that and put it into our concepts of mathematics. I don't think the concepts somehow exist outside of us a priori in the universe, floating around somewhere.
So we can
neither of us believe that. I think none of us are Platonists in here, unless
no.
Tony is. I know that Steve isn't.
No, not at all. So you agree that the concepts they exist, but we conceptualize them and then we formalize them, and then we give them some kind of I hate to say, a concrete form because I don't want to be accused of like a reification fallacy, but we give it some substance in that formalization. But the concept exists prior to that. We've said the numeral 2 represents an abstract concept. The numeral 2 is just a symbol that happens to be a pointer to an object that is the abstract concept of the value of 2.
Well, not quite. That's not quite what I'm saying, because contrary to what Sam said about the map and the place, about me not understanding that, actually what I'm doing is I'm highlighting the map versus the place. Okay, I'm just saying that the universe, it works how it works, and then we come along with our map. Okay, but I don't think there's a specific. It's so hard to say. I don't think there's a specific place of the laws of logic necessarily. I think it's just how the universe works, and we clump these ideas together.
Well, okay, so there's a couple of things there. You said not 5 minutes ago that you agreed with me when I said that I don't actually know if the universe follows the laws of logic. I know that the laws of logic are prerequisites for how we can think about the universe.
No,
so
I said the truth behind it is already existent. The way the universe works.
Okay, so let me restate that.
Sam, proving that I'm somehow inconsistent, I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in understanding this. Okay, I can be inconsistent. I'll say right now, maybe I've been inconsistent. Okay, so let's just get off that and let's just understand it.
Well, do you know what Socrates did when, he was one of the founders of philosophy? He probed people's worlds and worldviews for inconsistencies, right? Like, I do the same thing with my own stuff. Like, okay, like, how do I think about this? So, and the problem is that you're and I'm not trying to be mean here, but you're contradicting yourself all over the place.
Well, that's fine.
And I'm not saying that as a point of being mean. I'm saying it as a point of being fact.
I don't need you to tell me though how inconsistent I'm being and how I'm stupid. Okay, I need you to just tell me.
I'm not saying you're stupid. I've never said that.
I know you haven't, Sam. I know you haven't.
Then don't put those words in my mouth, because I get accused of this because people think I'm wrong, therefore I'm stupid. And that's not at all what I'm saying.
I don't assume that. I was lumping it together and carrying it to the extreme. When you talk, see, this is a sidetrack, Sam. This is a fucking distraction.
Okay, let's get back to the point then.
I know we're not no philosophy, how I'm being inconsistent. All these things are not relevant. Just explain to me the point.
Okay, do you think that the universe is inherently logical?
Just tell me.
Or do you think? So my position is that the universe. We can't know if the universe is inherently logical. We only know that we can only think about the universe in logical terms. Okay, someone's echoing horribly.
That's me. 1 second.
How could it be logical or not logical, though?
Okay, so the universe. My position is that we don't know if the universe is logical or not, because we can't think about the universe in any other way but our perception. So do you? And you agreed to that earlier.
Hang on, Sam. Let me interrupt you. I'm so sorry. Right there, though, when you say if the universe is logical or not, how can it be, quote, logical or not without minds that have come up with the concept of logic?
I don't know. Right? This is why I don't think. Like, I don't know what it means to say the universe is logical.
I don't either.
But you said. Okay, then this is getting a little frustrating because you keep, I don't know if it's a precision of wording thing, but you keep sort of switching on me, and I'm trying to be precise and I'm trying to understand what you're saying, but you're kind of all over the place.
I'm not all over the place, and once again, there's another little jab, which is unnecessary.
It's not a jab. I mean, I'm saying
I may be all over the place, but you're an arrogant asshole. How about that?
Hey, really quick, if I could just intervene, I think it's Sam. I think it's the tone. He feels like your tone is like almost hostile. I think that's what he thinks. I could be wrong, but I was listening a little bit ago.
Your tone is hostile. I'm saying something very simple. Okay, too. I think I'm saying that the universe is what it is. Okay, and then I don't know if it's logical. I don't even know what words you'd use, but it operates according to some natural laws. Okay, in some respect. But those concepts of laws and principles and these things are things that we come along later and formulate. And then if you ask me, how do you account for that? I would say, well, they're formulations. And then if you tried to probe more and say, well, what about, the place behind the map? Then I would say, well, the universe it just is how it is. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so you would just say that it's a basic presupposition about the universe.
It has existence that is its existence. I mean, it works how it works. And then we come along and give it principles and all these things. And all these formulations are just things that we came up with. How am I wrong on that?
I agree. I mean, I agree with you on that. But I'm trying to get clarification on what you're saying.
How
you're
am I
saying that as I'm not finished. I have not interrupted you at all during this, and you've interrupted me several times. You've levied insults at me. So I'm kind of getting sick of this, to be honest, because I'm trying to be patient and not insult you. Thank you. So what you're saying, if I'm getting this right, is that the laws of logic themselves we just take on board as laws of thought. Is that what you're saying? Regardless of the explicit formulation.
Yeah, they're kind of like laws of thought. Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, then we agree.
So that was easy.
Wow. You should have done that a long time ago.
This is why philosophy classrooms are good places.
This is why people hate philosophy, actually.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I
like it.
I don't think everybody's built for philosophy. I don't think everybody's built for philosophy, right? I mean, I'm just now getting into this debate community, and I'm like, I'm looking on like philosophy 101. I've been reading like art philosophy, which is way different because I do photography. But when you I think it was I was watching. I think his name is Ozymandias Ramses II.
Yes.
And I was like watching him debate the Darth Dawkins guy, and then but it's intriguing to see like them talk, and then I'm like damn, just the vernacular that they're using, and them getting like Darth getting angry at him. It's like I can see how it goes over a lot of people's heads, and it's tough because I guess I was learning about like the fallacy game and how like there's so many people that can call out fallacies but not recognize their own. And I think that's one of the hardest parts about philosophy. It's like you could say something, but then if you don't structure it well, you may put yourself in a trap without realizing it. And if someone recognizes that trap, then they can make a segue, and then it becomes a whole another like conversation and stuff. I don't know, but it just seems like
I am not a philosopher. I'm not used to formulating these things. I have never spoken about this with anybody.
I don't think Sam was attacking you though. I think Sam was just frustrated at how you were structuring your logic of the universe.
Right. I try to be precise. I mean, and that's more of a result of my mathematics training than anything else.
But when he said I wasn't precise and I was all over the place and I was illogical and kind of contradicting myself, and I said, "Yeah, you're an arrogant asshole," I was kind of joking when I said that. But I'm sorry if you took it.
I'm sorry. The obvious anger in your. Okay, so now we're gonna complain about tone of voice.
No, you're right. Sam is right though. You did sound a little.
Fuck
Sam
yourself.
is right.
Seriously,
Sam is right.
Go shoot yourself. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I'm sorry, man, but like, I was, if you're talking about something when we're talking about logic, and you say that I don't think that's that's logical, or you think it's contradictory, right? That's not an insult, right? Like, I'm not attacking you as a person, and then you went straight into personal insults. So I mean, like, that's I'm sorry, man, but that's not.
It's not productive to spend a lot of time criticizing other person instead of just talking about the subject, though.
He was
though.
subject.
I
think that's a I'm sorry, but that's a perceptual error on your part, right?
Okay.
Like if I give a talk in front of colleagues and they criticize some part of my analysis, like that is talking shop, right? Like that is something that's not even, it's not just that it's accepted, it's actually welcomed, right? That people criticize my work when I'm talking about the lab.
But you would say you're being inconsistent in that, and then just show it. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, I did that multiple times with you.
Okay.
So, like, again, like, I'm sorry, but that actually does piss me off. Where, like, I didn't throw a single, like, you just took someone saying you're wrong personally, and I didn't mean it personally at all, and I said several times I didn't.
I don't take it personally. I just think it's not productive. I don't care about being wrong, dude. I can be wrong. It doesn't bother me.
I mean, man, you had me fooled there about not caring. I gotta say,
Sam, would you say that? Do people accuse you of that often?
From time to time.
Oh, okay. I mean, it just seems like like I was on when I was talking to Dee last night on Antonio's Hangout. Ocean was there, and I said I mistakenly said that abortion is a right instead of a law, and then like when I said it, Dee totally kind of like went a certain way around it, where he like wanted to talk about Supreme Court and Constitution, rather than just saying it's not a right, Thomas, it's a law. He could have just said it, but instead he like tried to segue around it, or he tried to kind of trap me. And Ocean was like trying to help me out, but Dee got angry because like he felt like he was trolling. And I think sometimes like I feel like in this community, if someone has a certain tone, people can take it offensive, but sometimes it's really just someone being like critical or being like constructive or trying to help someone out. But it goes awry. And I think that like sometimes, like just when I first heard you guys talking, it didn't really sound like your tone was off, but it sounded like because you were frustrated about, I can't pronounce his name, Mithridates, it sounded like because you were frustrated about his inconsistencies, it didn't really piss you off. You just were like so frustrated, it just seemed like you were attacking him. And maybe he just took it the wrong way. So.
I mean, at no point did I make a remark about him as a person.
Right, that's true. He is right there. Yeah, you're right.
Right, like, and my issue is like if I'm going to, if people want to actually learn things, like they need to not take it personally. And I'm not saying that I'm not, I'm a human being. I'm guilty of it all the time.
The problem is not being wrong about something. The problem is like pedantically attacking someone and getting off, wasting time from the point of whatever the conversation.
I don't think I was being pedantic.
Okay.
I mean, if precision of wording is being pedantic,
I'm sorry. Let me apologize to you for calling you an arrogant asshole. Okay. Let me put forward my apology. How about that?
Hey, what's the TST, by the way? What's this TST? What is that?
Talking Shit Tuesday.
That's great. Good time.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Is it is it just a hangout or?
Yeah, it's like a show.
Oh, who hosts it usually?
JD Kane.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, it's good times. Hey. Pretty much everyone just lets out like the steam from whatever was pissing them off in the week.
Hey guys.
Oh, cool.
Hey, I'm sorry guys, but Sam, can we go back just for a second? Can you relay out where my error was?
I'm not going to do that again.
And how I should.
I'm sorry, but with the way that you've acted, I don't have the patience. I'm trying to be nice here.
Talking about something
I'm
new.
Sorry, I'm not going to go over it again because I went over it about 4 times.
Talking about something new. Bill O'Reilly got fired.
Did he really? Did he really?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Finally, all those lies caught up to him, or
it was a sexual harassment charge.
Sexual harassment thing.
Yeah.
I asked you to lay out where I was wrong so I could make sure I got it down, and you told me you don't have the patience with me because I'm acting. So I can't be wrong about something. I'm asking you to show me that I was wrong because you said we agree on it.
Again, I've already done it multiple times, and I've admitted that I'm losing my patience. Okay. Now, if you want me to go over it again, I can't promise I'm going to be nice.
Ooh, go over it. No, I'm joking.
Like that's what I'm saying. If you really want to see the mean Sam come out,
I don't think
if you want to see the kid from the. If you want to see the kid from the hood, you're welcome to do it, but I don't like that person to be out.
I don't think that's necessary, Sam. I think you can do it politely. Just lay out.
I did it politely several times, and you didn't listen those times. So I can do it again. If you're really begging me to do it, I'll do it again.
Just give a quick summary.
What is your question?
Basically, the gist of my error and how I should think about it differently.
Your error is that you think that these things that these concepts actually have effect and, let's say exist. They only exist once the formulation happens.
No.
But then you agreed that that these are laws of thought and people had logical thought prior to their explicit formulation.
Yes.
So that's a contradiction.
I don't agree with the first thing you said. I agree with the second thing you said.
You said it several times. So again, like an issue Like, I'm not saying this is my position, but that was the contradiction you brought up.
No, I never said that the formulation is what made the thought logical. That was the effect. I never said that there wasn't logical thought before we came up with the formulation. I never said that for sure.
You did say it. Well, no, so what you agreed with me that there was logical thought before the formulation, and that these were laws of thought, but then you also said that they didn't exist until the formulation.
As concepts, as laws, as principles.
Yes, you said that they didn't exist as principles or laws or concepts, whatever you want to say, prior to their formulation, but those are implicit. That's an implicit contradiction.
But I didn't say there wasn't a map before a place before the map. I didn't say that there's not ways that the universe works that we would later call coherent, or they're not ways that you would possibly think that we later could go back and call coherent. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying.
Could you rephrase? Because
I know.
Sounded kind of jumbled to me. No offense.
I butchered that real bad. I know. I wasn't saying that basically. I don't know how to phrase it to respond to the way you just did, but basically, I was just saying that the universe works in certain ways, and we come up with our concepts. Our concepts doesn't make it true or not. We just have our formulations.
Yeah, I agree with that, but that wasn't what you had said earlier in the conversation. You had said that they don't exist, that the concepts don't exist until you explicitly lay them out. But if you're able to think about them before they've been explicitly laid out.
The universe works in a certain way before we lay it out. I've never said it doesn't.
I don't. Again, that's not what we were talking about. I'm not talking about how the universe works. I'm talking about the concepts of the laws of logic, right? So if those are laws of thought, which you agreed to, and then earlier in the conversation you had said, oh, those don't exist as concepts until you formulate them. That had been something you verbatim said.
There are laws again,
and that's a contradiction.
Well, again, maybe I was inconsistent. Okay, that's not okay. The point though I was trying to say, maybe I just said it incorrectly. Okay, you can have laws of thought that may or may not accurately correspond to the reality of the universe that you're thinking about. Okay. That exists before we come up with the formulations of it. I've never said that's not true.
You did say that was not true earlier, maybe about half an hour earlier.
No, I don't think that. Perhaps I misspoke. Perhaps since
you said it. You said it several times. Okay, thank you for the little jab there. Don't project your insecurities onto me, man. That's not fair to me.
Let's get ready to rumble.
So perhaps I just spoke poorly and you misunderstood because of my lack of precision what I was saying, and our disagreement is not as big.
I don't think we need to keep talking about this, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Like we're not going to undo that, and I'm starting to get sick of the jabs.
Yeah, okay. You're getting the jabs. Okay. All right. I think I see the error that you thought I had though. Now I get it now. I just wanted to make sure I was seeing it clearly. I got it now. I appreciate you correcting me. Thank you.
Welcome.
All right. So how about this Jesus guy walking on water?
Impossible.
Prove it.
All right. Actually, well, that's not my stance. My burden of evidence is that there is no God. A Christian has to prove their burden of evidence is that the supernatural act happened. I guess, without being too complicated about it, my issue with the supernatural acts that Jesus performs, my issue is why is it so limited? Like throughout, after his death, and just God not intervening. Like there's no, why is there no supernatural after Jesus? It's
yeah, there's
just
nothing going on now. Yeah,
like nothing. And there's claims. There's always claims, right?
yeah. Like
I
the
think
sun stopping. Yeah.
oh yeah, there's claims like in the modern world where there's people in India who do these things and they have 100 followers, or some guy in Denmark who does something, and
The sun eaters.
right. And the issue that I have is like, what's the use of doing it in a time where hardly anybody can see you do it?
Yes.
And have this like, you have to believe me now because you've seen me walk on water. Is it because he got tired of doing it? Is it because the supposed power of divine is a shut off, turn on kind of thing? I just never understood the validity of like, why stop the miracles? Because if you can do those miracles,
I'll
like,
be doing them all the time. Yeah.
yeah, you'd be doing them all the time. I mean, you would. I don't know. And then there's also, the one thing too, like if you look at on the opposite side, like I guess on the more negative side, you have people who have like what we would call epilepsy, or they have a seizure, and at that time they consider it like satanic. He's demonic possession. And then like we know now that there's medications, there's procedures that you can do physically to calm someone down, or subdue a seizure if you can. And it's not always possible, but I don't know the details of that. But my point is, it's just like, it doesn't make any sense for it to happen with so little time and so little witness.
Yeah, it's
to
such
see it.
like not grand things, not hugely amazing things either. Like a staff into a snake. There's Penn and Teller can do that now. Penn and Teller.
Well, not just that, the wine and water, the water into wine is actually one of the bigger ones. It's like, so, I mean, and then you go into like a level of like how you make wine, how you have to squash the grapes, you have to do all this, you have to let it ferment, you have to put it in barrels. It's like, for him to do it in an instant, is like, okay, so he has the science, he has enough of divinity or supposed divinity, enough miraculous power to change water into wine, but he decides that he's too tired to not save himself from supposedly getting nailed to a cross, or not save, or like I don't know, just so many instances where it's like it's almost like the miraculous things that he did are useless. Don't even do them.
Mm-hmm.
If it's I don't know, it's just so awkward to me that it just happened. And then one thing too, Didi was getting mad at me yesterday because I said this idea that after his supposed death, he said it was 20 years later when the Gospels are written. My issue is, and he said that he was accusing me of saying that I'm putting a 20th century journalistic approach on first century to second century peoples. But my issue is, if this Jesus character is put under trial under the Jewish courts, the local Roman governor or whoever hates him, like wants to kill him, Pontius Pilate, these people are all there. You're telling me nobody took notes? Like not one person? Like me saying one person taking notes isn't the same as saying TMZ was there and fucking the Associated Press was taking pictures. That's not the same. And I don't like when people do that, because that actually means that you don't have a really good grasp of 20th century journalism, because look how much it's changed since Watergate. Now we have a whole theory of fake news that's like an alternative facts, right? It has nothing to do with I'm just saying, like, literally one person. If that one person is Josephus and he only mentions Jesus twice, and some people say that it isn't even an accurate
dude, I gotta stop you in the middle of your rant. You're just ranting on and on and on about things you don't know about, dude.
Well, there was no historian. There was historians there at the time. And
no. I'm not saying I know. I just said I just don't understand the validity in saying like nobody would write about it in a literal sense. Like you're saying there was not one educated person in all of Galilee that could even take notes or even write. So none of them are educated. From the Romans to the Jewish to the Pharisees, none of those people were educated enough to take notes. That's my question. I'm not saying that I could be wrong. I could be, but I just don't understand why so little. There's so little. It'd be and actually, and the irony is like, I'm okay if it's wrong. I just it's hard for me to believe.
It's hard to believe that Jesus, the person, existed or the miracles happened.
Both.
Well, it's kind of foolish to say Jesus didn't exist. Almost every contemporary historian, theologian, nobody would say Jesus, the historical person, didn't exist. Now, if you want to say, Jesus didn't do the miracles or whatever, I mean, you could say that, but it's kind of it's like going to a university and a university saying that evolution isn't true. It's just a consensus that Jesus, the historical figure, really did live and die.
Outside the Bible, though, is there a lot of writing about him? Maybe I don't know, but outside the Bible, were there actually writings of Jesus walking around doing stuff? Wasn't there like a big gap in time too, like years, where there was nothing about him? Did he jump from like one age to 33? Or
what I do know is
I really don't know.
Yeah. The Gospels were written about 8 years after the resurrection. So after Jesus had resurrected and ascended, 8 years later, you had the Gospel. So I don't know what Darwin.
Where is that from?
He said 20 years. He didn't say it was that soon. He said 20 years.
It was 8 years. The Book of Mark was written 8 years later.
8 years. I'm gonna write that down and look after.
I'm gonna look that up too. I never heard that. I heard.
But no. I'm not. Look. My rant isn't really. It's not me being like angry about if he did exist or the miraculous things. I do doubt. Some of the supernatural, the water into wine, the walking on water is hard for me to believe. I don't think I'll ever believe that. But I guess my question is, I don't like it. I just didn't like it when he referred to me trying to compare 20th century journalism to one person possibly writing down notes. I'm not saying there should have been a team of TMZ Galilean guys walking around following Jesus saying, let's record this and let's make sure people get it accurate. I'm just saying to assume that nobody was educated enough to even try to be a contemporary like eyewitness and put it down on paper. That actually seems almost illogical. It seems like, I mean, do they not have the cognitive capacity to even,
well, there were
I don't know.
At that time. There were historians at that time documenting.
But I think he only referred to, it seems like there was not very many, maybe like, was it Josephus? And he said that.
Not even about the Bible, just stuff going on in the area.
Josephus, Tacitus, Pliny the Younger. Well, there's about like 3 or 4 other people, extra biblical accounts. No, they didn't agree with like the miracle claims and stuff like that in the Bible, right? But they did write something about Jesus. Like Josephus, he thought that Jesus was doing like magic tricks or something like that. So.
Well, I'm gonna look into more of the Josephus side, but I guess my issue is a person being put under trial. You have, if Pontius Pilate had no reason to document this person, but he had every reason, or none of his people, he has no reason to document or even care about this person.
Have you ever read through the Gospels? Have you ever read through the Gospel accounts for yourself? Or is this all like hearsay stuff you heard?
Well, no, bits and pieces. Yeah, not fully. But the issue that I have, I'm not saying that there aren't like correlations that seem to be correct throughout the Gospels. My issue is just the timing. That's what I just don't understand.
Well, can you see my screen? I don't know if you can or not. I just shared it.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Yeah, this is the timeline for the Gospel. So the first Gospel written was Mark. It was written in 45 AD. Then you have Luke, which was written in 50 AD. Then you have Paul, and Paul quoted Luke. And then Luke writes Acts. Then, Peter dies in 61 AD. Then you have the siege of Jerusalem in 70 AD. And then the temple is destroyed, or 67 to 70, and then the temple is destroyed. This is the timeline of the gospel. And the book of Mark wasn't written that far after Jesus, resurrected and ascended.
Well,
so
I have to look into that because what Didi said, him saying 20 years and you saying 8 years is a big gap, obviously, in terms of that time, right? If there's so little education and nobody can write, apparently. Right? Well, now I'm going to look into it, actually. I'm writing it down. Mark, 8 years.
Yeah, but people back then, they didn't write or they didn't record things as much as people do today. It wasn't a thing where like, oh, let's take pictures and let's take our phone.
You need that. I don't like that. You cannot what that's saying is you're
What do you
reducing.
mean you don't like that? That's how it was. That was
But
the
how do
culture.
you know? You're just assuming. Okay, so nobody was educated, nobody could write at all, right? So the oral tales are they just kept telling the oral tales. Nobody didn't want to tell these tales to someone that could write at the time. I mean, how? So that means like,
writing back then in the ancient world was really different because to us we could just go to the store, we could get some paper and some pen, and we could just write down things. But to them, like getting paper or papyrus, they had papyrus, getting papyrus and ink, it cost a lot, and people back then were really poor.
What I'm not.
Yeah, the only people who really did write that much were people who were fortunate enough to go around and buy papyrus or at least had people make it.
I'm not saying, look, I'm not saying that these people didn't have like some. I'm not saying that they weren't poor or that they didn't. That there's no way they shouldn't have been able to afford papyrus or a pen or ink. What I'm saying is, if Christ is supposed to be the Messiah, like if I'm an eyewitness account and I don't know how to write or read, like I would do my damnedest to reach the ends of the earth to find someone who could, to make sure it gets out. Like I like if I'm an eyewitness and I see these miracles, I see these things happen, I'll run to the ends of the earth to my death to make sure that someone gets it down, like during my lifetime.
Lord God.
No, I'm not arguing that people couldn't read or write. What I'm saying is it was very expensive. I mean, do you know how long the Book of John is? The Book of John is a fairly large book, and so what most likely happened is these people had to save up the money so they could get the material.
No. I'm not doubting them. I'm not talking about the material. I'm talking about the urgency and the nature of who Christ is versus versus who, like, the urgency of who Christ is. If you're an eyewitness account, like you can't read or write, you don't have enough money to get these tools to write. I just don't understand why there wasn't more rush from these eyewitness people. Instead of telling other tales to other people and telling other tales, someone else telling other oral tales to somebody just to kind of pass it along. And I guess that's my issue. I feel like, how do we know details aren't lost? And maybe that's why there is 4 gospels, because they all have different 4 accounts. So everything can be obviously I can see that. But my issue is, I just feel like if I saw someone walk on water, if I saw someone create water into wine, like I would immediately just like drop my shit, leave town, and go to the next place or go anywhere that I knew that I could tell them, I've seen this. It's an account. You need to write this down. Like
it's not fair because you're imposing your train of thought onto their culture. They thought completely differently than you and I. And like every day we try and like find out how they thought and what they were doing. But it's synonymous with, how could people back then have thought the earth was flat? Because right now we know the earth is a sphere and we know about gravity and etc. And then we say, oh, if I lived back then, I would have told these people, or I would have known that the earth was a sphere. No, you wouldn't. You would have done exactly what they had done. You would have known the same things, or you would have had the same knowledge they had. You're imposing your train of thought on their day.
So if that's the case, then why did any of them write the Gospels down anyway?
Well, why didn't Jesus make paper? He was making wine.
That's kind of funny, but yeah. I mean, I guess my issue is so why did it take 8 years? Is it Mark, Matthew, or Mark? He's getting stories from who, or is he an eyewitness account? Is it him? Is it him like collecting, him writing tales from Jesus's death, like collecting oral, like he's writing down the tales as people are talking to him? Is he like he's a scribe writing it down?
No. What's happening is, as they're building up the church in Jerusalem, there's a lot of things going on. People are getting persecuted. They're on the run. They're they're being taken to jail. Most of the Bible is written from jail anyway. So it's a lot of things happening, and they're building up the church, and he's saving up the money so he can get the materials and stuff like that. So it's a lot of stuff going on, and there's a whole lot of different reasons why he didn't immediately do it. But I will tell you what, even though the like right away, like after Jesus did his first miracle, people, Paul or Luke, they didn't immediately start writing about it, but they did start telling other people about it. And I think that's really powerful because it showed that was them being urgent, because the best way to get a story out back then was word of mouth. I'll give you a good example. If you see something really crazy outside, right? You see somebody like, I don't know, like floating in the sky or something like that. The first thing you're going to do is you're going to tell somebody. You're going to take out your cell phone. You're going to say, "Holy crap! Like, it's some guy in front of my house that's floating in the sky." You're going to call somebody. And so, in the same sense, you would tell somebody today through word of mouth. That's exactly what they did. They were telling other people by through word of mouth. Just like people go door to door and stuff like that today. And that was how they got the word out until they were able to write about it.
But okay, so my issue is from the moment he does these miracles or these supposed supernatural things that he's doing. My issue is if you're using word of mouth, how I just feel like if it's word of mouth, how come it doesn't? Because it seems like people kind of assume that it was like a small few hundred. If it's like a couple hundred people. I mean, is it? It just seems odd to me about how you see these things happen or you hear about these things happening, and it takes just 8 years for it to happen, and the guy's writing it in jail. Did they give him paper and pen in jail? Like, were they like, "Hey, you're allowed to write stuff down"? I'm just like confused. I don't know. It just seems like
it's hard for a lot of Western people to even like think about this because our culture is different. If I'll tell you what, study ancient and Eastern like civilizations and cultures and etc. Like because I keep hearing you say like it's hard for you to imagine, it's hard for you to believe, it's hard for you to think because like we don't live that way. Like right now, like I said, like you have the luxury of getting up and going to the store and getting paper and pen and just writing something down or just taking out your cell phone and recording it. But it wasn't like that in those days.
No, I understand that, but okay, I guess my issue is, okay, I know they're talking. Okay, so it goes from word of mouth, right? But I'm saying if this is word of mouth, at what point? I guess for me, it seems like if this person is the Messiah, and maybe you're right, it is from my position of my worldview of living right now in the 21st century. But I guess for me, it just seems like some of those historians would have more to say. Like if Josephus only mentions him a couple of times, it seems like I gotta look into Josephus, but most people seems like it's almost a few murmurs about Christ, rather than like did he just ignore him? Did he just say fuck it? Guy doing magic tricks in Galilee, who cares? So like it seems like even his like someone telling him about this Jesus person, it almost seems like the information that they got and the information that they got is very downplayed. It's like
there were
well,
historians that were writing stuff down in that area, but they just say nothing of Jesus. Though there were historians in that area writing about the wars and about what was going on. It's just none of them wrote down anything about Jesus. And that's crazy.
And right. I mean, I guess no. What you're saying is right, Wayne. Is it Wayne?
Yeah.
Yeah. No. I guess it is hard for me to believe, and that's probably why obviously that's why
it's hard for Westerns to even get into that mindset of like why did it take so long, and like how did they write and why did they write it?
It's not just but it's not just Westerns. It's a lot of people don't believe it. It's not just in America or in the West. There are people. I mean, there are people who don't.
Well, yeah, but they would have different reasons. Like Muslims would like have like people in the Near East, they would have like completely different reasons. But like this stuff, like I hear this stuff from like Western people a lot, and like I would just say look at the culture, look at the context, look at the ancient civilizations and stuff like that. How my computer keeps freezing.
No, I'm gonna look into it. I'm gonna look into it. I just feel like I guess for me, I feel like if it is, I mean, I can understand how it's a small group of people, so maybe it actually by word of mouth, it isn't going to travel like wildfire either. So that could be another thing. It's like a billion people live in Galilee. So that's another thing too. I could see maybe populace wise, it's never going to get to like Rome or to like Greece or something like in a day's notice or something. I'm not irrational like that, but I guess I don't know. I guess for me, it just seems like there's some urgency, but it seems like there's almost it almost seems like the people, if it can get to Josephus, you know, like why is it so diluted by the time it gets to him that he's just a magician on the street? Like that, like it seems like Josephus got the information that this guy's just doing parlor tricks out, chilling out, rather than him telling these tales of like what the New Testament or what the new gospel is. Like it seems like how come Josephus only gets magic tricks as opposed to like the Sermon on the Mount, or like how come these people who were historians who do mention Jesus, it's just such snippet. It's almost like someone saw Jesus saying something, and they're like, oh yeah, this guy Jesus did magic tricks. But like everybody else around Jesus is like, he is the Savior, he is the Messiah, and they're only using word of mouth.
I'm looking at a letter from Pliny the Younger. Pliny the Younger, I think he was a Roman centurion, and he wrote about Jesus, and he said the Christians are worshiping Jesus as if he's a god. So it depends on who the commentator is. So Pliny the Younger, he wasn't a Christian.
Right.
There were Christians who were worshiping Jesus as if he were a deity. So different people said different things. So like just going off of that one commentary about who Jesus was, it doesn't give you the full picture.
What was his name? You said Pliny the Younger?
Yeah, Pliny the Younger. Pliny Younger.
Hey Wayne, let me ask you something. The example that I always think of with what Thomas is saying, that seems like all of the historians would have been mentioning, is the the zombie episode in Jerusalem where the people crawled out of the graves and walked around the city and everybody saw it. How, when Josephus had 27 or whatever it was volumes, could he not squeeze that in a paragraph? Did you find that odd at all?
For real.
All I can say is I don't know, but I worry about the things that like I don't even know how we could even like test for that. How do we test to see like if somebody like rolls from the dead? I don't know. But I worry about. What you say?
Yeah, but it's like not just like one person. It's like they crawled out of the graves, masses of them, and walking around the city. Let me put it this way: if you were a historian then, and that happened, would you put that in your history?
Okay. Sure. Yeah.
I would.
But all I can say is I don't know. But then again, because I don't think these historians witnessed it. I think these are things they heard about and they're writing about it. Like it's more like secondhand stuff now. So like maybe they're hearing about it and they don't believe it. Like Josephus, he's like, yeah, this guy, he's not really doing miracles or whatever. Like it's magic tricks. So
Wayne, I have a question. And I don't know the timeline. I may have to look it up. I'm actually at work. I probably shouldn't even be on here, but I'm just intrigued. I'm I'm in my own office. I pack screws and motorcycle stuff. But anyway, my question is, so now in terms of Islam is what I think it's like. Is it 80 years after Christ where we hear about Islam? I forgot the timeline, but it's after Jesus' death, right? It's way after the Gospels, right?
I think it's like 500 years.
Okay, right. So it's that much longer, right? So obviously, I can see why they may have had, obviously it's big centuries gap, so they have an easier way of detailing, right? And the irony is like you've got less time and less education in the Gospels time and Jesus' supposed time. But then you have like way more rational beliefs with Islam, and they have more education, and so and they have more people writing about it. But the thing is,
way more rational beliefs with Islam.
No, way more irrational.
Oh, I thought you said rational. Yeah.
No. Way more irrational beliefs and like what Allah is telling Muhammad. Like Muhammad seems like a guy who was just malnourished in the desert, and he had hallucinations, and so he thought what he thought. And he was just lonely. He wanted to get some tail. Really, that's really what I think Muhammad is.
Ancient con man.
Yeah, he's just ancient con man. Like it's I'm not gonna say I necessarily believe that Jesus is the Messiah or necessarily that he didn't exist. But if I could choose, I would choose Jesus over Muhammad. That's for sure. Yeah. But with that being said, I think it's I guess there is something to that. But the issue is, because I don't know the Quran very well, but it didn't seem like Muhammad never really professed any kind of miracles, and at least that's what I know of. But I guess that's part of it.
Muhammad recorded some miracles that he believes Jesus did. Like he thinks Jesus made a bird out of sand. But every historian who has looked into that, like there isn't any coincide evidence to go along with that. So We
Right.
we can say that most likely didn't happen. I mean, it could have happened. I don't know, but most likely it didn't happen because it's not enough evidence outside of the Quran to confirm it.
I mean, well, I guess that's one thing too. Is like, you know, some people do believe. I know Christians who have said that because Islam mentions Jesus, then it actually gives it more gratitude to say, or more, I guess, more confirmation.
Kind of an offshoot, I say.
I don't know about that.
Well, no. Just in terms of chronological, because like, okay, for example, like they don't believe in Islam, they don't agree with Muhammad's beliefs, but the simple fact that Islam mentions him, they like, see, it gives you more proof that Jesus actually probably did exist. They don't believe in Islam or whatever, but the fact that Islam mentions Jesus as a prophet to some Christians that I've met, they, you know, then I mean, I don't mean they're not evangelicals, they're not fundamental Christians. They just see like they're very I don't know, nonchalant Christians or garage Christians, if you will. You know, if they feel like if they sit in the church, take the blood body, and they're going to go to heaven. They don't really read the scripture. These are fairway, easygoing Christians that don't really care. They just
Weekend
say
warriors.
Yeah, that's right. That's the right term. But I guess for me, maybe that's where I get a little confused about the supernatural, miraculous side, because it's like I don't know. Why do you think that he stops doing like the miraculous miracles? I mean, is there a reason why he stopped doing it? Did you feel like he didn't need to?
It depends on what you think a miracle is. I don't think a miracle is anything like what most Christians today would think a miracle is. I think a miracle is a natural event, but I think it's just a really it's an event that has a very low probability of happening. Like for example,
like the Cubs winning the World Series.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's a miracle. But an example I would give you from the Bible would be Peter. He goes to the lake, and Jesus says, you know, when you go to this lake so you can catch a fish, the first fish you catch is going to have a coin in his mouth. So Peter goes to the lake, he casts his hook out into the lake, and he catches a fish, opens up the fish's mouth, and it's a coin in his mouth. Now, like for the events, for what's the word I'm looking for? For that event to have played out the way that it did, exactly how Jesus predicted how it did, and then, you know, the fish, not only is it a fish, but the first fish, or the first time he casts his hook into the lake, a fish, you know, latches on, and also it's a coin in its mouth. Like, there wasn't any like laws of physics being broken, right? Like the laws of physics didn't break, gravity didn't change, the speed of light didn't differ or anything like that. It was just the fact that like it was a really, really low probability of all of these things happening, but yet they did happen. And so, like, I would say, sure, like that's a miracle. It's a natural event. You don't have any like natural laws being broken. It's just an event where like the probability of it happening is very, very low.
So, with that being said, okay, on the more negative side, at the time, or throughout the Bible, we see like if someone had a seizure, or someone, what we call in the 21st century a seizure, at that time, and I've read bits and pieces where it says like they're under demonic possession because they don't have enough education to know this person has like epilepsy or whatever. But do you think that people really thought that back then because they didn't know?
I think we downplay the supernatural because we know a lot about the natural, and so we try and replace the supernatural with the natural. I mean, those people, they very well could have had demonic possession, right? I don't know, but I think we downplay that a lot because we think we're so smart and we're so great, and they were just so stupid.
But with that, wait. With that being said, then though, I mean, didn't we just talk about how these people weren't really educated enough to read or write? So I mean, how smart really could they be?
No. People around that time, I don't think they weren't educated to read or write. They were poor. They couldn't afford to read to write.
They couldn't afford to learn either, really.
Right. I mean, I don't know. Yeah.
It's all confusing. There's so many questions. That's what makes it interesting, you know? There's so many different...
Right. No, it does.
Hey, Wayne.
I like that we can talk like this, though. It's kind of cool.
It is cool.
Yeah, right.
Hey Wayne, here's an example of a story that struck me is when Jesus said, "It's not what goes into the." They basically got criticized for not washing his hands, and he said, "It's not what goes in a man that makes you ill; it's what comes out." So it seems like he was pretty clearly disavowing the germ theory there, because they didn't understand that.
Yeah, you're right. Good point.
Like, I'm pretty sure from my studies that what goes into you doesn't make you sick.
Yep.
But they didn't know about germ theory. You know?
Well, no, but even like if Jesus would have started talking to these people about germ theory, they probably would have killed them anyway.
Oh yeah.
So it really, I don't think that was like his intent. I don't think he was like, I don't think anywhere in the Bible God is trying to teach these people about science, because like they wouldn't have known, like they wouldn't have got it anyway.
Well, Martin Luther actually uses that and quotes that to make fun of doctors. So that's, it had real impact. But going back to one of the things Thomas was saying earlier about, why weren't they talking about him being God and stuff? It's my understanding that only one of the Gospels actually has Jesus making that claim. John, the one that was like, 90 years later or whatever, 60 years later or whatever. Does it strike you as odd that only one of the Gospels would, if you, like I said earlier, if you were writing a biography on someone and part of what they did was claim to be God, would you include that in your biography?
Sure.
Don't you think it's kind of odd that they wouldn't?
I don't know if John is the only one to make that claim, so I can't say anything. I'll look back, but I'll see. That's all I can even say about that.
Yeah, I might be wrong. Look at that and see. But John is the one where he says, before Abraham was, I am, and they took up stones to stone him and all that.
Right.
That's an extraordinary claim.
I'm looking it up right now.
Well, if I had like a son, and I knew that if he was going to die and then come back and be like the ruler, all supreme ruler, I'd have to kill him. It'd be that's the one thing that gets me is the sacrifice. I don't get the sacrifice. It doesn't seem like a sacrifice to me, because he knows what's going to happen, and he knows right when it's done, he's going to rule all the lands. He's going to have magic powers.
It's basically like a bad weekend.
A very bad weekend. Yeah.
But then it was fine,
Yeah.
I would take that weekend for.
Yeah, I think it would. Yeah, I think it would be bad. It would be wrong to not do it. But
I have personally observed worse deaths.
Yeah. Wow. Are you in the military?
Yeah, but medicine was what I was referring to there.
I got you.
And then burning alive and things.
No, that'd be the worst. That's the worst.
But a chronic disease.
They did the witches though. They did
like cancer or something where it takes you years to slowly, painfully die. It's probably worse.
Yeah, from the inside out. Yeah, I just wanted to be quick and painless, but.
So the two questions about, does it bother you that the other Gospels don't report that Jesus said he was God? And does it bother you that the other Gospels don't talk about the zombie horde walking around Jerusalem? And does it not bother you that the historians didn't record the zombie horde walking around Jerusalem? That seems really fair questions, And
right, well, the zombie thing, it could be they didn't write about it because they just didn't believe it happened. Like if they're historians, right, and they're supposed to be writing things that happen in history, and like they're not Christians, I don't think they would have any need to write it down because they weren't eyewitnesses to any of this happening, right? So this is like secondary stuff they heard from somebody, and they're like, yeah, I'm not writing it down because like I don't believe that people rose from the dead or anything.
Yeah, but Josephus spent so much time talking about the various personalities and like weird little stories that happened around Jerusalem, and the little sayings and little like controversies that sprung up. It just doesn't seem credible that he wouldn't talk about that. It's such a big event,
I don't know, but
there were historians that were documenting those things. So there were.
I'm not saying it's true or not.
17, I think, 17 major historians or something. I don't know. I heard it on Rational Response Squad. They were bringing it up. there's like 17 in that time that were in the area that were recording what was going on.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's true or not. I'm just saying it seems like if you're being honest, you would say, yeah, that is kind of weird. That didn't get written down somewhere.
Right. And what was the second question? It was about Jesus. Oh, and John only mentioning he's God or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The other three not.
Looking it up.
The other three not saying that Jesus.
I know they do say you know, like I think it's Matthew. They do, like, of course, like say he's God's son, right?
It's been a while since I've studied him.
Steve still here?
He went to sleep.
Yeah, I think he fell asleep.
Dude, Steve, I talked to Steve. I actually did a hangout at work last night with him into the wee hours.
Yeah, I usually wake up and join, but I fell asleep good last night.
It was a good conversation last night. It was the Mr. ID guy talking about gravity.
I always miss him.
Boy.
I always miss him. Oh.
But it was good. It was really good. Like they made fun of him a little bit. The tone was really good. You know, really charitable for most of it. Just, you know, at the end, a little bit, they're like, come on now, you know.
Yeah.
But he was actually he was thinking about these issues and gravity, and, you know, he actually had substance. And whenever somebody has thought about something, even if they're wrong, I think we should be charitable about it. You know? Like,
he put the effort out. Yeah.
Exactly. And talk about it and try to figure out where we're wrong, where we can learn more. And that was like 3 doctorates in the room. And it was just a good conversation. We're talking about the difference between Newtonian and relativity, you know, and like different ways to think about gravity and if it's a push or a pull. And he was explaining his thoughts on it. And we were explaining, you know, where it was, you know, agreed with science and where it didn't. It was really interesting.
I love this whole platform. Like, I just started getting into it, and it just me, myself, the way I think and interact with people and the way I converse has grown. And the words that I use have more syllables now, which is cool.
Yeah, we gotta get used to like my exchange with what's his name, Sam, earlier probably didn't go as well as it could have, and a lot of that's because I'm new to this too, and I don't really know how to express myself on these issues very well either, you know.
Well, the fact you brought it up and you know, you articulated it was, you know, good enough right now. Because I was confused. To be honest with you, I was trying to keep up, but I'm also doing Yu-Gi-Oh stuff here right now, so I'm trying to keep up with those two things. I'm like, oh, you know what? I can't. It's a difficult subject, but yeah, it does. It doesn't appeal to me much at all, really. That, because it just seems like if you're not born, it seems like something you had to learn, you know. I mean, if a baby can't do it, or if not a baby, but growing up and you're not around it and you can't grasp it naturally, it seems like you're just on, you know, they were on mushrooms back in the day and they were really getting deep in their conversation, and they're like, well, how does this work? How does this thought turn into this one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think they were all tripping really hard, but
yeah. But I think it's important to try to keep a good tone and be charitable, you know, with each other.
Yeah, but Sam's a little intense too.
He was very intense.
Yeah,
and I was legitimately irritated because I thought it was some distractions in the conversation. But I wasn't irritated about being wrong. I could be wrong all day. I mean, hell, I'm wrong a lot. And I really was joking about calling him an arrogant asshole. It's like, oh yeah, I'm inconsistent. Oh yeah, I'm illogical. Well, you're an arrogant asshole. You know, so, trying to be funny, but that was my first interaction with him. Hopefully, I can do better next time I talk to him. He can go smoother. All right, looks like this one's coming to a close.
Yeah, I've been on here for like 6 hours. Jeez, yeah, since it started, I think. Oh, well, how many viewers are there right now? I can't even see.
Yeah, I don't even know where to look for that.
That's fun.
I gotta get ready for work anyway. All right, it's good talking to you, man.
Yep, nice talking to you too.
Have a good day.
All right, that's it. Steve is asleep, huh? He's out.
Yeah, he's gone. Wait, no, there he is. He says 45 viewers, I guess.
Oh, okay, cool.
Listening to us ramble.
Right. But I got to